And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
welcome to the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Michael Hingingsing, and this is round 2, day 1 of the split. Thank you for joining us. It is great to have your company. Last week, we saw strong showings from Legacy and Tainted Minds, and today we have 2 all-important matches as the OPL teams begin to sort the Woodsmen from the trees. So get comfortable, because early in the season, teams are looking eager to prove themselves, and we are about to see some spicy League of Legends. All right, joining me to break down the games as they happen, I have with me our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendez. Hello, how are you? What are you up to this week?
Not much. I'm here today, so I can't wait for the games. And the big thing that I want to take into this is the second week. So teams had a chance to shake off those first week nerves. Can't wait to see the quality they bring, considering what we had last week.
Interesting stuff. And also our special guest this week on leave from the LPL because of Chinese/Lunar New Year. It is shoutcaster Zach Rusty Pie. How does it feel to be back in the OPL studios?
It's always good to be back in the OPL studios, of course, as you mentioned. Holidays from the LPL, so I'm able to find some free time and come and try and analyze the OPL games again.
Yeah, I feel like it's not really a holiday, though, because you were here working.
Yeah,
so,
definitely not a holiday.
Yeah, they give you a fortnight off, but they still contractually oblige you to come here. And we are very appreciative of your time, so thank you for being here. All right, well, let us take a look at the standings of the OPL, shall we? We see Tainted Minds and Legacy up ahead after their 2-0 wins. They both secured that bonus point. Chiefs and Sin also picked up 2-1 victories last week over Direwolves and Abyss, respectively, who they now lead in the table. And you see AV and XL5 sitting down the bottom there, looking for that first win. Gentlemen, that's how things stand, but it's only been a week already, a hierarchy beginning to form. So let us take a look at the schedule for the weekend to see your viewing. Game 1, we have Sin, an outfit who were confident last week, but dropped a game to Abyss. They'll be facing an AV squad who are keen to get their season on track after a pretty devastating and punishing loss to Legacy last week. Our second match today, we will see a dominant Legacy outfit come up against Abyss, who would have taken some pride in their 2-1 defeat last week to Sin. Then tomorrow we have Direwolves taking on XL5, both looking to reset after the losses last week, and we'll finish up with our match of the weekend, Tainted Minds versus Chiefs. Do not miss that one. It's going to be a real to-do. But let's go to our first series today, Sin versus AV. Mendrix, give us the lay of the land. How's this going to stack up? Where is this game going to be won and lost?
So I'm looking specifically for this game to be won in that top lane, looking towards Flares, such a great asset on that Sin side. And what we'll be looking is for Triple to really step up. He needs to make sure he takes control of that mid lane, so that way he does give Avant a chance to get into this game.
Yeah, I think there's low expectations for Ceres against Flares in terms of how he's going to perform, but this is where you do mention Triple, as you said. I think it's super important that Triple shows up, because if he does well, he can win that lane against his opponent and Wizard, who looked pretty good in week 1.
All right, well, earlier today I spoke to Sin's captain, Juves. I started by asking him about their shaking win over Abyss last week. Let's see what they had to say.
Last week's win was scrappy against Abyss, but I think the 2 games that we won, we were in control. Like, I don't think that we were ever at a risk of losing. Even from laning phase, like, we were in control. The first game that we lost was probably due to a lot to do to pick ban and just getting over hypey and funneling into like a few Orianna ults. So I think this week we're just going to focus on staying calm, not getting over hypey, and just sticking to what we do best, and that's just like solid laning phase and transitioning it into a good lead around the map. But yeah, I think we're in control, and a win's a win. So yeah.
How do you see your opponent today? Do you feel like you have any particular strengths or weaknesses up against him?
I see Avant today as a slightly weaker Abyss, but like I think we have stronger laners everywhere, like top, mid, and bot lane. It's just yeah, like it should be a good game. They definitely can take a game, like as we've been around, like any team can beat any team. But I think that if we play our best, like we should be able to pick up the win.
Thank you to Juves there for spending time talking to us before the match. He sees AV as a weaker Abyss. Rusty, do you agree with that?
I don't think that they're a weaker Abyss in any way, shape, or form. I actually think that they're entirely different. And what I do want to highlight is Sin, and Juves in particular mentioned that he's got stronger laners across the board. I actually want to call Juves out and say I think he's the weakest part of the team, man. And that Shelby will be the person who wins for AV if they do win. All
right, Mendrix, do you agree? Shelby is the way that AV are going to beat Sin in the jungle through taking over Juves.
So one of the things I really want to note about Shelby is he didn't have the greatest start in week 1. He was having a little bit of issues in that second game specifically, but if he's able to bounce back, he definitely has a good chance to take him out.
All right, well, let's take a look at this lineup if we can get it up on the screen. We're going to be seeing these guys getting ready. This is Sin, down, looking pretty relaxed, to be honest. Looking pretty happy about everything.
Yeah, definitely a strong team if they get together as a 5-man unit.
So it's Flares in the top lane. Their recent NA import, Juves, the captain we just spoke to. Their jungler, their mid laner, Wizard. River Wizard, who played a good game last week. FBI, their AD carry, new to the team. And also their support, Rogue. And yeah, aside from Wizard, who's sort of out of camera, the rest of them looking very calm and confident.
Yep. I do want to start by bringing up Wizard firstly while we're looking at the roster of Sin, because I think his week 1 performance was pretty standout for a player whose job and has been coined as the River Wizard. Seeing him actually make successful roams is the first big step. And I did say that Juves might be the one that gets exploited, but if he's got Wizard with him and he's working with Flares all the time, they can cover that, or they can work as a unit, and then you can't actually exploit him at all.
Yeah.
I do also want to look at Flares as well. One of the big things about that is that he's actually that great asset that they brought to the team. He didn't perform as much as we expected this time around, so I'm really looking for him to step up and actually really take it to Sarah's in this particular matchup.
I mean, do you feel like that top lane is where it's all gonna go down? You feel?
I feel that is exactly what I'm feeling at the moment.
Yeah, Rusty, do you agree? I mean
I lost
jungle
to-
top. Who knows?
I lost to Flares and Juves in solo queue last night,
Whoa.
so they're definitely duo
Oh.
queuing against it with each other. So I would expect that he looks towards that side of the map, because they made my team's life a living nightmare.
I mean, when you're Flares, you're coming into OS with quite a lot of pressure on yourself. I mean, and I guess Mendrix was saying he didn't really perform to his level last week. I mean, how does a pro come back from that?
So one of the big things we need to know about why he didn't really perform too well specifically is that he ended up going with a Jace. Now, Jace is a very hard champion to actually play into team compositions. He fits well. He needs to really dominate his lane to become useful towards that late stages. If he doesn't, he tends to fall off just that little bit. And he's really a poker that doesn't bring too much to the team.
I actually don't even think he played poorly, to be fair as well. The first game he was Maokai, and he loses because his team is behind and he's a tank. So there was positive things there, and if he can reiterate the positives, then he'll get better as he goes.
All right, well, that's Sin across the rift. Their opponents, AV, earlier today. I got the chance to speak to Jake about morale in the camp after their defeat last week. Let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, team morale's still pretty good. First week, couldn't expect everything. They showed a lot better than we thought they would. Very aggressive, and yeah.
Give us a preview of the match versus Sin today. How do you think Shelby will stack up against Juves in the jungle?
I think they're both pretty evenly matched. Juves is a very smart player, even though people don't give him credit for it most of the time. I look to see a lot of focus around the top lane and between those two, and yeah.
All right, and have you guys been preparing for this match then?
We've been switching up a couple of the picks. Obviously, we misread a little bit of the meta. We maybe prioritized Tarm a little too much last week. So we'll switch that up and take it from there.
Excellent. And you confident? Do you feel like you're going to win this one?
Yep, easy.
Thanks very much for chatting to us. Jake's claiming it's going to be easy. I mean, obviously he's doing that half in jest. He's not obviously big noting, but you got to feel they're feeling both confident, both teams. So let's talk about that. Tom Kench, he said they were over prioritized that last week. Mendrix, do you think they're going to switch it up, like you said? And what
Well,
are they going to be picking
he said
instead?
it himself. Like, specifically speaking, he said that they're going to swap it up. Now, Tom Kench is great because he is sort of a bit of a flex in terms of what he can do. He's also great at just absolutely saving your ADCs or your big priority damage dealers that might get caught in a bad situation. So it seems a bit weird that he wants to sort of move away from that priority, but there are definitely a lot better picks out there, especially for support. We're looking at those mages.
And I mean, across the whole team as well, they lost in their first game against Legacy. They came back and said, well, we're just going to take all of the champions that beat us. So they are trying to adapt to it. The only thing that was a constant was the Tarm Kench and the Varus as the bottom lane duo. So I don't blame Jakey for wanting to try and switch that up to fit the meta.
Rusty, let's talk about the bot lane. You saw Blinky and Jake play last week, and even though the team lost, they had a kind of an honourable showing, you feel?
Yeah, it's the important part here is they are playing against Legacy when they lost, right? It doesn't feel good going down that heavy-handed, but the bottom lane of Avant were at least close to even, if not just a little bit behind, and they were the shining light of what was a losing team.
And what I also want to take into account is that as well, is with Blinky specifically, everyone seemed to think that it was really Cupcake that was propping him up, that was making him what was such a great player. But we saw that he can do it just as well with Jake as well. So definitely a shining light for that Avant roster.
Yeah, Blinky and Cupcake, their former teammates on Exile 5. I also want to talk about Chelby last week, Rusty. I mean, we expect him to be able to play well this week, but last week didn't really have a great game.
Yeah, Mendrick said it as well. It was a bit of an underperformance from AV's jungler, but the thing with Chelby is that he is perpetually just a wild card. Like, he can rock up one week and beat the best team in the league, or he can
roll
lose
the
to
dice.
the worst team. Yeah, you never actually know what you're going to get with Chelby, but if he wants to win, and he really wants to win, you'll find that he starts to overperform your expectations.
I mean, Mendrix, does that make a team difficult to prepare for if it's a kind of a roll the dice and you don't know how they're going to perform and show up on the day?
Oh, definitely not. You just adapt to that particular player. That's the big thing that you know. We know you're a wild card. We know you can do this in those particular situations. And what I do want to take into account is they were going up against Legacy. I mean, Carbon is a fantastic jungler. He's a veteran player. It's hard to deal with him specifically. So it's understandable that Chelby would have a really rough time in that jungle, in that environment.
All right, so let us take a look at them as they're getting ready right now. We can check out these guys looking pretty confident and pretty cruisy. Yeah, very relaxed there. Let's take a look at their lineup, shall we? Series in the top lane. Chelby will be their jungler, their mid laner Triple, their ADC Blinky, and their support player Jake, captain who we just spoke to.
So we spoke about the bottom lane, of course, as well. We know that they've got a lot of capabilities, but Triple's the man that I do really want to highlight. We said this with Sin. Juves can get around the map, work with Flares, work with Wizard, who likes to roam with him. But if Triple and Chelby work as a dynamic duo, something they were coined as last year in the OPL, they can beat anybody in a 2v2, basically. They're very strong players.
As well, Ceres, as though we're looking to him to actually perform specifically, what I do like to note about it is he actually did really well when he was playing Fiora in that second game. Actually did a few good ripostes, has the capability to take a carry laner, sort of throw them off guard. So look for that to also be a bit of a wild card on the Avant side.
All right, well, let's take a look at both teams in together then. I mean, where is this game gonna come down to? I mean, we've talked about the top lane, we've talked about the jungle, we've talked about the bot lane. Let's pick out some things in specific and say this is where it's going to be played.
I mean, you can start with where you're...
I mean, we've been saying it the entire time and what we think specifically about it. What we think it is, it's going to be in that top side of the map, and we're going to be looking towards Triple to actually show up and actually make it harder for Juve. So keep on heading towards Flares, see if he's going to be, like we said in the previous weeks, we actually thought that Flares is going to be his new Rhyme Master. So we're probably expecting Triple to show up, make it a bit harder for Juves to continuously return to that map and actually have a lot of pressure there. And that's Avant's way to sort of make sure they can win the game.
All right, well, let us take a look at the tipping comp because you can let us know via the hashtag IAMOPL who you think is going to be winning. Join opltips.com.au today with your mates and show them who knows best. And there's, in fact, a tipping comp going amongst the shoutcasters here as well. And if you want to get involved with that, you can let us know what the loser should cosplay as because we've decided internally that's what the loser's going to have to do. So, I don't know. What are you thinking? What would I make? I'd make a good, I don't know, good Graves? A good... I mean, obviously, it's Graves, right?
You play
Clearly it's Graves.
Misfortune.
Yeah, well, I have. I could do a
I
Misfortune.
watch you play Arcade Misfortune. It has to be that. You answer the question, that's what you're going to get.
I'm feeling we should stick to like if they're deciding, please guys, like it'd be nice if we had a male theme going through
Janna.
there. Just like, all right, okay, Janna, we're gonna have to go with Janna.
Janna.
All right. Well, I think that's enough from us here at the desk right now. We're probably getting ready to go into game one. So let's throw it over to our casters. It's Jake and Matt.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spontaberry, and I too would like to see Hingers cosplay Arcade Misfortune. I think that'd be a good fit for him.
Yeah, it certainly would. Of course, Michael, as he was using our first name, so it's only fair to return the favour. Yeah, he would make definitely a good Misfortune. I like Janna as well. Like to see the big supports come out on Summoner's Rift, and I would love to see a couple in real life as well.
Yeah, so do let us know who the loser would have to cosplay if we lose that tipping comp. I, for one, know for a fact that I'll be coming first because I've got the OPL 8-ball by my side this year, Spawn.
I don't want to hear about it. So let's just move into Champion Select and make sure we're not talking about the silly contest anymore.
Well, we are into Champions League for the first match of today, as well as the first match between Sin and Avant Garde.
Off camera, Hingers has just tried to tear down the studio by tripping over a TV and colliding with me, so that's all right. We'll just keep moving through.
Already a couple of bans have come out here, Spawn. As always on the red side, Camille's going to be banned out right away. Fiora is going to hit the bench as well as LeBlanc. It's already a target ban being thrown towards Series.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about this a lot, but it's good to get rid of the OPs first because you don't want to be trapped in leaving only one OP up. So you can see Avant has made that adaptation. I just want to shout out Avant because they had a really rough game last week, but on their their new show, Avant Live, they bounced back reasonably well. I mean, they got the priority picks that they were looking for in Game 2. As I said, a meta misread meant that they weren't able to show up. But I do feel like this is a good foundation for a team. And, you know, grabbing a Legacy, grabbing a Chiefs early isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it's about now how you bounce back, how you have a showing in the second week.
And we already heard from Jake earlier on. He's very confident going into this match, has a lot of respect for his opponents, especially towards Jews, as we heard from him earlier, but he thinks that his team can take this one down easy. The final bans have come through, though. Zyra and Rengar are going to hit the bench for Avant Garde. Elise is going to be banned out by Sin. That gives Flares the first pick of Kha'Zix. That should be heading into the jungle for Juice.
We've been over this a couple of times. It's Flares.
Flares.
Flares. So let's get a OPL Twitter counter started, please. Let's see how many times Fish mispronounces the jungler's name. Important to note, over about 70-ish games, 48 more than anyone else, over 60%. Kha'Zix internationally in the major regions still holds a 72% win rate. That's massive over that amount of games. I mean, I think it's close to 48, somewhere around there. So, yeah, he is a big power pick right now, and I like the fact that they've got some faith in Jews.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of bans being thrown towards the Kha'Zix in the first week of the OPL. Haven't seen them slip through too much.
We've seen a couple of adaptations with the build as well. Expect a Q into a W evolve. Not necessarily taking the leap. Ever since we increased that range, it's good to be able to get the big slow on isolated targets and really dish out that damage.
We'll have to see what Juice decides to do with that pick. On the flip side, Avant Garde, they've looked to lock in Malzahar as well as Varus as their first two picks, heading into the bot lane for Blinky and Jake. Sin, they've responded with both Jhin as well as the Jace that should be heading into the top lane for Flares.
Yeah, but they didn't take a support, so now this means on the second rotation, expect supports to be the heavily focused bans for Avant Garde. Make sure that they have a great matchup for the Malzahar. I'm expecting Misfortune to go, as well as Taric, who we've seen internationally be a very good pick against the Mals.
Meanwhile, Series is going to be picking up Poppy heading into the top lane, so a lot of utility being picked up for Avant Garde in their first rotation.
And I like the fact that they've gone Poppy, because all of a sudden, Flares, who will most likely be picking up the Jace, is countered very heavily by just one item, the good old Ninja Tabby. They're able to be picked up, you know, taken into the top lane. It reduces so much of the damage that comes out. Really will make it easy for Series to at least survive, if not farm safely underneath his turret.
It does mean that Triple as well as Shelby's champions will be left to pick last here for Avant Garde. You can already see Sin banning out mid laners here. Syndra, the first one to hit the bench. Whereas Avant Garde, their first ban in the second rotation is going to be Kennen, followed by Misfortune.
Yeah, so I expected the Misfortune. Surprised about the Kennen. We've seen a lot of carry Kennen top lane with things like Wit's End, Hurricane, Blade of the Roaring King, running around in international. I think we call it the LPL build because it was seen by a lot of the LPL solo queue players over in Korea. However, the fact that they've got Jace already means that Avant know that Sin are happy to flex this into the mid lane. The fact that they're still willing to ban a top laner.
Which is interesting because we have seen a lot of LMS teams potentially looking to flex that Jace into the mid lane. We haven't seen it too much elsewhere internationally. But for now, they have locked in their mid lane of choice. Orianna has been picked up by Sin, so Jace will be heading into the top lane. On the flip side, Avant have locked in the Corki for Triple, and Lulu will be the final pick for Sin.
Yeah, and Lulu's also kind of seen as a counter pick towards Malzahar. The little glitter that comes off picks helps clean up those Voidlings nice and early. You know, of course, you have a plethora of CC in your kit to be able to knock him out of his ultimate, so not necessarily an unfamiliar lane with FBI and Rogue. However, the synergy between Jhin and Lulu has always been a weird one for me, because Jhin doesn't really amplify attack speed, and Lulu historically has been seen with hyper carries being able to get that additional damage out.
We'll have to see how that one's going to work out. I do have double shields coming out from Sin, both the Orianna as well as the Lulu can buff up their teammates. But Avant Garde, they've got other things on their mind here, as Ivan is going to be returning to the Rift again, Spawn.
Certainly is. Shelby's going to be picking that one. Of course, Ivan and I go way back. Great friends. Don't know what you're talking about. See whether he plays the annoying skin. But it gives a little bit extra protection here. And we've already said this. We like Ivan with mage supports because it means the support items are still picked up. It's going to be by the jungler. And it means that they're not going to be missing the ridiculously overpowered redemption. You know, even things like Athene's going to be helping Blinky and Triple be buffed up in that mid game.
We already heard Rusty on the desk talking about Triple as well as Shelby being a dynamic duo. We'll have to see if that's going to continue here for Avant Garde, especially since they've left their picks for last year, opting to make sure Series, Blinky and Jakey get their champions of choice. Sin, on the other hand, we're going to see Wizard picking up Orianna. Have to see how he's going to do in the river with that one.
And that's an interesting one for me because Orianna historically has had to win laning phase. If Orianna can't win laning phase, she's generally fallen out of the meta. The reason behind that is she's like a 2 or 3 item mid laner. at the moment, the fact that we nerfed Rylai's really did mess up her 2-item power spike. She's not as defensively geared anymore, which means she can still be picked off. So looking forward to seeing how Wizard picks that one up. Obviously, they're confident in the young man. However, he did fall behind about 110 CS in game 1, that one that they lost against Abyss with Frey popping off.
He certainly did, but he does have a huge champion pool. We've already seen him pick up quite a few champions heading into that mid lane. He's against Triple, who's picked up Corki, which is one of Wizard's pocket picks as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm surprised that he didn't take the Zillion into it. He must not like the matchup because we saw his Zillion game. It was actually very good. And when you're willing to run a carry top laner, Zillion can be that person that adds the utility that you would normally get out of your top lane. He has a great slow, has the revive that comes back at full health late game. So, you know, it's a stylistic choice. Still quite a supportive mage at the moment. However, it is a little bit different from what we're used to seeing from Wizard.
All right, we're about to get into that first match today, but for now, before we get onto Summoner's Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who's been one of the coaches.
All right, I'm here with Sin's coach, and right now I want to ask about this 10-ban system. You've had 1 week on it in competitive. This is the second week. Did you learn much from last week coming into today's game?
I think we've been scrimming with this system for a very long time, so we're pretty used to it at this point. I think the main thing that it's added is it requires a lot of adaptation for the second portion of banning and picks, but otherwise, you know, I mean, in terms of strategizing, you still got to be on point.
Do you feel like with your Jace pick today, that was obviously a priority for you guys getting in that first phase? How do you feel it's going to match up against the Poppy?
I mean, this pick has been played into Poppy and various tanks in a lot of regions, and generally Jace is expected to get a good lead, and Flair's being our strongest player, you know, we expect him to carry the game from a strong position.
All right, so you're feeling confident, like you got everything you wanted from that draft?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I don't think our draft has particularly many holes. And we've played against similar comps to what AV's got many times, so the boys know what to do.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, thanks for chatting to us, and I'll throw it back to you guys at the desk.
Of course, that is Sin's coach, Bensel there. I like his comp. Something to point out is invisibility plus Orianna ult has always been popular worldwide. Fish has a good submarine technique there. And he's right. This is a poke comp. This is a poke comp with 2 poking champions, 3 supportive, you know, the ability to pick. This is definitely something that's been seen worldwide.
It certainly has been. We'll have to see how Sin are able to utilize that one. And in fact, we're going to be kicking off this match by checking in with the bottom lane. Blinky and Jake are going to be taking on FBI and Rogue. Neither AD carrier support were helping out their jungler with a leash, but both of them starting on the bottom side of the map, so both will be taking blue buff and red buff.
A little bit of nerves out of series there. He's cancelled 3 auto attacks out of a brush. Didn't get his shield and just been punched in the face for it. That one hurts.
And already Flair's trying to abuse him up in that top lane by using that range to zone him out in the mid lane. Wizard taking quite a bit of damage here from Triple, as he's not using the annoying skin here, Spawn.
He's not. Look, he's got the good skin. He's actually gone for quite a safe start as well. He's gone blue with a smite over to the top side of his jungle, so no cheeky 3 buffs going to be coming through right now. And it'll be interesting to continue to track the jungle path that does come out of the Ivan, because as we keep going back to, he's a unique fella.
As meanwhile, we go back into the bottom lane. Already you can see FBI and Rogue doing a good job of pushing in Blinky and Jake. We'll have to see how much they're able to capitalize on their laning advantage with this Jhin as well as Lulu. Flair's doing the same thing in the top lane. Sirius just trying to farm wherever he possibly can. Juves, he's got a lot of time just to farm up with 2 of his lanes pushing right now.
And honestly, by 10 minutes, you expect the Jace to be on 100 CS mark, and you expect the Poppy to be around 70. I mean, if Series falls down 30 CS, I count that a win. If you're able to get a good, you know, 1,200 gold back, or...
Juves is looking for Shelby, does jump on top of him and gets the isolation damage down. Shelby will pop his shield, but now Triple collapsing on top of the Kha'Zix just takes away a couple of the Raptors from Juves, so it doesn't allow him to steal some.
But he's still going. I mean, he's looking for the red buff again. You can see him stalking him through the jungle, going to be able to pick up that one. So he's falling behind. Rogue, meanwhile, in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, taking quite a bit of damage from Blinky as well as Jake. He'll just scuttle around towards the tri-brush and get back to safety.
And this is the problem with Ivan. I mean, we had a look at it. We thought that Juves was going to be able to catch him out, but because he doesn't get a camp and Ivan had prepped 4, he hits a quicker level 4, gets a recall off, and he's 10 CS up at the moment, Fish. I mean, that's absolutely ludicrous for a guy that looks like he was going to be invaded upon.
It certainly does. I mean, Shelby has had a good start so far. Juice was looking to try and get something done, but he couldn't.
Yeah, and while we're looking at this bottom lane, important to note that FBI has gone with the longsword and 3 potions. We've seen this a lot in Europe especially. They like the extra sustain in lane when it's going to be heavy trading versus someone like a Malzahar. So good adaptation out of FBI. He's a great young player. Been excited for him to be in the scene for a long time now. And see if he can make it work. Although now he's caught.
Yeah, he's being flashed on here by Shelby. He has to try and flash away. Lots of damage going down towards this Jhin. Has to pop the heal. Exhaust was being used by Rogue as well. Now they're trying to turn this one around because Juve's in here, flushes in, gets some good damage down. Flares has teleported down to the bot lane. He knocks
he's in
Jake back,
trouble.
but there's so many Void
Oh my
Links.
God.
Jake, he's going to pick up first blood. The Void Link swarms enough. Meanwhile, the River Wizard's done it again as he rotates down to the bottom lane to get 2 kills for Sin.
But that is so many summoner spells burnt on the side of Sin Gaming for only 2 kills versus a first blood. They left top lane. All of a sudden, no teleport, no flash. Series is going to get an advantage. And mid lane, Triple was able to push in as well. So that's a big overextension. I mean, when you look at this, AV, they really wanted the first blood. Chelby's going aggressive. That's what he's known for. But to commit all 5 members and still not be able to clean up the kill right here. Great body block, great exhaust out of Jake. They don't prioritize him, flashes and picks up first blood for his team. That is crucial when the game is like a game of centimeters at the moment.
It certainly is, and one thing we weren't able to touch on is the fact that Flares was trying to zone out Series. He's lost a lot of that huge wave that was built up by the Poppy. He's now down in CS, and he only just hit level 5, while Series has been 5 for quite some time now.
And the other thing is that Series got a free back, and you have to count free backs in top lane. You know, when a jungler can relieve pressure, when you don't have to burn the teleport. Flares, he's got nothing for free right now. His lane's pushing back in. He has no summoner spells as we're going again.
They're looking to try and lock down Wizard. Takes a bit of damage from Jake, but Shelby was not able to lock him down with that snare.
Ooh, and we're seeing another greedy build. I like this out of our support players. Upgrade plus boots is enough for a Sightstone. However, they're sitting on the yellow trinket, they're upgrading their support item, and they're getting some boots to be able to roam around early because they know that at the end of the day, tier plus Cull, I mean, that Varus can free farm by himself in a 2v1 lane.
It's actually surprising to see Varus is going to be picking up the tier. We've seen quite a few different builds coming out from Varus's.
I like this against non-tank lineups because it means his poke is still meaningful. He can actually go for things like the Knight, what is it called? Blade of the Night, Edge of the Night?
Edge of the Night.
Edge of the Night, sounds good to me. Yomu's Ghost Blade, and the penetration is actually going to be meaningful because they're not going to pick up a lot of armor on the Sin Gaming lineup.
Yep.
Against tanks, I still do prefer either going for the Essence Reaver standard AD carry build or into something like a Blade of the Ruin King.
We'll have to keep track and see what Blink decides to pick up later on.
This is the 3rd time he's played Varus, though, and the 3rd different build we've seen. So he obviously likes the kit and is willing to, you know, change it up, make sure he's a little bit exciting every game.
And we did give him a lot of credit for switching up the build mid-series last time round, so we're interested to see how he's going to continue adapting in this bottom lane. He is synergizing very well with Jake. Unfortunately, just sitting on a tier in a column, his end laning phase isn't going to be quite as strong as the Serrated Dirk that was picked up by FBI. So we have to see if FBI and Rogue can continue to abuse him down in the bottom lane. As Shelby, he's hit level 6, does have Daisy to high 5 if he gets in trouble in the jungle now.
And I think it was Carbon that said, you know, Daisy's almost as strong as Ivan as far as champions go. With that repetitive knock-up, with the ability to get the shield on there for the repetitive slows. And you can see that Shelby, he's been pretty active this early game. He wouldn't have liked his last week's performance. He's a really proud guy, Shelby. A great player, been in the scene for a very long time. And I like the fact that he's bounced back so well.
He certainly has. He's able to go toe-to-toe against Juve so far. He was spoken very highly of by Jake. And speaking of Jake, taking quite a bit of damage, FBI has that crit shot ready, just threatening. But just couldn't quite get in range to throw that one down.
It is a little bit alarming, however, that even with the roam early, Triple hasn't been able to build a CS advantage. I mean, sure, Wizard was able to get a kill off it, but he should have missed a minion wave, and that should have allowed, you know, an experienced lead, the push to be in Triple's favor. However, he is still down about 10 CS as well as a kill, so that's a meaningful advantage out of Sin, and if their young mid laner can continue to play well, opens up a whole new world of win conditions.
It certainly does, especially when we're used to seeing Wizard fall behind in CS early, pick up kills in the river instead, but really get outclassed by the mid laners in the lane itself. Good to see that he is adapting here, you know, picking up nice amount of CS here. Gonna have to see if he can have that huge impact that we normally see Wizard contribute during the mid game and late games on this Orianna.
And it's only going to get better. I mean, he's already been a good late game team fighter. If you're doing that from an equal footing, it just sets you up in even better stead for how the games are going to go. And, you know, credit to Sin's organization and coaching staff because they really have started to mold this young man. And hopefully we continue to see his growth over the split.
Looking at the other side of the rift, though, Triple does have the package. Was looking towards bottom lane with Shelby, but it is going to expire, so use this just to get back to the mid lane and continue farming up against Wizard.
I mean, they did the right thing. The Sin bottom lane, it's already pushing into them. There's no reason to overextend for a creep wave right now. You know the play that's going to come out when your mid laner back, so they just wait for it. You can see that Juve's still choosing to farm the bottom side of his jungle. Doesn't want to overcommit anywhere. And Shelby's doing the same, kind of stalking him out right now.
He's got some good wards placed down here, Shelby, so he's able to spot out Juves. Throws down the brush as well, just to spot out the Kazakhs leaping over the wall.
They ping each other out. I mean, right now, Shelby knows that Juves either has to look for a gank or a recall. When you go down to the bottom side of the map, it is very far away. So you see that Blinky and Jake do the right thing.
On the top side of the map, though, Flares is going toe-to-toe against Series. Series actually fancies a fight here. Gets some good damage down. Pops the ultimate for a little bit of damage and crowd control as well.
As I said, as soon as you get those Ninja Tabby, it's actually a winning lane for Poppy at the moment. Continue applying the grass.
Doing a lot of damage, and Shelby's coming up as well. Flares in a lot of trouble, has to flash out, but Series flashes on top of him and picks up a kill in the top lane.
And we're expecting Flares to be able to carry these games, but Series, the young man, steps up. He gets himself the favorable advantage. You have to say that Flares was helping the rest of the team early, and he's just allowed this Poppy to get too tanky, and he can't really deal with him without a Last Whisper, without the Black Cleaver. Great trade out of Series, good support out of Shelby.
He might even force Flares to use his teleport to get back into that top lane. You can already see the River Wizard as well as Juves trying to get on top as fast as they can. Daisy tanking up the turret, allowing Shelby and Series to get some damage down. But here he comes, the Oriana's jousting up. We're actually not looking at him just yet. He will get snared down. Juves trying to flash on forward. Wizard can't quite get the range off. And that's Ghost burnt by the Oriana.
And just look how annoying Daisy was in the background. Whilst they're chasing, you know, great micro out of Shelby, ensuring that Daisy stays on the target, getting knock-up after knock-up. That's another summoner spell burnt by Wizard to go to the top lane and triple. He just continues to stay at home in that mid lane, trying to chip down the turret. So AV confident against the playstyle of Sin so far, you have to say, in a pretty neutral early game.
And that's exactly what we heard from them earlier. They're very confident going into this game. They know how Sin are going to play. We did hear Sin say almost the same thing from Bensel, their coach, right as the game started. They know exactly what Avant are going to do. They've played into similar team comps before. And the game is still dead even between these two teams. Two kills apiece, about 17,000 gold each.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And I mean, the impressive thing so far is that AV have pretty much kept composure the whole game. I mean, they're the ones that are forcing the move. They got collapsed on bottom lane after an aggressive gank out of Shelby. But for the rest of the game, you have to say that they're playing on the front foot. And after you get decimated in week one, that's impressive to be able to do. Continue to have that confidence to go forward.
Certainly is. Meanwhile, though, Sin looking for a fight in the bottom lane. Blinky trying to get away from the ultimate from FBI. Will lock down Juves as well. Waits for the time to expire. Juves now getting locked down by Jay. Has to get the wild growth come out from Lulu. Shelby's down here as well. Juves forced to flash away as Sin are now the ones on retreat. Rogue almost goes down from an arrow to the knee. But Avant Garde defend against the gank.
Yeah, one more time. Just a great read out of the jungler. Juves is there first, but Shelby is right behind him, ready to counter gank, and they force them back out of lane. This is really impressive out of AV. I like the comp they've put together. They shouldn't necessarily win lanes. However, they are up across the board right now.
They certainly are. Still very even between these two teams. Good to see both of them are adapting and reacting to their opponents evenly, as Triple will go and pick up blue buff for himself.
And now you have to look at win conditions. I mean, when you have a look at Sin, they have a great 1-4. Players in trouble again.
A little bit of damage here. Fancies a fight against Series still. Will not be able to deny him the shield. That might be devastating as Series is still charging on forward. Throws down the hammer. Picks up a solo kill against Flares in the top lane.
And the young local absolutely dunks the North American import. I mean, that is huge out of Series. A confidence booster for the whole team. And he is well and truly established control in this lane.
Everyone's hyped up Flares, saying he's going to be the carry for Sin. He's going to be the new Rymeister for Juves. But Series, he's snuck under the radar here, Spawn, putting up some great performances.
And you know, maybe he's the new paradise for Avant Garde because he has been able to pick up a carry. He gets the first turret bonus gold right there for himself. And this game starting to look like Poppy just might take over.
We'll have to see what Series can do later on in this match. We saw him have a good performance against Tally when he picked up Fiora against his Gangplank. So we get a couple of solo kills here and there as well, even a 2-on-1 in some cases. Let's see what he can do now on an incredibly fed Poppy. Triple now, looking for a play in the bottom lane.
And he's massive. I mean, completed boots as well as that Sunfire Cape ready for him. And that just means that, you know, he's going to ignore the Kazakhs. He's going to ignore the Jace. He's definitely going to ignore Jin. Jin doesn't want to put any of the 4 bullets into him. And that just so much pressure in the mid game now, especially with the Mountain Drake, especially with the poke comp that is going to come online for Avant Garde at 1.5, 2-ish items.
And Again, we see Triple trying to be as patient as possible with his package, but great wards coming out from Sin, able to spot out Avant, looking to make that play in the bottom lane.
But what's the response? I mean, back away. They don't have teleport available. They can maybe look to trade turrets, but they might give up Dragon at the same time. And they just push so quickly right now. I mean, you heard it out of Bensel. Their game plan was 1-4, open up the doors for Flares to be able to do this. Carry through the top lane, continue to take down turrets. Instead, what they're up against is a very fed front line in a poke composition that's just going to be able to answer the 1-4 and then also teamfight more successfully.
So Sin now trying to react by taking down the mid lane outer turret. Only Triple here to defend that. If this move goes through, they'll be able to take it down. Triple forced to flash away as Wizard catches him by surprise with that shockwave. They trade 1-for-1 in turrets and take one down in the top lane too.
Yeah, and just as we're singing their praises, I mean, horrible map positioning out of Avant Garde means that Sin get the good inside track, able to pick up double objective for one, and it doesn't look like they're done. They still want the mid lane.
Triple's in trouble here, gets tagged by the Curtain Call, tries to go toe-to-toe against Wizard, but he'll get taken down. Now Sin, they've got their eyes set towards the Dragon.
And a pick comes through. It means that Dragon has to be stopped out of AV. You can see that the brushes were there. They were trying to start it up, but Sin hit back really impressive. I mean, it's 2-2 turrets right now, but they're right in there with the gold. And with a Poppy this fed around the map, that shouldn't happen.
Let's see how Avant Garde are going to be able to strike back here with Sin. They're holding on nice and easy here, making sure that Avant Garde can't just bleed them out from that single advantage they've got in the top lane. Reacting quite well to what Avant Garde have been throwing at them, who are still in the driver's seat at the moment.
Yeah, they should be in the driver's seat, but everything we just saw showed that Sin is the team with initiative right now. Interested to see whether they set up with their teleport now that Flares has it available. You know, we haven't even seen a glimpse at Rift Herald or anything like that from either team. In 1-4 comps, it can be useful, although it's a big time investment. And AV should have just been looking to set up around structures, you know, poke them off, but Sin had the complete read on the play.
Well, for now, we can check in with the items that have been picked up across the board here. Already in the mid lane, Triple's picked up his Trinity Force as well as the Sork Boots. Redemption is done for Chelby, and Blinky's gone for the Yomu's Ghostblade after his tier. It's a little bit more armor penetration coming out from him.
Yeah, exactly right. You expect the lethality build to come out of the Varus as soon as you see the tiers. Meanwhile,
Series going toe-to-toe against Flares once again. He's got red buff on this Poppy. The Jace has to be incredibly careful.
yeah, and it just means that you have to respect the regen more than anything, because in continual trades, I mean, Jace is eventually going to fall down.
So again, Series jumping straight back on top of him, getting some good damage down. Shelby's on top, gonna throw down the root. Juves looking to see if he can turn this one down, but Flares is gonna fall to the Ivan, who throws out an auto attack from the brush. Now Carstic's coming in there. Redemption comes out to heal up the team. Wizards trying to get in amongst it. The Lulu ultimate's gonna come out, but Juves has got to flash away. Jake was looking for the lockdown, but they do get over the wall just in time.
Yeah, exactly right. So they collapse around their top laner this time around Sin, but they're just a fraction too late. Good read out of Chelby to get up there in time, and now the poke comp in the mid lane should be able to start chipping away at these structures.
Let's see if Avant Garde are able to take this one down. They've got Daisy there to tank up the turret for some time. Ultimate going to come out from Blinky. Whips doesn't connect with anyone, but FBI's been locked down and taken down by Jake. Teleports are coming in to the mid lane. The turret is still relatively healthy, and they will be able to get there in
But
time.
how do you resist this? I mean, without engage out of Juice, who doesn't have his flash available, they're just going to be able to sit here and chip down. Actually, it's AV that run away. Blinky was incredibly low. They still had a full health triple. I think they maybe could have pushed their luck a little bit more there.
For now, there will be Chelby, who picks up blue buff for himself and gives one over towards Triple on top of that. Sin are able to defend their turret, but they do lose their AD carry in that trade.
Ooh, early Sheen pickup. Really interesting out of series. This is what we see when you want to answer a split push. I still expect it to be an Iceborne Gauntlet. That would be absolutely bonkers if it was a Trinity Force. However, that means that he should have even further ease taking care of Flares, you know? We're not seeing the Courage of Colossus. We are seeing the... I can't even remember. Grasp of the Undying picked up. And now moving towards Dragon against the flow one more time. Sin with just a better map read.
Sin able to take this one down because Ivan is waiting in the wings, but no one else from their side of Avant Garde are close by to defend this, and Juice will pick up the first Dragon of the game for Sin. It's going to be a Mountain Dragon.
One. I mean, a Mountain Dragon, especially when you're running things like Jace and Jhin, they have legitimate poke within their own comp. They can set up around structures. Hard to engage on this lineup because of the Orianna as well as the Lulu. So if Sin can continue to weather this storm, should mean good things for them.
Again, we have Triple with the package, but it just seems like he's got no play to make. with it at the moment.
And they need to move up. I mean, you can't allow... It's really rough, right? But you can't allow an Orianna to do this, to just instantly clear the wave in the mid lane. When you've got 3 people waiting to meet it, you really do need to set up around that objective and be able to pick it up. Because Wizard, so far, farming with ease. I mean, he has fallen slightly behind now, about 10 CS, but nothing that we would expect out of a mid laner of the caliber of Triple.
You're going to see Orianna pick up blue buff as well, making her time much easier to clear out these waves. Flares is here as well, trying to poke out AV anytime to get close. Daisy's been high-fived here by Chelby. Looking to tank up the turret a little bit for them.
But none of the poke is hitting on the side of AV right now. Series is still looking to push a side lane.
Let's see what he can do here. That turret's going to take quite a bit of damage. Flares is forced to go up to the top lane. Does not have his teleport available, while Series does, and Flares is out of mana as well. Avant might be able to use a pivot on that.
But do they look for another dive? I mean, it looks like the wave clear well and truly has arrived for Sin. Potentially looking to go on this wave.
They've got Series right behind him. He's spotted up by Ward. Sin knows he's right there. He's looking to charge in. Juves has to go invisible. He's going to take quite a bit of damage. Redemption's going to come down. Shockwave gets flashed away by Series. Heals up to just about full health, but Avant do take down the turret.
Blinky, please stand behind your top laner. That's a little bit too close for comfort. 4th shot does hit. They will be able to move away and clean up some farm, but once again, I think that Sin held that for a fairly long time, and being able to get the flash out of the top laner means that no surprise engage is going to be coming on the horizon. I nearly count that as a win if I'm Sin, honestly. That should have been much easier for AV.
However, Vanguard, they are about 4,000 gold up ahead of Sin at the moment, which is a nice lead to have 20 minutes into the game. 3 turrets to 2.
Certainly is. It's really important to point out the fact that Orianna is really starting to get going, however, and going for death cap second. So he's going to well and truly have a mid-game spike. Whereas it really is around Series at the moment. Series holds the majority of the gold.
Goodbye, Wizard.
See you, Wizard. So that helps, getting a pick like that. Really nice ward setup from Avant, just leading to that. It looks like he was flashed upon from Jake from the brush. You can see double pink wards, well, control wards, I guess, set up around mid lane.
No Quicksilver Satchels picked up by anyone on the side of Sin just yet.
Oh, he belted on him.
Going toe-to-toe. Triple decides to W for damage here, forcing Flares to flash, throws out the rocket, gonna be able to pick up a kill, but Juves, he's hunting, he wants to take down Triple, does get the slowdown. Ivan's coming in, will lock him down. They've only traded 1-for-1 for now. Juves looking to try and turn this one, but Daisy's pummeling in on towards the jungler. Will be able to get that knocker, but Chelby's the one on retreat as FBI is looking to inspect Chelby with the flash, throws out the bouncing grenade, gets that final crit shot, and they trade 2-for-1.
And a big miscommunication there. I mean, 2 members are just in mid lane, chipping away at that turret. Another member top lane. Why is Shelby flashing into the jungle trying to save Triple? That's just a little bit confusing, if you ask me. However, they do come out massively ahead still, as Sin looking to push their luck.
Juice flashes forward, gets the slow down towards Blinky, goes back in, gets the wild growth. He's constantly slowing down Jake. He's trying to run for his life, but it's FBI with the double kill.
And the play is there for Sin. All of a sudden, 5 members set up looking for a Baron that Series really can't look to contest.
Let's see what he can do. Knocks one away.
Oh.
He might be able to do just that. Redemption comes out from Ivan and knocks them back.
Juves is too low. I mean, when they had a look at it, Juves was the one tanking. As soon as Flares was knocked out of the pit, they couldn't take that up themselves. So nice heads-up play out of the top laner for Avant, maybe saving them again. That was aggressive for a couple of turrets, Fish, I think it's fair to say. However, it doesn't bite them too hard.
Yeah, they're still just about 4,000. Actually, further ahead than when we last time checked them. They're about 4,500 gold in the lead here for Avant-Garde.
So they threw away 3 kills, I think, in the end. No, actually more, 4 kills for a couple of turrets. So, you know, that's a pretty even trade, depending on the assists. I mean, Flares isn't worth much anymore. He's 0-5. And it just looks like the game continues to kind of deteriorate away from Sin. They're being pushed in the tempo a little bit. And AV is back to their patented, you know, let's make aggressive plays play style. Even if it means flashing in to try and save 1 member. Let's see if we can get it going.
Avant-Garde have been picking up quite a few items here. You can see Series building towards his next tank item. The Spectre's Carl has been picked up. Fiend's Unholy Grail has been completed for Chelby as well on this Ivan. Infinity Edge is being looked at by Triple here, so lots of damage will be coming up from that Corki.
Yeah, it certainly is going for a damage-based build. I mean, majority of the gold, as we take a look at it, must be held by Series right now, up in the top lane. Oh, Shelby caught a little bit.
Taking a lot of damage. Shockwave comes out from Wizard and FBI. He's going to go on a rampage with that final shot.
Yeah, 4-1 and 3 for FBI, so he's starting to accrue some bank, and they've started up the Baron one more time. Flares, no teleport. Series has it available, and the poke is unrelenting.
Here comes the teleport from Series, looking to collapse on top of Sin. They backed off away from the Baron, but they still want to fight. Poke coming up from Blinky. The ultimate's going to come out from FBI, looking to slow him down. Series gets in front of his AD carry, will be able to protect him, and Sin might have to back off here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's the case, because the poke is just so strong, and Series is able to one-man frontline still. Good pick. Maybe not into the right objective. Maybe should have been looking to establish a little bit more control before they funneled in towards that. They do get the teleport. Looks like they might be able to get a dragon through FBI, but do lose control of the Baron area one more time.
He is starting that one up with Juice, so Sin might be able to take their second drag of the game. Flares, tags, Blinky on the backside there.
But now the race is on. I mean, they actually want to pull the trigger on this Baron. They know 2 members were on the bottom. Shelby can just hop the wall, and Daisy's up.
Here he comes. The high five comes through, but look at Blinky's health. He's going to have to get healed up if he wants to stay alive. Good redemption's going to come out. Another one coming on top of Avant Garde here. But Wizard's been locked out. He has to get the wild growth to get out. Knocked up by Series, slammed into the wall. Blinky will pick up that kill. Rogue's gone down as well. And suddenly Skin, they've got to scatter to the winds because everyone's getting decimated by Avant Garde.
And you can see that Jake just has complete control of his team right now. He makes the call. Might die to the Baron. Needs to get healed. Really nicely done there out of Blinky. Got his supports back. But that was just such a decisive play out of this Avant lineup as now Triple goes in.
Goes toe-to-toe. He's going to be able to outduel Juves there. He says, what? Abyss Light? No way. It's going to be able to take him down.
So a brave call, let's call it that, as he goes over the wall, challenges him to the 1v1, does come up the victor, and that means a clean Baron going to be picked up for Avant Garde right now.
And Avant Garde just further increase their lead here against Sin. 8,000 gold up, they've got the Baron buff, and it's just 26 minutes into this game, Spawn.
Let's have another look at this. Double redemption just does so much heal on the backline. The poke means nothing, and then Jake just flashes forward, cleans up Wizard, who then gets ultied as well as wallbanged. Absolutely nothing he can do there. I mean, the rest of it is just really clean up duty. Without that big team fighting ultimate, there is nothing Sim can do.
And just like that, Avant Garde looking to try and close out this game. Sin have been fighting back strong, but they've just lost advantage after advantage. They can't quite seem to punish Avant Garde.
Yeah, and it looks like right now, like just if you take a big step back, Sin is executing on map plays really nicely. I mean, their calls around the map have been pretty good. However, when it comes to these really scrappy fights, Avant Garde is just excelling. And we expect that out of this team. I mean, Shelby is that kind of player down to a T. He's brought in Triple. You know, Blinky actually is fitting into this lineup so well at the moment. And the real surprising thing to me is this game, their supporting cast in Series and Jake have been so good around Summoner's Rift when it comes to these team fights.
Certainly have. Even said Shelby, you know, he picked up redemption. Normally we'd see Malzahar go towards more damage items. He got an early redemption as well.
I'm telling you, that item, woo, straight up busted against Poke.
Shelby's got the Athenes and Holy Grail. We saw that have a massive impact on the heal that he gave towards Triple when he got that shield. Towards Blinky. They've been able to keep Blinky alive in the majority of these fights, making sure he can continually output the damage that Avant Garde needs.
And this guy's starting to really hurt. I mean, Varys has always been such a good scaling AD carry. I'd love to check out the damage as the game progresses. And now setting up the siege, this time with Baron and a whole heck of brushes.
There's so much poke going down towards Sin. The redemptions are going to come out looking to heal them back up. Daisy is going to be taking up the turret for some time. Gets called back here by Ivan. Triple taking the brunt of the poke that comes back from Sin. It's a game of poke here, Spawn, but Avant Garde, they've got the brush control.
And we see that Triple might actually need a redemption of his own. There it is.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
he jumped out.
Don't go out of the redemption, Triple. You need that for your health, buddy. But it's still looking to push on towards this one. The Curticle's going to come out, looking to try and snipe out Triple. Blinky's going to get tagged as well, but he stays right behind his entire team. They're lining up here, Spawn, making sure that final shot doesn't go through. Shelby will take that one up. The redemption's going to go down again. Finally, Triple knows what to do, and we'll be able to take down the bottom lane turret.
Yeah, so it looks like they finally are able to line up correctly. Single file behind the Poppy, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get you into the building as quickly as possible. And you can see that the poke damage is just so much easily shrugged off when you have the shields that are coming out of Shelby, when you have such a huge frontline tank. And on the other end, I mean, they can't really ignore Triple and Blinky right now.
FBI taking so much damage from the big one rocket that just came out. Series underneath the turret, Shockwave comes through, whips, hits absolutely nobody, and Sinner just getting poked out one by one. Avant Garde chip away at this turret, that will fall as well, and they're onto the base here, Spawn.
They do need to be a little bit careful because Blinky just had to pop heal. There is no shockwave. They will get the inhibitor and should just back away.
Nice, slow, clean and methodical from Avant Garde. After we saw a lot of aggressive playstyle there, they still take down Inhibitor.
About as clean as my room at the moment. I mean, and when I mean that, not very. But, you know, the idea and the execution was there. They did have to burn a summoner spell that they probably didn't need to, but you can see that this is a team that, after a very disappointing week 1, has shown up in week 2 to play pretty hard.
They certainly have, and this is just game 1 here against Sin. Sin, they are a force to be reckoned with. They did get a win last week. It was a 2-1 over Abyss. They are very confident coming into this best-of-3 series as well, but now it's Avant Garde. They're in the driver's seat. They have been for most of this game.
Yeah, and let's talk about that win versus Abyss, because that could have easily been a 2-0 for Sin, but it just probably could have been quite as easily a 2-0 for Abyss. I mean, Frey really did get outperformed after having a great game 1, and they targeted him heavily. And you could tell that was just an Abyss lineup that may be a little bit too new with each other to be able to pull together after such a heavy mid lane focus. I think there was something like 7 bans towards the mid lane. Yep. Absolutely ridiculous. So, you know, you've got to give credit for Sin for digging deep and picking up that win. But that was really on a knife's edge this series. And Avant showing that they're arguably a better lineup right now. We haven't seen them play Abyss, but they do look like they've come together nicely at this stage.
Avant now looking to try and set up towards the Dragon Pit, taking down the Scuttle Crab. That will be spawning in 25 seconds.
This is the annoying Corki build, by the way, because he has the rapid fire cannon, which gives him so much extended range, and he shoots out a rocket and doesn't even hit you. Then he like shoots you in the head with the rapid fire cannon, and you're like, where the heck did my health go? Like, he does magic damage, he does physical damage with those auto attacks. It's one of those builds that if he gets the crit right with the Sheen proc, it really does hurt your fish. You wonder where the damage is coming from.
Well, let's see if Triple can output even more damage in these next few fights. The third dragon of the game is going to spawn. This time round, it's Avant that are looking to take that one down. No one from the side of Sin here to try and contest that first dragon for Avant.
None and Sensor has been picked up, if you don't mind, by Shelby right now. He's a full support. Give that man exhaust and send him to the bottom lane for game 2. I mean, he's not building anything remotely carry at the moment.
They're all making sure that they can keep Blinking alive because he's been outputting quite a tremendous amount of damage so far. And Triple as well on this Corki. Assisting with the poke that Avant Garde have been constantly throwing out towards Sin.
And I like this. They're cleared out the Baron area. They're taking control of topside jungle. They're allowing the bottom lane to push in. Then presumably they're going to get a nice shop in and set up for this Baron one more time. It's a minute away. That means that bottom lane should be able to push up. I mean, Flares has teleport, so we can at least answer it for now. But there is absolutely no way that Sin know what is going on that top side of the map.
And it's a minute until that Baron buff is going to be back up. We'll have to see if Avant look to pincer that
Look at this.
position on the map.
Triple control ward, a control ward in the tri-brush up in top lane. There is no way a flank is going to come through. And as long as they hold this line, they can guarantee that Sin is walking into Fog of War. It means they can either rush it down, they can set up a pick. Face-checking Varus has always been one of those things you don't want to do because his ult, whilst easy to miss, is such a high-impact ability. This could be the game on the line right now. And finally, AV's macro, it looks to have been cleaned up incredibly well.
They've got 5 control wards on the map. 3 in the inventory. If you count Jakey's extra one, that's 4, and 2 Trinket blue wards ready and available for Triple and Blinky. Avant Garde looking to try and slowly take out
And they've just picked up a package, it looks like it right now. Triple's streaming out of the base with that one. So this really is pick central. They're continually using those brushes to sweep, and my God, Juves, you do not want to be there.
He's already taken quite a bit of damage. Jakey looking to see if he can lock him down. Triple, like you mentioned, already has that package. Series though, he's in the base spawn.
Well, if they left the back door open, Fish, I may as well walk in there, he says. And looking to see if he can get a little bit of chip damage.
And it forces Flares to recall to try and deal with this immense Poppy, but that gives Avant Garde the all clear to high-five Daisy and say, let's start up this Baron, boys.
Teleport coming back out. Will they even get there in time? They back away.
Coda Call's going to come out. Triple takes the brunt of the damage, does get shielded up by Shelby. The final shot's not going to connect.
In there.
There goes Series, looking to lock them down. 3-man knocker coming out for this Poppy. Still has a GA, he's not afraid. Blinky's already in the back lines. Rogue is the first target. Shelby's going to lock down FBI and delivers the Poppy Hammer into the team. Now Sin are trying to run away from everybody. They already lost 2 members spawn.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, when you have a look at the back end of that, 1 for 1, 1 for 2 in the end, that's pretty all right. But honestly, with the rest of the members still being incredibly healthy, and not being able to kill the Poppy, it just means they're going to be able to march through the front door this time and take down a couple more turrets.
And they've already lost so much health from their first Nexus turret. Trying to defend against this one. Jakey's gone forward. There goes Wizard. He's locked down. Going to get locked down here by the Poppy, who just throws out the buckler once again. Triple wants to take down Juice one more time, but he's going to flash away. Flares has to get underneath his turret, but it's going to be Avant Garde chasing towards the Nexus.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, one turret is going to fall down. The second shortly to follow.
As Triple once again just takes down Juves in the back lines. It's only Rogue and Flares left to try and defend. They're onto the inhibitors here. The Nexus turrets are still taking a beating. Avant Garde, they're going to wait this one out again.
Oh, you know, slow and steady wins the race. They don't want to win without their captain. I mean, that's just not a team sport. So, you know, waiting for Jake to respawn. Going to reset up the map. 2 inhibitors down. Nexus turret 1 shot away from death. I mean, I think they could have closed it out there, but I respect it. Play it nice and slowly. There's no point throwing it away now, guys. Let's just set up around Baron. We know they don't have their teleport available, and let's go again.
And they still got Baron to take, like you mentioned. If they set up, take that one down, it's going to be easy for Avant to push in and close out this game. They're still set up again. Chelby's going to be trying to clear out as many wards as possible.
And what a controlled play out of Chelby. This is a guy that, you know, in the past was renowned for his Elise, and such aggressive jungling. If he can go towards a more controlled, measured style and really set up Blinky, set up Triple to be these carries, you think that they have a good team fighting team ready to start evolving as the split continues.
Sin now know that this Baron buff is where Avant Garde are going to put pressure on the map. They're trying to collapse and defend that major objective, but look at the bottom lane spawn. There's so many minions crashing into the base.
I mean, that's all you're waiting for, really. Bottom lane's already in the base. They're going to be able to continue to push up there. Sin's trying to get access to the brush from mid lane so they don't have to walk through the choke point.
But Juice, he's going to go in, has to pop the invisibility. Will be able to get away, but takes quite a bit of damage. Curtical comes out, doesn't do too much to the side of Avant Garde. But the minions, they're all in the base spawn. Sin have to pull the trigger now if they want to get something out of this.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, even if they win a team fight right now, their base is still in shambles, and instead they back away.
They've already lost that Nexus turret. The minions are onto the Nexus here, Spawn. It's a race against time. This should give Avant Garde the free Baron.
And what a frustrating way to lose, being drawn out of your base, being continually suffocated. Minions are absolutely everywhere, and this time it's going to be 5 members of Avant with a Baron buff running into an open Nexus.
And already, everyone from Sin, they've gone back to base. They know they've got to defend that Nexus, but Avant, they've got their eyes set towards that final inhibitor. They want to suffocate Sin here and make sure there's no way for them to get back into this one.
I mean, tutorial mode right now. You have to clean up the whole base, make sure none of the inhibitors are alive, and they're very close to finishing it.
Well, that inhibitor is going to fall down. The only thing left between Sin's defeat here is that Nexus turret. They have to make a stand sometime, Spawn. They're desperate to try and pull out Avant Garde here, but they're just making sure that they just back off every single time Sin come forward.
And you can see that this is starting to frustrate Sin because without big initiation, I mean, their comp never really had it. It's just impossible to get in there. They don't have the evolved wings. They can't take a ball to the back line. And you can see that they're just escorting, ushering in the minions. Blinky. Trying to make it interesting.
Well, there they go. Juice jumps in with that shockwave, only collects on Chelby, and it's going to be the Kha'Zix that falls first. Triple and Blinky slowly chasing down the remaining members. They don't have to kill anyone else here, Spawn, because the Nexus is going to fall, and Avant Garde pick up game 1.
Yeah, and in the end, you have to say that they did it reasonably cleanly. I mean, some shaky plays. They got teleported on a few times from flares, but being able to establish Series as Poppy in the top lane just meant that they always had the stronger front line. And you can see it on Blinky's face. He knew he has the safest hands in Piermont right now. Able to catch a couple of shockwaves, but still able to pick up a W.
Yeah, as Avant Garde, you know, slow and steady to win that race. It looked like they could have closed out the game a lot earlier there, but they made sure they made no mistakes towards the end there, not allowing Sin any chance to get back
But why
into
close
that
it
one.
up early? I mean, they're not on a clock. They can play forever. The Summoner's Rift doesn't shut down as long as they get it done. I mean, as long as that they're confident in the play. And I like that. If ever in doubt, if you're a young team, I mean, back away. You very rarely get punished after you've taken 2 inhibitors down. And, you know, setting up for that Baron turned out to be the right call because they did close it out very cleanly.
Well, that's all from us here at the casting table. For now, let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Spawn. Thank you, Fish. Well, gentlemen, it looks like AV have taken that first win easy, as Jake said in the interview pre-game. I mean, how do you think that went? Rusty?
They got smacked. It's like it started off pretty well for Sin. There was moments, but at the end of the day, Poppy became Poppy. It's the one thing you don't want to happen, especially not that early into the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to touch on that as well. And it sort of comes down to what happened when Flares decided to teleport down to that bot lane, nothing really happened for him. He ended up dying in that situation. That allowed Poppy to have sweet free time up in top because it was all good. Ceres cancelled his teleport, and then from that point on, everything was cool as Poppy. Poppy does Poppy things.
All right, well, let us bring up pick bans as we see them on our screen. And the first thing I want to talk about is the Jace versus Poppy, which is what Mendrix was kind of alluding to there. Rusty?
Yeah, so the way that this works is Jace is expected to have about a 30 CS advantage, to have control in the lane. And the reason that Jace works into Poppy is that you keep Poppy pressured, so she can't get around the map, can't teleport or help the team. But if she does, you take at least the turret for the troubles that she has taken to go. What has happened is the opposite in this game, and that's where the real problem came out. Because as you mentioned, Jace teleports, doesn't work out, and Poppy catches up. No advantage, no opportunity to get back in. And Sirius, I don't know where that came from, but he's had his wheat bix this morning, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really put the pedal to the metal. That was what's really good about it. He found his advantage, and then he immediately just put his foot on it, basically getting himself 2 solo kills off the back of that against an arguably very safe champion in lane.
All right, well, let's also talk about the Lulu pick as well, because Lulu was picked as a quote-unquote counter to Malzahar. Mendrix, have you seen a lot of this before?
So we don't really see too much of it in the league internationally, but it has been known to be picked up. I think in the in the LCS. One of the LCSs.
NALCS.
NALCS, there we go. And what's good about it is that Pix actually uses her auto attack, and then it's able to take out the Voilins immediately. Deals with those pesky buggers pretty quickly.
It's the same principle as why you would pick Misfortune into Zyra, and especially something we saw throughout all of Worlds is you can auto-attack the plants, do more damage. You've also got the utility with the ultimate to keep someone alive if Malzahar chooses to go in, and you've got Poke to keep his shield down. So if you've got a pokey AD carry with you, such as we saw from the Jhin, then it is a decent 2v2 lane, but pretty risky overall.
All right, well, let's take a look at our first replay. It's a bit of a jungle chase, and Mendrix, you were saying that this is something people can take away and play at home.
Yes, so this is something you can really take away in all your solo queue games. So as you can see here, Triple does a fantastic job to pick up the kill there, and then Sin decide to respond, get their kills back, and they're jumping through, everyone's throwing all their abilities out, going, yes, we're getting the kills, this is great. And well, it's fine for Avant. They decide to go, no worries, you can keep on chasing our players around the map all you want. We're going to take the mid lane. We're going to take the top lane. Objectives win the game, folks. And AV were able to really solidify their lead off the back of that.
The big thing is that everybody rotated. Juves went for the fight. He wanted to try and get the redemption kill, but if 3 people go and your lane's already being pushed, don't go. Like, just protect the turrets. They're worth gold for your whole team. The 300's not.
Sure. That's the takeaway. The takeaway is protect your turrets.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a good broad point to make. Well, let's take a look at the second replay, which is the team fight into the Baron. Mendrix, you want to set up for us?
Certainly. So the reason why this is such a great decision for AV is they've got double redemption. As you can actually see it in effect here now. They can jump in there, they can throw out the Ivern bushes, keep everything under control, and then they've got Jakey who understands he's the engage. They immediately lock down the biggest threat on the side of Sin, which is Wizard. And then from there, they're able to clean up the fight. And this is ideally sort of the hair that broke the horse's back. This is what allowed them to get into that game and just take complete control.
Yeah, the important part as well there for me is that they were playing a team composition that had 2 tanks, and they were forcing what was a poke composition from Sin to run at them. And by forcing them to come at you, your engage is infinitely easier with the Varus ulti, with the Poppy and the Malzahar that we saw from Jake.
All right, well, that is AV taking out Game 1 versus Sin. It's time for us to take a break. We'll be back with Game 2 right after this.
Because Juve's in here, flashes in, gets some good damage down, flares his teleporter down to the bot lane, he knocks Jake back, but there's so many Voidlings!
Oh my god!
Jake, he's gonna pick up first blood, the Voidling swarms enough! Flares in a lot of trouble, has to flash out, but Series flashes on top of him and picks up the kill in the top lane. Now Shelby's on top, gonna throw down the root, Juve's looking to see if he can turn this one now, but Flares is gonna fall to the Ivern who throws out an auto attack from the brush. Now Kha'Zix's coming in there, Redemption comes out to heal up the team, Wizard's trying to get in amongst it. The Lulu ultimate's going to come out, but Juve has got to flash away. Gets the slow down towards Blink. He goes back in, gets the wild growth. He's constantly slowing down Jake. He's trying to run for his life, but it's FBI with the double kill. But Wizard's been locked out. He has to get the wild growth to get out. Knocked up by Series, slammed into the wall. Big U will pick up that kill. Rogue's gone down as well. And suddenly Skin, they've got to scatter to the winds because everyone's getting decimated by a Avant. There goes Series, looking to lock them down. 3-man knocker coming up. confidence, Poppy. Still has a GA, he's not afraid. Blinky's already in the back lines. Rogue is the first target. Chubby's going to lock down FBI and delivers the Poppy Hammer into the team. Well, there they go. Juice jumps in with that shockwave, only collects on Shelby, and it's going to be the Kha'Zix that falls first. Triple and Blinky slowly chasing down the remaining members. They don't have to kill anyone else here, Spawn, because the Nexus is going to fall, and Avant pick up game 1.
This is solo queue, so everyone make mistakes. But mistakes are opportunities. Like this. My top laner get ganked and died, so there's no KO. Hikarim wants to shove lane, more pressure, more gold, good for him. I already grabbed raids, so I know if they can see me or not. So I go top and get the wave. Turrets don't need gold, you know. I join lane and Hikarim backed up. That's smart. I get the farm and I go back to do my job. Then Hikarim gets greedy for one more wave. Like I said, everyone made mistakes and Hikarim is gonna die for this one. It's solo queue, so Kha'Zix is probably not here. So I come back, I chase him down. I have Ghost, I have Q, I have ult. That makes it easy. I get the kill, I shove lane. Kill's alive again, and she can see that her lane is good, and she also gets TP. She looks around the map. She saw a good opportunity on bot. 3v2, easy kill, or dragon, whatever. And all that started with KO overextending and dying. Mistakes are opportunities, you know?
I told you this was a bad deal, man! Shut up and move! Which way? Over here! I see it! I see it! We're almost there, man! Let's go! I'm sorry! Come on!
Before last weekend, heading into the Abyss series, I thought honestly we would get a clean 2-0. I probably didn't respect Abyss enough because obviously they lost their power player Luch. We didn't ban Rengar either because we didn't think Seb could play it that well.
It was kind of like we defeated ourselves, you know. We gave them advantages, they didn't proactively make the plays. We were still making the plays proactively when we were ahead. And I think that kind of shined through. And then we just tidied it up a bit, gave them a bit more respect, and that's how we took the series.
And Sid will take game 3 against Abyss.
When we first moved into the house, before we had it all set up, everyone in the house and internet, it was poker night every night.
The best player at poker So I'd say it's me, hands down me. I've got the good poker face, I get in their head, I've got mind games.
Juves is a bit of a trickster and joker. He likes to tell us what his cards are.
If I have double aces, I'll say, imagine if someone had double aces.
If he's lying or telling the truth, you just don't know. He tries to play with people's minds.
Our current roster, as it stands, I think is better than any iteration of Sin that we ever had. If you asked anyone that followed OPL, they would say, describe Sin, it would just be 1-3-1 or 4-1, split push. And that's all we had, so it's really easy to pick ban against us.
So with the new players, it gives the team a new dynamic that we can play around. You know, we're not a one-dimensional team anymore. We have all these new players we can play around, and we have carry threats in 3 different roles now.
We have players like Flares who can carry. Wizard shown in his Echo game against Abyss that he can pop off and carry. I think we have options in every single lane to carry a game, and we can definitely challenge for like top 3, top 2, why not, and try and win the OPL.
Welcome back to the OPL. We're about to get into game number 2 of Sin versus AV. My name is Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Zach Rusty Pye and our in-house analyst, Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And Zach, Rusty, how are we going to get back into game number 2? How is AV going to get back in? Sorry, how is Sin going to get back in after their loss?
Well, AV don't have to do anything.
Oh my goodness.
Sin, how are they going to get back into this second game?
Yes.
I think we don't have to actually highlight their drafting. They made a decision. They consciously wanted this team composition. It wasn't thwarted in any way. I think the biggest thing we have to look towards with Sin is their execution and their confidence in either if they want the Jace to get ahead, don't make a 4-minute play down bottom that's going to go awry like that. Make sure you're taking better percent opportunities and just play better as a team.
Yeah, and also on what I like to discuss as well is they did have a really good team composition. They had a great draft in place. They even had this idea like they didn't have a tank. That was one big thing you need to take into account. But they had the option to have a pseudo tank when they needed to on demand. So you immediately throw the ball onto Kha'Zix, you immediately throw the wild growth onto him, and for 6 seconds, he does a pretty decent job, especially with the fact that he is a ball delivery system at the same time. And although the execution wasn't there, you couldn't really realize it, and that's why this sort of fell flat.
Yeah, we saw also last week that Sim went down in the first game and then picked up 2 games in games 2 and 3. I mean, are they just getting warmed up, do you think?
I think they're a team that has got a lot of mental fortitude. They definitely like to warm up. And they're an emotional side, so losses such as what we saw in Game 1 could actually affect them quite negatively. But I think overall, again, being in that live setting, having Juves to round the team up and keep them all positive, they should be good coming into this second game and might actually help them and spur them to do better.
Well, Mendrix, for AV, how are they going to shut this out and get a 2-0? How do you think they can really just put the ropes on Sin?
Well, one of the big things that I think they should do is just continue doing what they are doing. Why fix it if it's not broken? It's completely fine to leave it as it is. Ideally, they could probably look to maybe ban out Flares a little bit more. I mean, they did let him get his Jace, but ended up working out in their favor in that particular game. They might not get so lucky this time around.
Yeah, Rusty, do you agree with that? That just let them do what they're going to do, and then that's all they got to play around?
I mean, Sin are probably going to ban things that they won with as well, so they'll have to try something different. I don't know if Malzahar will be standing. Lulu's a cute idea. It definitely has merit in the strategy behind it, but there's no point leaving up a champion that leaves open such a big risk. You may as well just get rid of that, force them into a more standard support and try and take it to them, because Rogue should be the person winning that bottom lane. He's the aggressor, and that's not what we saw.
Well, AV up 1 game over Sin in this series. Let's get your predictions for the rest of the series. Do you think this is going to be a 2-1 to Sin, AV, or are AV going to take this 2-0?
So when I initially started this, I was actually going to say 2-1 to Sin. I'm going to keep that as is the case, so they still have the ability to get back into it. Avant Garde are looking very strong, though.
Yeah, I had 2-1 AV. So I think I'm happy to stick with 2-1 AV. I think Sin have got a lot of gas in the tank. They can bring out a strategy. Their drafts are good. I trust Bansal to give them 1 win, but I think AV has the series.
See, I had AV as 2-1 as well, and when we were recording the podcast yesterday, which you can find on SoundCloud if you want to go download that, Jake Spontiberi said, hey, no, this is a Sin 2-1. I think he was on record at Saving Fish. They said Sin 2-1. But now that you've seen them play that first game, and are you also being honest with this? You're saying you were always AV from the start? Because I didn't ask you predictions at the start. You were always AV? You're not flip-flopping on me for this?
You can find the tips online. I definitely had AV 2-1. I'm going to stick by it.
OPLtips.com.au if you'd like to check out our tips and make sure we're not lying here on the desk. But that's enough from us here at the analyst desk. Let's throw it over our casters and Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Michael. You know, it wouldn't be a day on the analyst desk if Hingers couldn't explain something in a quick timely fashion. Sin could probably, how they Avant gonna take it back here, Spawn.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with Hingers in that regard. I have no idea what he meant, but I trust him. He hasn't let me down in the past. However, in saying that, I don't think anyone could have predicted that man on your screen series would come out and solo kill Flares a couple of times. I mean, if anyone has that prediction written down somewhere, I would like to see it because you are a better analyst than I am. However, he did have a good matchup after the Jace had burnt teleport in the bottom lane. It meant that Flares had very limited options remaining.
And he's 2 for 2 now, Spawn. He took down Tally in a 1-on-1. Now he's taken down Flares in a 1-on-1. It looks like he just wants to kill every single top laner in this league.
I ran into Tally upstairs and he said it's not a fluke. This guy's legit. Like, I was getting, flamed and harassed about it. He said I'm giving props to Series. He's, a legit top laner. Obviously, great young player and able to excel in what is a high-pressure environment. AV need him to step up and go toe-to-toe with a great international quality top laner, and he was able to do that game one.
Yeah, I like that guy now. Spent 4 years in Singapore, so I'm happy, representing the country here. Swan's now looking at me with disgust as we go through
Hey, I love
Select.
Singaporeans. Singapore is a beautiful part of the world. You will never hear me about my dad. Of course, work out of Malaysia a little bit myself. That's a great part of the world as well.
Certainly is. But we are back into Champions Select here, Spawn, for Avant Garde taking on Sin. Avant currently lead 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. Already some adaptations to the ban here, Spawn, as Jace, Misfortune, as well as Zyra are going to be the 3 bans coming out from Avant Garde. LeBlanc, Rengar, as well as Camille are going to hit the bench.
And it looks like they're setting themselves up for the Malzahar first pick again. Wouldn't be surprised if Jake locks that in. Of course, Triple can pick it up in the mid lanes, played it in the past. I like the Lulu counter pick. I did not like Lulu Jhin.
Yep.
I think that Lulu synergizes much better with the other AD carries. I just don't think the setup is necessarily there. However, it did do quite well against Malzahar, even though it had a kill early on in the laning phase.
Well, let's see if Sin is still going to go back to that Lulu support. They want to pick it up. They should pick it up nice and early to avoid it being banned out during that second ban phase.
Ooh.
However, it's going to be FBI that picks up Varus here, taking that one away from Blinky, which has been his go-to champion for most of their games so far. And
All their
Juice
games.
will be back on Kha'Zix.
I mean, has Blinky actually played anything else? That's 3 Varus games, so he's going to be on something else this game. I like the fact that they've gone towards taking that away. I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on Avant Garde's AD carry. I think, however, that if they don't take Lulu in this first round rotation, it's going to get banned away in the second round of ban. So I think that they're kind of shoehorned into a Lulu there, which means that Flares might get targeted in the top lane.
Well, let's see what Avant Garde are going to round out their first pick phase with. Elise was not banned out this time round, and will be Chelby that takes it into the jungle, opting to not pick up the Ivan this time. Not many target bans towards a triple just yet. He has the opportunity to take away the Corki here from Wizard.
I would expect it. I think that Corki might give them maybe a little bit too much magic damage, and a Jhin. That's interesting.
Yeah. Locking that one down for Blinky.
Of course, you don't want Jhin Varus on the same comp, and that you can... Oh, there we go. Called it. You can have Wizard pick up the Varus if they want to take Jhin for FBI, so I do like the fact that AV nullify the potential Pope comp coming out of Sin Gaming with that pickup.
And like you said, Lulu will be locked in here for Sin, so they've got their bottom lane picked up. Now, just their solo laners remaining for Wizard as well as Flares.
And you can see who they want to actually pinch here, because all of a sudden, Cannon Band's going to come out. Ooh, Fiora actually in the top lane. Flares wants to play a tank. Do they get rid of the Poppy or the Maokai?
The 2 top lane bans, a mid lane ban over towards Triple this time round, banning out one of his pocket picks.
I actually think you have to get rid of the Poppy here. I mean, we saw Flares play it in their last victory last week, and he was just an absolute brick wall. I mean, there's things that you can do on Poppy that you can't do on Maokai. Is a legitimate backline threat, so I would expect that to be the ban. You can see Blinky on your screen discussing it. I don't want to be repetitively smacked in the face by a Poppy, he says. Please, someone find that ban.
But instead they go for the Orianna. They don't want Wizard to pick up that champion again.
Yeah, that was weird, because they dealt with the Orianna quite handily, I actually think. Not very many huge shockwaves came out, and I really think that's a misdraft out of Avant.
Immediately, Poppy's going to get locked in for Sin. They want Flares to pick that champion up again. Let's see what Series... Sorry, they want Flares to pick up that champion this time around. Let's see what Series is going to be able to do to respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, now he's just taking a suboptimal tank, isn't he? I mean, he's going to probably go towards something like a Maokai. It's a good delivery, but yeah. I'm not sure about this one, Fish. I think that's a missed trick.
Well, Maokai is locked in for Avant Garde. Still waiting to see what their mid lane of choice for Triple is going to be. There's still a lot of mid laners left up and available. Ryze and Syndra are still on the table.
I mean, now neither jungler really has all that much kill threat. I mean, lots of pressure can be applied through the CC, but not really enough damage to get done because they're both like kind of magic-y and physically on the other side. I mean, Avant, heavy magic damage, Sin, very physical damage at the moment in their compositions.
Sin as well looking for their mid lane, unless we get a big throwback to Lulu in the mid lane, which should not happen.
Varus in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I mean, still a pretty good pick. We saw Samsung at Worlds use that to great effect. Varus is unchanged at the moment.
But it is going to be the Echo that gets locked in. That's not going to the top lane. Wizards already had one good performance on this champion, and he looks to do it again into the Syndra matchup.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that they picked up Syndra in that regard because Echo has a completely fine time just shoving that lane. A couple of time winders. If you ever get ultied, you just ulti yourself. I mean, you're completely fine in the lane, and your persistent damage is good enough to take down the Syndra. So Wizard, he's definitely comfortable. They're going to run double exhaust against him. I don't blame them after his performance last week. And Triple needs to be on his game because if Wizard gets another lead in the laning phase, this could go all kinds of pear-shaped.
On the flip side, Wizard's going to be taking Teleport onto Summoner's Rift again. We see him do this quite often when he picks up the Echo. Just about to see what impact he's going to have in this game for Sin. He was able to get an early roam out again when he picked up Orianna last game. Got a single kill for it. Was ahead of Triple in lane, which was surprising to see, but just the rest of the map for Sin was kind of falling apart.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, when you have a look at Wizard, I think that we're just going to continue to see the growth of this guy because we said that, you know, it doesn't have much of a laning phase. He's proven that wrong a couple of games now. So hopefully he can continue to take that next step, continue the laning phase, get the good team fights rolling because maybe that's what was missing last game. It was a hard to execute team fight comp. You could see that they wanted to play 1-3-1, but he really needed to be that game impacting mid laner with the Orianna and just couldn't get it done.
As a flip side, we're still looking towards Triple. He was hyped up quite a bit when he first entered the scene, has been playing fairly solid in most of his games so far. Hopefully we can see a little bit more from him as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's the X factor, right?
Yep.
So solid isn't good enough for Avant Garde. They want their mid laner to be on point, getting solo kills, carrying around the map, and big pressure on him because we've already seen this once, and it went well for Wizard on the Echo. So hopefully Triple this game is prepared and ready to get in there, really have a good carry performance.
Well, we're going to get onto Summoner's Rift in just a bit, and as we do that, let's check in with Michael Hingers, who is about to, you know, talk to one of the coaches in just a second. And that will come up shortly, but Avant, they're storming onto the Rift here against Sin in game number 2 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, you can see high school Echo running out there. Great skin. I love that one. It was actually Project, so I can't even see.
Well, just as Hingers is not able to explain things well, neither is he able to be punctual, it seems. He's going to be talking to one of the coaches right now.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with coach of AV, Pinch. And I want to start by asking about your first victory, following up with 2 bans of champions they played in that first game. What's behind the Jace and the Orianna bans?
Sure. Well, in the first game, we're able to shut down flares really hard with the Poppy into the Jace. We think that matchup is super good, and Evan's a really good Poppy, so that was why we picked it up. On red side, though, you have the luxury of being able to last pick your top laner, so we can't have the Poppy counter pick, so it's obvious to just ban the Jace. Then with the Echo, like Flares is still a very strong player, as we know. With the Echo ban, I mean the Echo pick.
The Orianna ban.
Oh, the Orianna ban, sorry, yeah. With the Ori ban, we basically did that because Orianna is very good into Cassio, so the 2 mids that were left open were basically Syndra and Cassiopeia. If we pick the Syndra lanes well into Cassio, so then we win that matchup. And then, yeah, they brought up the Echo, which we can deal with very easily.
Yeah, so last week, speaking of Echo, you would have seen Wizard on Echo. You say you can deal with it easily. You're not worried at all?
Not really. Echo kind of locks you into a 1-3-1 composition style, and since we have a lot of pick, we have a lot of tools to start fights elsewhere on the map. So, yeah, we can just deal with it.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, and best of luck in the game.
All right, thanks so much.
Really well reasoned there, actually, by Pinch. I mean, he's spotted the 1-3-1. I mean, that has typically been how you've run Echo. So I like the fact that he's confident in being able to generate picks. This is brave out of Juve, sticking around for a second camp. Might actually be caught out by Chelby here, who's going to hard go for his blue and see it's not available.
Nope, he decides to put down the ward. Juve does not get spotted out and takes 2 camps away from Chelby to start things off. So already a nice invade coming out from Juves.
So potentially we're going to see a 3 buff here. I mean, Chelby can't really move up to the top side of the jungle. No camps left available. We'll see whether he goes back towards bottom lane and tries to fight. Although Blinky and Jake have been pushed in by FBI and Rogue. This is a much better Lulu lane. I like Lulu Varus.
Yep, we'll be able to give him that extra attack speed. Let's see if he's let's see how FBI is going to itemize his Varus. We've already seen 3 different builds in the OPL. All 3 from Blinky, actually. So let's see if FBI has any tricks up his sleeves. And, you know, just going back to what Pinch was saying earlier there, just shows how with that new 10-ban system, there's a lot more strategy that comes into play. And it's good to see that these coaches are really thinking about how every single point of that draft is going to matter.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, well reasoned there in what he was saying. I would be interested to see if they go through 1-3-1. They have a pretty good team fighting comp, I feel like, Sin. And we keep undervaluing their team fight. We did it to Direwolves a little bit in week 1 as well. So, you know, I think they have a couple more options than Pinch is giving them credit for, but he's right. Making Echo work in a genuine team fight comp is quite difficult.
Meanwhile, we check in with Juice, who has successfully completed his rebuff against Shelby. Only has 4 camps to his name, but those are all 4 major camps being picked up by the Kazakhs. Shelby, though, sitting on 18 right now, looking to go through the river, see if he can spot out Juves or potentially take down a few camps of his own. They might actually meet here. Juves is a level above of the Spider. But a wall will be placed down by Shelby. We'll be able to spot him out. He looks to try and take down the Scuttle Crab next.
And this is dangerous because Wizard has priority in the mid lane. We're going to see that right now. Triple is under his turret, whereas bottom lane, the lane had actually reversed. So that gives Shelby access to the Scuttle Crab. Don't want to call down Wizard early again, forfeit the lane the same way they did last time around. Instead, you're going to actually see a roam up into the mid lane out of Jake.
2 members moving in towards that mid lane, looking to see if they can get the jump on towards Wizard, who in traditional Wizard style is pushing out that wave as fast as he can.
Yeah, but once again, back to missing some crucial CS. He's already down 7, which is a full wave pretty much. So that's not going to hold him in good stead. You see Shelby looking for a gank, was actually on top of a ward. Stead just needs to start farming up because Juves is really farming up a Storm right now. And if Kazik speeds you to 6, he can really start punishing around the map.
Even though it looks like Shelby's up in CS here, Juice has taken so many more of those major camps, giving him that huge spike in experience as well as gold.
He's got it on clockwork right now. I mean, you can see warding out the camp. He can go back to Gromp if you want. That will be another really nice pickup for him. Shelby is actually nearly executing to Raptors. No one has yet died to them. However, I think it was Spooks that predicted that there would be a couple of deaths to that particular camp.
Shelby is going to use that time to go back to base, and like you mentioned, Clockwork turns on here for Juves as he looks to try and take down the Gromp camp next inside of Shelby's jungle.
And he's just got the whole jungle on lockdown. I mean, right now, you can see Shelby actually goes back to a Tracker's pickup, wants to make sure that...
Oh, get it? Nope, Juves still able to take the Gromp away. Series not able to stop him there.
Yeah, Shelby really wants to be able to grab control of his jungle back. You can see he goes for the item that's able to pick up a couple of extra wards for himself.
Yep.
Going to look to, you know, force Juves out, because if they continue to allow the Kazakhs to run rampant, it's just going to scale up so nicely into this mid game.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Rogue going toe-to-toe against Jake here, just trying to trade back and forth between these 80 carries and supports. Very even on farm between the 2 of them. FBI and Blinky just going toe-to-toe for now. Neither of them have gone back to base or used their health potion just yet. The only ones that really have are Rogue getting jumped out here, forced to flash and get the heal. Those Voidlings dealing a ton of damage there. Avant Garde with the tricky plays.
Yeah, actually walked into a crit shot there, looking to zone, and Blinky just, you know, shoots him. I mean, that's a response to it if there ever is one. And it does mean that he's going to have to burn double Summoner Spell, 1 out of his AD carry, another one, or... Enough of that.
Caught out here. Here comes Triple, though, looking for the stun down onto Juves, and it will be Triple that picks up first blood.
And you can just see Syndra misses the combo completely. I mean, that was a whiff. No stun came out at all, but Cocoon was enough, and they're able to lock that one up. FBI now looking for a kill.
Going for the trade against Blinky. He gets exhausted. Jake's going to throw down the Voidling as well. But FBI will be able to flash back to safety.
Yeah, is able to do so, and you can see that with the arrows, might have a poke advantage, but is running quite low on mana. This lane is honestly on a knife's edge. And you can see Jake moves up to zone away, and that should be a guaranteed recall. Actually might be best to just do it now, honestly, Blinky. The wave will just reset in front of the turret. Instead, looking to push up, might need a couple of extra creeps for a shop.
Let's see what he can do here. They are very even in that bottom lane. You can already see FBI's gone back to base, picked up a BF sword as his first item.
Cool, so Blinky does leave the wave alone. It looks like he was just trimming it, making sure it would freeze up nicely for him. Want to get a good look at that bottom lane if I can, Mr. Reserver, just to count the creeps there, see whether it is frozen or not. Looks like it's actually going to continue to push into the turret. I do it on my screen, that's all right. Top lane, meanwhile, Flares.
He's been doing a pretty good job here up here, Flares, on the first back for series. Did not burn a single corrupting potion. Was able to go toe-to-toe against the Maokai once again before going back to get that Spectral Scowl. But now Series has the double Doran's ring, where Maokai can really start to trade and punish top laners.
Yeah, certainly can. And I mean, Maokai is just so annoying to push out of lane because of sap magic, and you know the way that Flares is going to have to clear out creeps is through spamming that Q. So you can see just continually getting health back. Went with a double Doran start. Didn't have to burn teleport first time around, so looking to get back in lane with a bigger shot this time.
So Blinky's gone back to base, picked up a Cull. He really likes that item. Picked it up 2 games in a row now with the Caulfield's Warhammer. The supports upgrading their support item here for Jake as well as Boots, whereas Sightstone being picked up by Rogue.
And finally, Triple having a good lane in the mid lane. He's up 11 CS, so a couple of creep waves there, as well as the first blood kill that he was able to pick up onto Juves. Juves, after being killed, has been noticeably slowed down and spotted out on a ward right now.
Shelby did hit level 6 at the same time here. Triple does have his blue buff to work with in this mid lane. Flare's now making his way down. Triple's going to get knocked back here. Shelby going to try and go toe-to-toe against the Echo. Now a teleport's coming down as well. Triple will get slammed up against the wall. Flares picks up a nice big shield, but Triple's going in, throws down the ultimate. Wizard's in trouble. Series flashes on top of him, and Avant got to turn this one around. Flares is in trouble. Will get cocooned and locked down. The Incy-Wincy Spider gets down there for the tree to pick up the double kill.
Yeah, and real nice teleport usage out of Series. You saw that he walked back top lane, then teleported into mid. They're able to pick up a double for him. He's now, once again, accelerated in this laning phase. And if it just keeps happening every game, Fish, I mean, it can't be discounted to luck every time. The top laner for Avant, they've done it again. They've just managed to pick up another great rookie. You see here, Shelby actually goes in for the aggressive play. The teleport comes out, and Sin kind of scatter. Everyone wants to attack their own target, whereas a lot more concentrated here. Maybe a little bit of an unnecessary flash to guarantee the kill, but the layering of CC is what is impressive. The stun into Cocoon, Maokai able to pick it up, and pretty much all the turret health gone in that mid lane, and Morello Nomicon already picked up 10 minutes into this one. Triple's having a good laning phase.
That's going to cripple Wizard here, who's only got that Hex Tech Revolver spawn. Not even the Proto Belt being picked up just yet.
Yeah, and it's a cheaper alternative. I mean, see whether he's able to get there in the end. Juve's looking for potentially a play on the bottom lane. About to be spotted out.
Will get spotted out by the control ward in the Tri-Brush. Decides he doesn't want to clear it either.
I mean, that's just a dangerous clear. I mean, you don't know where Shelby is right now. You assume that the counter gank is going to be incoming because when the Kha'Zix is level 6, you generally have to play bottom side of the map when there's a Infernal Drake just sitting there ready to be taken. So you can understand his hesitation to clear out the ward. Instead, it looks like just Recall is going to come in across the map and a little bit more scuffling in the top lane.
Yeah, Series going toe-to-toe against Flares here. Flares going to be opting to pick up the Courage of the Colossus on his Poppy, not going for the Grass in the Dine that we saw Series pick up earlier. He's just going toe-to-toe against his Poppy. He doesn't care right now. He's got 2 kills and almost his Sunfire Cape completed.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see that he's just happy to take the trades as long as he can step on the Buckler first. So able to get that done. Really, this is impressive out of a young top laner to be able to go toe-to-toe, you know, show no hesitation in taking the fights when he has to. Really nice play out of Series. If he's not man of the match so far, he should be.
This Wizard continues to struggle in this mid lane. Triple is constantly pushing out this Echo.
I mean, and how do they get wave clear here? I mean, he's going to have to use his ultimate to get back to lane, but that opens up kill threat. Does he burn teleport instead and give up their global pressure? He does, actually. Oh, this is just, it's such a rough call for Wizard to have to make.
Does have his blue buff now, so should be able to try and push back against Triple. But that turret, one swift push from Avant will be able to take down that first turret of the game. Wizard trying to stay in lane this time round.
And the thought process he has to go between is, you know, I can ult back into this lane, but then Triple just lights me up as soon as he hits level 11 and I'm probably going to die. Or I can give up a lot of my global pressure and the ability to go to a 1-3-1 in the next 5 minutes if I burn the teleport. He burns the teleport, you can understand exactly why he's doing it because he wants to be able to get the shove and he doesn't want to be able to be killed. But it's just one of those, you know, I'm kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't from Wizard there.
It's Rogue now looking to try and clear out a couple of wards. Gonna flash on top of Triple here. But he's gonna be able to get out of that one nice and easy. Very aggressive play coming out from Rogue.
I like that. I mean, Rogue flashing forward, trading a support flash for a mid lane flash. Don't mind if I do, to be honest. Really good heads-up play out of the sport. And Rusty said this, the bottom lane out of Sin feel like they should be the dominating bottom lane. Although hats off to Blinky and Jake because they really have impressed me over 2 weeks of the OPL now. I think they're definitely the lane to watch on Avant Garde.
Certainly are.
Oh, that's brave.
The Curtain call right in front of FBI. Blinky's going to get locked down. Jake jumps in with the suppression just in time. Cocoon's not going to land. Blinky in trouble. Will be able to live thanks to the dangerous game. Just on a sliver of health there for Avant Garde.
And hashtag calculated. You can see him in the player cam. Didn't even flinch fish. I mean, I think he was on solo digit health. And he just sat there and took it like a man.
He certainly did. Avant Garde increasing their lead with that kill in the bottom lane series now. He fancies his chances against Flares here. Pops the ultimate, will get knocked back into the turret, but they're just going to be fine in that top lane as they continue to brawl it out.
Just jockeying back and forward for positioning. Flares, unfortunately, is a little bit low on mana, so he's starting to feel the pain a little bit more. And across the board, you can just see the individual little outplays are coming out in favor of Avant right now.
I mean, we've got 15 CS in the top lane for series. There's 33 in the jungle for Shelby now, 20 in the mid lane for Triple. The only lane that's even in CS is going to be that bottom lane, but Blinky with that extra assist, helping out quite a bit.
Yeah, and the gold value is even more impressive. I mean, Shelby right now is 1,000 gold up over Juve, so the CS is really starting to matter. And, you know, it just hurts when you get so close on a couple of plays, pull the trigger, but you're not able to get there. Now you're looking down the barrel of what? 3,000 gold and Infernal Drake at only 15 minutes. Teleport's coming in.
Yeah, they're looking to try and fight for this one. Good piercing arrow coming out from FBI. Is able to chunk out Avant Garde as they look to take down the Infernal Dragon. And a big pickup for them with all the ability power as well as attack damage their team comp will be able to pick up. Sin, they're the ones now that want to look to try and take this down. Triple is very low on mana. A series wants to go in here. He throws up that clap. Wizard's going in. Triple's being jumped on. So much damage goes down. Juve's going to be able to pick up the first kill, but he falls right off the back of that one. FBI gets locked down by the exhaust. Critical comes out from Blinky trying to save his support, but he can't. FBI gets that kill. Now looking for the Unmelted Dragon. Big flash coming out from Flares. It will be able to take down Shelby. Now it's Avant Garde to have to run for the hills here. Blinky trying to save his top laner, but is it going to be enough? Sirius is trying to get away from that wall. Throws down the smack. Twists and advance on over towards one of the minions. Just trying to desperately run away from Sin. He's still being chased down though, but Sin might have to give him up.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Wizard's going to continue with the chase, you have to assume, going over the wall.
Oh, that's a very low series. The Rift Herald smacking him, trying to chase down the Meowkai. But Series runs across the map and gets back to safety.
And this time it's actually Sin that are able to pick up a cheeky team fight against the Flow. That gives him the Infernal Dragon. It lessens the gold gap to only 2,000. And as we take another look at it, I mean, AV would just split. And the call comes out from Juice, comes out from Wizard, that we're going on the left side. Triple gets stunned up, gets blown up before he can get an ultimate out. Sure, big stun goes through. But, you know, with the Echo, being able to escape with his life means that they just continue the fight. Unfortunately, Jake, wrong side of the team fight by himself. And Blinky's kind of like, if they go on the Dragon, I want to be able to steal it. But you can see, crit shot not enough at this stage of the game, and it will be Wizard that picks it up on the back end, and Sin Gaming finally hit back.
And you mentioned earlier you trade that mid lane flash for the support set. You saw how valuable it was. And Wizard's able to lock down Triple with his flash into the stun. Starting off the fight nice and early for Sin, but they're still on the back foot here as they're looking to engage on Juves. That's a big ultimate from Triple as he gets the solo kill onto Sin's jungler. Flares and Wizard looking to try and defend against this one, but they just can't as Avant Garde take down the first turret of the game.
Oh, you just hate to see it. I mean, he's got Merc Treads and all, but he's just too far in a level hole. I mean, he's already 3 levels down. So that Triple has been accelerated now, 2-1 and 3, 160 CS. Having a field day, and it means that they're going to be able to rotate bottom lane, hopefully pick up that 2-for-1 bargain that they've been searching for so much and force them away from that turret.
They're even going to be able to take blue buff away from Sin. Wizard's not going to have that one returning into the mid lane. First turret fell for them in that mid lane. Series picks up all of that gold. Now bottom lane's going to fall as Blinky and Jake continue their push, opening up the map quite nicely for Avant Garde.
Yeah, they certainly are. You can see that Triple pretty confident still in this mid lane. Happy to step up. Flares is on the left. You have to be careful right now.
And 4 members of Sin right there. Good knockback coming out from Triple. Is able to stop Flares from getting the charge down. That means Sin, though, will be able to take down a mid lane turret and at least trade 1 turret back for the 2 they lost.
And it opens up that map. I mean, if they do want to go towards a 1-3-1, mid lane turret is an incredibly important lane to be able to breach open. So it means that that lane is now elongated. If they want, they can chuck the Echo up in the top lane, wait for the second dragon to come past because he does still have teleport available. And it means that AV now need to pick their lane assignments quite carefully.
They certainly do. With that 4,000 gold lead as well, Avant looking to stay in the driver's seat here. Series is 3-0-0. That's a massive frontline tree for Avant.
And we're going to see Ellie Andrews' Torment picked up second from the Syndra in mid lane. I actually like this pickup. I think it's replaced kind of Spectre's Cow. Not Spectre's Cow. Help me out here.
Rylai's?
No, I was going to say Rylai's second, as well as Abyssal Scepter. You know, that's core second item for a lot of, you know, has offensive and defensive flavor. Obviously, a lot of penetration coming out, as well as 80 AP, and just some nice HP to keep you healthy against the other assassins on Summoner's Rift. So I like to see it, and, you know, he's got it at a pretty accelerated fashion.
Checking with the rest of the items being picked up. Blinky's gone for his Yomu's Ghostblade. It will be FBI completing that Essence Reaver on the Varus. Looking for a little bit more damage from his abilities as well as auto attacks.
Keeps him healthy in mana as he is able to pick up more crit as the game goes on. So doesn't really need to go for a tier build if he's able to pick up that Essence Reaver. What this lane assignments, however, does do is mean that the tanks are still in the long lane's bottom. And we've seen that series time and time again with those 3 kills has been able to bully Flares a little bit. And it puts pressure on Wizard to stay mid versus triple. And because he is pretty melee on the old Echo, unless he gets a shove and gets some priority around the map, isn't really going to be able to make much happen. And right now, the Malzahar and Jin lane just continuing to farm up and continuing to put out pressure.
Yep, Avant have put that lane into, onto the top side of Summoner's Rift. FBI and Rogue have matched it, sending their 80 carry and support to the top lane. Juves is just behind them in case anything goes south. And Avant, they're more than happy to show that Chelby is up here to protect them. Juves now. So we can see if you get the wraparound here.
Ooh,
but
Blinky takes some damage.
They were able to
He
spot
really
him out.
does have safe hands. I mean, he will catch anything you throw at him,
He'd
this
be
man.
a great wicket keeper.
He certainly would be. Good colloquialism, I like it.
He's still just happy to farm up in this top lane. Wizard now doing what he does best, shoving out this wave. He's slightly behind in CS as expected. That's a curtain call. FBI's going to take that last shot to the face. Seems like they want to go back to base here, but recall has actually been cancelled. Blinky's going to get jumped on here by Juves, looking for that bit of damage. Jakey going to lock him down. Wildgrove's going to come out. He's stunned underneath the turret.
Here
The
goes
Voidlings
Wizard.
doing a lot of turret, but Wizard's in the back line. Gets the kill onto Blinky. The Voidlings are still swarming, but FBI gets the kill back. Now Series is in amongst it. Gets knocked the heck out of there by the Poppy, and Sin will pick up 2 free kills.
And you saw that Wizard had priority because all of a sudden Triple had gone back to shop. Meant that was able to collapse on the top side of the map. Very nicely done out of Sin. They get it back to within 4,000 gold. Hopefully going to go towards that bottom lane and start setting up around Dragon. Teleport's burnt from both top laners, so they won't really be available for this one.
And that Dragon is now up and ready to be taken. Flares has been jumped on here by Series, but Rogue is close by. There's a very tanky Poppy to deal with anyway. Triple back in this mid lane, now has that Leandri's Torment. Wizard will get stunned up, take quite a bit of damage, forced to use the ultimate there.
But that's a good trade. I mean, all of a sudden, Syndra doesn't have an ultimate for Dragon fight. Wizard can go back and teleport into this one if they want to go for it straight away. So this is why the Echo works against Syndra. I mean, Syndra, sure, she can push you out of lane by using that combo, but never really has all that much kill threat unless she's able to follow up afterwards.
Well, second Dragon of this game is going to be Ocean Dragon.
Teleport comes into the mid lane.
They're looking to try and go for the fight on this one. Flair still quite a way away, but still collapsing down. Juves jumps in, gets a lot of damage on towards Chelby, and does not get locked down by Blinky. That means Sin, again, take the Dragon away from Avant.
And look at that, it's because of the teleport usage. I mean, Wizard comes back full health, full mana. Triple has absolutely no stats to be able to fight with. Series had another mistimed shop, so they're not able to pick up that one. And I hate to say it, but it's going back to what we saw in Game 1, where if Sin ever get, you know, shoving lanes, priority around the map, it just looks like they know what to do. At the same time, Avant, they look great in the flashy 1v1 plays, able to get some outplays in the bottom lane. But as far as, you know, setting up the map for an objective without a massive gold lead, they haven't really been able to do it.
Certainly have not. It's Avant. Still in the driver's seat, still about 3,500 gold up, but Sin slowly clawing back this lead, making sure they're not out of this game just yet. We'll have to see which team decides to make the next move.
FBI needs to be careful. You can see that he wants to go absolutely nowhere near the Syndra right now.
As the top lane tanks fight over a few bits and pieces.
Oh, Baron actually is the call right now.
Hello, Avant. That's a decisive call here. There are no wards on this one, and it's already down to half health. The trigger's going to come out. The pings are coming out. Finally, Poppy's looking to try and turn this one around.
Take the fight.
They're going for flares. He's going to get locked down. So many stuns coming out onto this Poppy. Triple gets the kill. They lose a turret in the bottom lane, but get a pick onto Sin's top laner.
I don't know why they turned around. I mean, they could have just picked up Baron. There was no one else anywhere near that team fight. They knew that Wizard was bottom lane without teleport. And they had the Super Tank series on the Baron. Sure, they'll pick it up, but it looks like they might lose 2 turrets for it, which is not worth.
He's looking to try and take down this bottom lane inner turret. Series finally makes his way down to deal with that AP mid laner. Going to be able to go toe-to-toe against him. Has quite a bit of magic resistance on this Maokai. Wizard will get some good damage onto it, but not able to take it down.
And they're not even able to get top lane turret in response, Fish. I mean, they grab a kill, but a kill for a turret is still in favor of Sin. And that was a prime opportunity to really break this game open. It was a confident call, but they didn't stay on it, didn't pull the trigger.
Meanwhile, they are going to be able to spot out Rogue here. Jake is on top of a pink wall, but decides not to show his position just yet. Blinky's still happy to farm in this lane.
They really want the turret. You can see that they're letting the AD carry back. They're not pulling the trigger on the support. They want to be able to pressure the neutral. Unfortunately, you know, with 20 minutes being surpassed, Homeguard's going to be able to be picked up for FBI, and he's just going to continue to stream out of this space.
Flares has now moved into the mid lane. Triple on the Syndra, not able to burst down the Poppy relatively easily.
Oh, you'll get close at the moment. I mean, he is 2 levels up. As soon as he hits that level 16, he's about to go back and get a Void Staff. I mean, if you want a small wager on this, I reckon one combo still nearly cleans him off.
Possibly.
He has to get maximum number of spears out.
Now Shelby in a little bit of trouble, going to get locked down by FBI. He's in Spider Form, so we'll be able to repel up, but Juice is waiting for him to come back down. Gets locked down by Jake.
Oh, he missed.
Here they come. The teleport's going to come in, but they get cancelled here, as the rest of Sin will be able to back out alive.
And that was interesting. I mean, Jake had the point blank snared up target and actually missed the 4th shot. All of a sudden, Flair's looking for the flank around the backside. Has been spotted out by a ward. But that just should mean that AV get the heck out of there. And one more time, with a gold deficit, Sin are looking to come out ahead.
Could almost possibly be that Wizard cancel that teleport there, because that's a very long cooldown for series. Wizard's teleport's going to be back up shortly as well, so we can continue to split push. Might be a huge advantage for Sin, who continue to beat down turrets. Top lane out is going to fall down. There's Flair taking so much damage there. Nomicon stopping a lot of healing. He throws out the chicken. It's not going to be enough. Flair says Happy New Year and runs away.
He missed 3 of his abilities. I'm not counting that one. However, you can see that the Syndra still does have great pressure on the Poppy right now. Poppy is able to withstand a lot of punishment, but Syndra with 3 kills, 275 CS.
They found Rogue, but he doesn't see Juice. Rogue, though, still going to take so much damage. Triple throws over a spear. Juice going to jump back in, gets the leap kill, but will get sniped up by Blinky in the back lines. Wizard tries to find a pick for himself, but is not able to take them down. Flair's now charging into the back lines. Jake, a little bit out of position, forced to flash over the walls. Wizard threatened with that charge on forward.
And you could see that this game really has deteriorated. There's really no jockeying for position. It's just become brute force. Junglers invading heavily into the enemy territory and just being cleaned up for like very little gain from either team.
The series now going to be farming out bits and pieces of this jungle here. The rest of Sin, they're still behind in gold. 3,000 down against Avant Garde. It was a much larger lead for Avant earlier, and as this game gets later and later, that gold gap is going to close thanks to the items being picked up. You see QSS being picked up by FBI nice and early. He does not want to be locked down by the Malzahar or even be stunned up by Triple or Shelby. Wizard has his core build completed spawn. Lichbane as well as the Protobelt now looking for a bit of resistances as well as more ability power along the way.
Yeah, once the Abyssal Scepter, I mean, probably will go towards the Zhonya's after that. You like to have 40% cooldown reduction on Echo and doesn't really need all that much AP to burst people out. Now Flares is in.
It's going to be a flash forward from Flares, looking to try and burst down. Triple, but he gets the return kill through the redemption and just deletes Juice from Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and you could see that Rogue still had the ulti available, wasn't able to get it off in time, so just so much damage coming out of the mid laner right now. 1-for-1 trade means that they can't start up Baron, even though they have a teleport advantage for the next couple of seconds.
And they scramble to try and defend that top lane out of turret, which FBI gets up to and is able to defend quite nicely here on Varus. He's picked up a Hurricane as his second item here. Series up. What's the fight Wizard here? Yeah, not afraid of him.
I don't think either of these guys are killing each other. Just way too much mobility on the Echo right now, and just a super tank on the Maokai. This time still going towards the Iceborne Gauntlet, so wants to have some offensive pressure.
So FBI still in this top lane, looking to stop Blinky and Jake from taking down that top lane outer turret.
I mean, and he's done it for a long time. I feel like we've been in a lane swap from 14 minutes. And really impressive work out of the whole Sin lineup, honestly, to continually throw resources up here and stop the bleeding on the top side of the map. They're still up against, a fairly big 80 carry, but FBI has scaled up to 2 items himself, and this is going to be the 3rd dragon picked up for Sin. Completely no response.
Nobody from the side of Avant ready to deal with that. Is going to be able to pick up the Cloud Dragon here, so Infernal, as well as the Ocean, and the Cloud Dragon be picked up for Sin. 3 different components of that dragon. As Avant still looking to try and push for this top lane outer. A few auto attacks from Blinky would be all it takes for it to fall.
Yeah, stiff breeze. I mean, Blinky's got so much attack damage at the moment. He maybe can just walk up and one-shot it, although Flares is still there. He can definitely one-shot that turret. Just hit it.
And they're going for it now. Jake and Blinky will be able to take that one down. Flares watches as his turret crumbles. It's now 3 turrets to 3 on Summoner's Rift. 4,000 gold back in the lead for Avant.
However, Infernal Drake cannot be undervalued, I mean, especially on assassins like Kha'Zix on Echo. It just pushes you over the breaking point more often than not. And you can see that Sin, they've definitely been the team playing with a lot of priority or a lot of initiative at this stage of the game, and you have to really applaud them for that. Because playing from a deficit but still being the proactive team, you could see that they were happy about doing it last week versus Abyss and have continued that brand of League of Legends this week versus Avant.
Certainly have. But Avant really stepping up to the plate here after their match against Legacy last week. Especially that game 2 was a one-sided affair for the Legacy squad. For them to bounce back so strong in both these series is impressive to watch.
Speaking of which, top lane series. Getting a pretty good end of that trade with his Iceborne Gauntlet.
Look at the 5 Flares. He's not afraid of nobody, Spawn.
Ooh, that was actually FBI by himself. I was waiting for the flash forward out of triple. He's definitely within one-shot range.
They're not going for it just yet. Triple still looking to try and find a long-range stun, but Wizard is split pushing in that top lane. He's already on top of the top lane outer turret, and with that Lich Bane, it could fall nice and early, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly could. You can see that he needs to back away because they're looking to cut off his escape path.
It might have been pincered here, Spawn, but they're going for a fight. Teleport's coming in for Flares. They want this one. Redemption's going to come down. Jake locks down Wizard. He's going to have to try and flash away. Flares looking for the slam against the wall. Doesn't quite get it, but Jake will still fall first. But now they're caught between a rock and a hard place here as Sirius jumps in with Chelby looking to try and lock down the front line. They turn it back around though. FBI's here. Whiffs the ultimate but forces the flash. Rogue's in trouble. Sirius picks up the kill. Triple comes in, gets the stun on the back, gets FBI, and throws out the ultimate for the flash style kill. Double kill coming out for Syndra. They take down 3 members of Sin.
And right now, Triple is massive on the back end of that team fight. It looked great. I mean, Jake fell down after using his ultimate, but one more time, Rogue gets bursted without using the wild growth. So much of the utility, no exhaust, no flash. Now they've started up Baron. Sure, they do have Juve still alive, but he needs a way into the pit. And, with Triple there, it's not going to be easy.
Flares wants to go in for this one as well. Blinky taking quite a bit of damage for this pop here. Doesn't get knocked into the wall. He's still coming in for the damage. Juves is in. Can he get? No, he can't. Shelby picks up the Baron for Avant. Flares watches helplessly as his jungler gets taken down. And Avant have opened up the game again.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, Juves was so close to being able to pick that one up. Flares had forced Shelby out of the pit. They had to burn heal to keep him alive. Juves could see it, Fish. He was on his fingertips, but just not able to pick it up. AV with a heads-up play. I mean, but that was pretty close.
It certainly was. But Avant again showing their dominance in this game. They won all 3 points today, Spawn. They don't want this to go to game number 3. Sin have to find something here to pull this game back in their favor.
And doesn't that assert some dominance within the OPL if you're able to be, clean swept by Legacy? Legacy didn't even look like they had really broken up a sweat in that series, but come back with a strong message against Sin with their new lineup. And Juice is right, this is the best Sin has ever looked. I love their map reads right now. You can see that there's still a couple of things that they're trying to get used to, but they look like a reasonably good lineup still. AV has just been on point today.
They certainly have. Speaking of Legacy, we'll be seeing them play it later on, so we'll really get to see how powerful they are. This player's knocked Syndra out of the park. But Avant gonna knock the turret, still looking to try and siege up this turret. 3 members strong. Blinky's got that crit shot onto the turret.
I mean, on the base though, Wizard's about to start taking that down.
They've got to be a little bit careful here because there's no teleports available for Avant Garde to split push with Wizard. That inhibitor turret, that's going to fall spawn. He's got the Lich Bane ready to take that one down.
I mean, he could win the game right here.
Let's see if they're able to get enough time for Wizard to do just that. He's been the shining light for Sin, especially when he picks up this Echo. Flares, though, in a bit of trouble.
Inhibitor gone.
They're still going to look to try and push this one, Spawn. Wizard's going towards the Nexus. This could be a base race.
It certainly could be, and I mean, he's going to win. It's as simple as that. He's on the first one of them. Blinky and Jake are still in the base.
Well, they're trying to go back to base here, Spawn. Jake does have the empowered recall. He'll be able to get back. Wizards on top of the second Nexus turret. They're trying to stop all the rest of the recalls. Wizard just wants this one. He's going to get locked down. Has the Quicksilver Sash to get away. He's being exhausted and protobelts the heck out of there. Meanwhile, though, Avant Garde are cleaning up the Sin lineup. Juves and FBI have already fallen, and now they're looking to continue their pushback.
And it was a brave call, but unfortunately, Wizard ran out of mana, just throwing out too many of the shields. And it means that now they're going to be able to push into the base. 4 members still alive. And Jake, with the Malzahar support, chases Wizard out of that base.
He does have teleport, but there's nowhere for him to teleport to, and there are no minions left in that base. Good job from Jake. Gets the Wizard out of there. Makes sure he can't go for that backdoor push that they were desperately looking for. The Hail Mary play coming up with Sid is just not quite enough. Of Avant Garde clean up the game, take down the Nexus, and pick up all 3 points in their second match in the OPL.
And you can see big grins out of the boys. I mean, Blinky's fired up. That was a very nice 2-0. I mean, maybe a little touch and go at the end there with Wizard trying for a heroic play. But AV should be so happy with how they have rebounded after their week 1 crushing defeat versus Legacy. That was a completely different squad we saw today. That was really well played.
I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Spawn, before this game even started. If you took a look at Avant's new series, Avant Life, they were talking about how, it was devastating to them. They didn't expect to lose, and even especially lose that hard. Hello, we're back.
Hello, we're back, yep.
And, great for them to bounce back. Sin thought it was going to be an easy victory. Avant Garde were confident coming into this one. They're the ones that come out on top as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, when you have a look at this, I mean, Sin were so confident going into this game, and they should have been because they feel like they had, on paper, the stronger lineup. And we saw that when it was, the map plays, they were able to get the ball rolling. But really what this came down to is Avant stuck to their game plan, incredibly well throughout every stage of the game, and they were perseverant with knocking down the top lane turret. And as soon as they got that open map, that advantage again, they just play so much more decisively.
And with that, Avant Garde pick up the win here. For now, though, we're going to give it back to the analyst desk, who are going to break down that series with your host, Michael Hingsing.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, that is Game 2 and Series 1 over then. AV taking the win. And Mendrix, I feel like you were right. They just stuck to their game, and they just they took out that win.
Why fix what's it's not broken? Why fix it? It's just keep it as it is. I mean, I'm just a bit flabbergasted how that ending actually ended up going through. It seemed so convincing with Wizard at the very end there, and then AV just absolutely blow them up. So really great, crazy finish at the very end there. And it's like you said, or like I said before.
It's like I always say.
It's like I always say. Just don't fix it while it's broken.
He's nailed that. Yeah, absolutely.
This
nailed
is one
that.
of my moments where it's going. Yeah, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Excellent. Yeah, we all knew
We
what
got
you were
there
trying
in
to
the
say. Rusty, when we were watching this game, and Echo was in the top lane, just going into the base, taking out. You're like, he's gonna win. He's gonna win. He's gonna. It was a frantic ending. A frantic ending.
Sin had an Echo in a 1-3-1. They came into this and they reverted to the 1-3-1 they always do.
Classic Sin.
I mean, that was classic Sin. Ironically, after the Juves interview, it was still classic Sin. However, it wasn't to any avail. And the weird thing about this was AV's decision-making. And I do want to challenge it. Obviously, they still won the game, so it works out for them in the end. But sending nobody Like nobody at all, like ever. It's
very
like
confident.
over a minute to deal with him is very confusing.
Very confident play. All right, let's take a look at the picks and bans. Let's take a look at this draft phase. So the first thing I want to talk about is Sin's 1-3-1 comp versus AV's sort of pick tool kind of comp. Mendrix, break it down for us. What's going on in this draft?
Okay, so what they decided to do here is, but they picked up the Echo specifically. So what I really like about that is that it goes back to that Sin standard. Then also they managed to ban away a few of those carry picks from beforehand, so you get rid of the Fiora, that ends up being taken out. And then all of a sudden, you end up getting this composition that Sin wanted to make work. And although it was a bit shaky at the start, it was starting to give them some dividends. And then towards the very end of the game, they weren't able to pick it up. It was a really nice reaction from Avant Garde, and then from there they were able to take the Baron.
So the basis of it and the way that it should work is like 1-3-1 against what is a pick composition. So if you send 2 people to side lanes, they'll pick you off in the 3-man. And it started to work out more and more with Triple getting early advantages and being able to translate all of those advantages into an overwhelmingly strong pack. So the 1-3-1 couldn't really work.
Well, is there anything else that stands out for you in this? I mean, we've seen that Echo twice picked now for Wizard. Is this going to be kind of a thing people are going to start banning from him now, do you think, Mendrix?
Not really, no. I mean, Echo's one of those guys who happens to be a bit of a pocket pick. He's still not one of the S tier top one or S tier picks up there at the moment. You're looking at your Syndras, your LeBlancs, your Orianas. He's not exactly the highest on that priority pick. He seems to be more of a pocket pick for Wizards specifically, and a Sin special when they decide to go for their 1-3-1.
Yep. All right. Well, let's take a look at our first replay, which is a mid lane team fight. And Mendrix, you want to talk us through what's happening here?
So this is the situation where AV actually manages to react really well here. Flares does a walk down, and basically they jump into the middle of these team fights, but they don't exactly have everyone ready here. They think they're going to jump onto Triple, unable to get that there, and then Ceres is just an absolute monster with Triple and end up getting the effective win off that.
I mean, like, they get 2 rotations of a Syndra stun off, firstly, in a single skirmish, which is a lot. Like, that's not the kind of thing that often happens. And Sin with 3 individual entities, and AV just came together more as a team. So it was a pretty simple skirmish, but well executed individually by AV.
All right, well, let's take a look now at our second replay, which is, I believe, in the top lane as we bring it up. Nope,
So-
this is a dragon fight.
So yes, so with this one here specifically, Sin managed to pick up the dragon here when they shouldn't, and it's because AV is completely split up, and they're just able to jump immediately onto Triple. If you look at it there very quickly, Wizard lines up a perfect parallel convergence, and then from there they're just able to group and use great target priority to get everyone that they need afterwards, and then they come back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what AV did right in the first skirmish, and now we're seeing what they're doing wrong in the second skirmish. Their tank, their frontliner, and their support, who's the utility for the AD carry, weren't with the team. They were separate, and then Sin collapsed.
So this is an issue of positioning, you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have this Baron fight replay as well we can bring up, I think? We'll bring it up, and Rusty can talk through that. Nope, never mind. My apologies. That's my mistake. Oh,
No, we got it.
here we
Okay,
go.
so this is where the 1-3-1 actually started. Wizards on the side lane, he was pressuring and actually committed Sin to fighting instead of having some kind of split push. They give AV the opportunities to work their way in, and this is, honestly, it looks like it's all Ceres being this unkillable member, but it's the Triple show because he's already done all of the damage to the Juves, apparently, and then comes in and cleans everybody up, presses R and just kills FBI. Like, welcome to Syndra. We spoke towards the draft before on what should actually be taken away. I don't think the Echo's a big deal. I think Syndra was a bigger deal.
And just to jump into that there as well, what that was just a reaction being much better from AV there. Sin forced that. Sin were the ones who initially set that up. They put their Echo down there. They were the ones who had their 3 laners sitting towards the mid side of the map, waiting for it to all happen. And then when they saw the AV make that reaction, they followed up immediately with a Poppy TP. Then it followed through afterwards with a Maokai teleport. But AV just played that outright better in that situation, and that's something that sort of comes down to Sin sort of executing their team comp a bit better.
All right, well, then to wrap up this series with that win from AV, Spawn is standing by with Jake, so let's see that.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Jake, the captain and support of Avant Garde. First off, congratulations on your victory. I mean, how was the team bouncing back? You know, last week, it looked a bit sloppy, honestly, and then you come into this game versus Sin. How was the mental fortitude of the boys?
Like I said in the pre-game interview, we were pretty okay with that. Legacy turned out to be really aggressive, a lot better than we had previously played against them, like in scrims and stuff. So, yeah.
All right. The real question I want to ask you, because it's been happening for a while now, where are you finding these top laners? I mean, Paradise was an absolute freak show last year. Then you bring in Series, this guy that no one's heard about. I mean, I've reached out to every pro player I knew for a bio on the guy, and they were just like random solo queue top laner. Then he comes out and he solo kills Flares. Like, what's going on there?
Well, yeah, we were planning on keeping Ares, obviously, very good player. So he was just Chelby's friend, Series. He was just subbing in for scrims when Paradise had to work, and he turned out to be really good. His communication was on point, which was a little bit of an advantage over Paradise, and it's kind of just by luck, I guess. So.
Yeah, fitting into the team well. And, you know, whilst you're happy with those games, those victories, we're watching the replays there. And Blinky doesn't seem to be having your back all that much at the moment, Jake. No. I mean, didn't go back on the recall. You had to fight off the Wizard by yourself. Ditched you at the Dragon fight as well. You got some stern words for your AD carry?
Like I said before, it must be the New Zealand accent. Got to work on that a bit.
Not able to get the communication there?
Yeah, just small little communication errors, but we'll bump those out in the weeks to come.
And, you know, this is a squad AV. I always get excited when I watch you play because I can never determine how good or at times how poorly you're playing. How good is this squad? Is this a squad that, you know, you're confident can breach top 5? Can you make a splash in the playoffs? Or is it too, you know, soon to tell? Are you just continuing that building phase?
Well, like when we were trying Series, we knew obviously no one's going to have the talent that Paradise did. So we picked him up for like the long haul. As I said, his communication's really good. Hadn't really played competitive before. So we picked him up. We were looking to work really well with him. And if we make it Split 1, that'd be great. But we were really keeping our eye on Split 2.
All right, there you go. Heard it here first, AV, with their eyes on the prize. They want to take out Split 2. However, guys, that is all for Series 1. But don't go anywhere. After the break, we are going to have Legacy taking on Abyss. We'll catch you in 3.5.
Down up to Juves, and it will be Triple that picks up first blood. But Triple's going in, throws down the ultimate. Wizard's in trouble. Series flashes on top of him, and Avant got to turn this one around. Flares is in trouble. Will get cocooned and locked down. The Incy Spider gets down there for the tree to pick up the double kill. Wizard's going in. Triple's been jumped on. So much damage goes down. Juves going to be able to pick up the first kill, but he falls right off the back of that one. FBI gets locked down by the exhaust. Critical comes out from Blinky trying to save his support, but he can't. FBI gets that kill. Now looking for the Unmelted Dragon. Big flash come out from Flares. It will be able to take down Shelby. Now it's Avant going to have to run for the hills here. Blinky trying to save his top laner, but is it going to be enough?
Wizard
doing a lot of turbo. Wizard's in the back line. Gets the kill onto Blinky. The Voidlings are still swarming, but FBI gets the kill back. Now Series is in amongst it. Gets knocked the heck out of there by the Poppy. They found Rogue, but he doesn't see Juice. Rogue though, still going to take so much damage. Triple throws over a spear. Juice going to jump back in. Gets the leap kill, but will get sniped up by Blinky at the back lines. But Jake will still fall first. But now they're caught between a rock and a hard place here as Series jumps in with Shelby looking to try and lock down the front line. They turn it back around though. FBI's here, whiffs the ultimate but forces the flash. Rogue's in trouble. Series picks up the kill. Triple comes in, gets the stun on the back, gets FBI, and throws out the ultimate for the flash style kill.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Hinging, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and Zach Rusty Pie. We just saw AV take down Sin 2-0 in a game that a lot of people thought would be a lot closer than that, and I want to start by shouting out our Radiant Medal winner from that series. So let's bring that up. It is Series, the winner of that series, Radiant Medal.
Oh, God. Said series like 4 times in one sentence. That's pretty
good. It's pretty good.
Deserving, to be fair, I will say as well.
Absolutely. And we can see there that the other winners of various medals as well throughout, and I think we're going to be tallying them up throughout the year. But we've shouted him out already, but let's just drill down on what made him so good in that series.
Well, one of the big things was it was unexpected when it came off that. He was supposed to lose to Flares by all, speculations, and he did not. He played amazingly throughout the entire match. He showed up, especially in that game 1. He was able to take that advantage, capitalize every single time. And then when it came into game 2, played his role perfectly, was able to get into those team fights, make sure he was peeling and protecting. He played an excellent series.
It's going to make me laugh every time someone says that now. All right, well, we are also in the midst of Ocean Week, so let's bring up that graphic as we can talk about that. If you're interested, you can join the Home Guards, fight battles, and earn rewards. Ocean Week 3 is here, and my understanding is all champions are unlocked, I believe, for the week, so you can sign up at os.leagueoflegends.com. Get involved, because there are prizes, etc., rewards. Get into it!
It's always fun when there's community events. I love going into them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What's your favorite one? Put you on the spot.
My favorite one was specifically when they actually had the statue when you get your name on it. I didn't get my name on it because I wasn't able to play enough, but I think it's pretty neat the outcome of what happened there.
Well, looking forward to match 2 of this day 1. It is Legacy versus Abyss. Let's get the 30,000 foot view. Mendrix, let us know, what do you think, where is this match going to be won and lost?
So specifically, I mean, it's sort of an open group for these two teams. So when you look at Legacy just has so many options available to him. Carvin, such a strong jungler. He knows he can go to Tally and it'll be effective. Claire showed up amazingly in the last game that happened, or last week's game. And we know that bot lane is considered to be one of the strongest available to them with a Cupcake and also having Lost available to them. So the air to Radiant.
Yeah, I'll actually echo that as well. I think the shot callers being in the jungle is really important, but you've got Claire and Frey who overperformed. I think you've got Tally who can play carries, but Pac-Man who's just a tank. But you look at Lost and Cupcake and you say these two are the young, really talented players that could give it to Kuden and Raid.
Well, earlier today I had the chance to chat to Carbon, captain of Legacy. I started by asking him about their win last week and how they deal with overconfidence.
So, coming off a dominant performance last week, 2-0, how do you stave off overconfidence?
It's not really a big issue for us, to be honest. We've been playing for a long time now. It's a really long season. It's only the first week, so we're thinking about finals.
Were you able to see Abyss's game last week?
Yep, yeah, we saw Abyss's game.
What do you think of their play?
Yeah, they played all right. I think they went down 2-1. They looked close in all 3 games. They almost won. Kuden didn't use exhaust. I think he used it 1 time in 36 minutes in the last game. I was analysing it before. I saw that. That was really funny. But other than that, I thought they played pretty well. Yeah.
So do you think we're going to see another Legacy 2-0 this week?
We'll try our best. I'm not sure whether we'll 2-0. We want to, obviously, but you never know on the day. Abyss is a good side, and they'll test us for sure.
Excellent. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thanks, mate.
We are captain of Legacy there. Carbon saying he doesn't know if they're going to 2-0, but I feel like everyone else has a lot of confidence in Legacy's lineup, which we can look as we bring them up on the screen right now. Those guys getting ready. Tally having a good old chuckle there. Look at him. Claire looking very calm and confident. Let's introduce this lineup, shall we? Tally will be playing on top lane. Their jungler Carbon there, who we just spoke to. Claire, their mid laner. Lost is going to be playing ADC. And support Cupcake.
And yeah, Cupcake, as we mentioned before, he seems to be one of those ones that everyone thought was the big player when it comes to that Blinky combination that they had in XL5. And Cupcake, as we can see, like we saw in the last game, Blinky's doing really well, but Cupcake specifically, he seems to be one of those aggressive supports that makes something happen really early in the game. So I'm really interested to see what they actually do towards that bottom side of the map.
All right, well, across the other side of the rift, they're going to be taking on Abyss. Earlier today, I spoke to Seb and asked him about his preparations from last week's loss.
I think we played decently. I wouldn't say it was unlucky. Sin definitely got the better of us, but we'll be looking to come back this week and to beat Legacy.
What was your preparation like between last week and this week going into this match?
It's definitely different because different styles we feel, and Legacy seemed like the stronger team at the moment, especially with their performance last week.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did pretty well this week, we hope.
Kuden's also coming up against his old team. Is he giving you any secret inside goss on the team?
No, not really. They have quite a different team coming this split, so yeah, not too much.
So how are you feeling? You guys going to you reckon you can win this one?
We're confident. I don't know whether or not we'll win, but we'll definitely do our best.
Excellent. Thanks so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
There we are, captain of Abyss there, Seb, just saying we're confident, but doesn't know if they can pick up the win, which, you know, doesn't seem like confidence, obviously, but yeah, there you go. Let's talk about this mid lane, Claire versus Frey. It's going to be the battle of the mid lanes. Rusty?
Yeah, Frey, I would say, had a lot of expectations. He was a former mid laner turned AD carry, now back to his rightful place where I always thought he was far better, very much deserving of the performance he had last week, and was super involved with Abyss, especially in their victories. Orianna could have done with a little bit of work, but again, the team was doing really well around him. So Frey stepping up against Claire, he's going to have to do even more than he did last week, I think, to get in this one.
I completely agree with Rusty there. So what they actually need to do is General is amazing in terms of picking his draft. So they really do need to work around what what Frey offers specifically, and then that way they're able to take it towards Claire, shut him down, because Claire is amazing in that team fight. So I really feel the need to force it towards that mid lane and sort of stop Carbon from actually getting into those team fights and using the rest of the map, and just try to isolate it to that one area, and that'd be their key to victory.
All right, well, let's take a look at Abyss as they're getting ready in a studio right now. That we have Kuden. It's just having a great time. Big man. I'm always saying this when I see him on camera. I'm always surprised with how big Luch is. He's just a giant man. All right, let's go down their roster. Pac-Man will be in the top lane. Their jungler Seb, who we just spoke to. Frey, their mid laner. Their AD carry Raid. And finally their support Kuden. Again, going up against his old team.
I guess the interesting part about Abyss Esports when you look at their roster is the amount of quiet players they actually have on the team. Seb, the primary shot caller, but the rest of them very reserved, quiet, not necessarily lovely people, but I don't know how well that translates to a 5-man unit on Summoner's Rift if they're all quiet.
Well, it's not like a vocal exercise thing. You don't have to you don't have to yell at each other.
But it's definitely a conversation. If you want someone to teleport from top lane, they don't respond. You don't know if they are or not.
They're just using pings the entire time, so it'll be absolutely fine for that. They've got multiple ways to communicate around the map, and even if sometimes it's pretty hard to say just go, 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 get Claire, go, 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 get Carbon, I'm sure they'll be fine.
All right, well, let's take a look at the top lane now, because it's going to be Tally versus Pac-Man, and Mendrix, you were saying it's going to be tanks versus mages.
So, well, I wasn't saying specifically that tanks versus mages. Probably tanks versus tanks is going to be between these two. If Pac-Man decides he wants to go for a carry laner, he'll probably be picking up a mage. So a Lissandra, a Rumble, one of those particular champions. Whereas Tally's got a lot more resources. He's a lot more versatile in terms of what he can pick. We did see him use the Gangplank last time, probably as a bit of a special coming through there.
If I was to make a prediction, something a little bit outward bound onto what Pac-Man would play, it'd probably be Singed if they put Tally onto something like a Maokai, perhaps.
Because we've seen Singed being picked overseas. We haven't seen the OPL yet. Has it been picked with success overseas, Rusty?
It's to varying degrees, yes. You see the Darksteel refillable potion Singed running around, usually into the tanks. It's decent into Maokai because you can start to outscale, and if anyone is going to play it, I would actually put my money on Pac-Man, which is why I say it now.
All right. Well, hashtag IAMOPL. Let us know your thoughts, and you can also enter this social competition because if you're on Twitter, tweet at OPL using the hashtag IAMOPL and show us who you've tipped this week. The website, of course, opltips.com.au. And speaking of tips, I want to get them off you guys now. Your predictions, I want names and I want numbers. Mendrix, let's start with you. Is this going to be a Legacy 2-0?
Yeah, I believe it will be a Legacy 2-0, purely because of just how strong they are at the moment. And not saying that Abyss doesn't have the potential, but I feel they need a little bit more time to ramp up until they reach that mark.
And Rusty, do you agree?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Legacy 2-0 as well. I have so much faith in the mid laner of Legacy Claire. I genuinely believe he's currently the best mid laner in the OPL and probably the best one that we will see for a while.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 from me as well. So that's enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. Let's get into Game 1 with our casters, Fish and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Hingers. You stick around, stay there, see you soon, because we're about to get onto Summoner's Rift for the second match of today. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Still joining me is Jake Spawn Tabiri.
You're out of control is what you are. Like, absolutely out of control today. These have been some of the worst receives. But, yeah, you're right. Getting into this game, Abyss versus Legacy, and they kind of summed it up on the desk. I mean, even Abyss doesn't really know what to expect going into this game, and Legacy at the moment seem like they're absolutely on fire. I mean, Carbon said it himself. Picking up 3 new players, he didn't think it was going to be this easy, that they're going to gel so fast, and really has been impressive out of Captain Courageous right now. He's got his team clicking on all cylinders.
It certainly has been. I mean, we spoke to Tally quite a few times so far, since he is now the vice captain of Legacy with their new members joining the roster, and he doesn't reckon that they're the top 2 or top 1 team. They think they're number 3 right now behind the Chiefs and Direwolves, but after that game against Avant last week, they definitely look like a force to be reckoned with.
And this is great because it gives you context, right? I mean, we saw the fact that they weren't overly confident. Tally did say they're top 3 definitely, but doesn't really know where to rank them in that kind of group. And then you see that Avant, you know, they bounced back. They actually look like a good squad. So it gives the victory for Legacy even all that much more weight. And they really are an impressive lineup. I mean, I've been excited to watch these 5 individuals play, let alone on the same team, Fish. Really is great to see them coming together so strong already.
Well, they got their win last week and picked up all 3 points. Abyss, unfortunately, got taken down by Sin in a 2-1 and only picked up 1 point for their troubles. Now, Legacy will definitely be looking to continue their lead and, you know, further increase their standings at top of the table, currently tied up with Tainted Minds. Abyss, though, will be looking to try and see if they can take a point off Legacy or potentially win the whole thing with 3 points here. But for now, we are into Champion Select and we are in picks and bans. First wave of bans have gone through. Syndra, LeBlanc, both being banned out by Legacy. They take away Misfortune as well. And we're going to get a Camille, Rengar, and Ivan ban from Abyss.
And Carbon has to chuckle about that. I mean, he was the one that said, you know, he's been playing in solo queue. He wants to be able to pick it up on Summoner's Rift. Seb gives him that respect. Doesn't want to play control jungler against Carbon. And you say that's a unique first pick.
Yeah, it's going to be Zyra being picked up. Makes sense with the Misfortune ban coming through.
However, with Malzahar still available, I mean, they can fight fire with fire here. They can take a Malzahar Varus lane, very good at shoving, and get priority in that lane. Also mean that it's going to be very hard to go toe-to-toe.
We'll have to see what's going to happen here for now, though. Seb, he's going to look to pick up Kha'Zix as their next pick, with the Varus being picked up for Abyss. And still waiting to see what Legacy are going to use to respond to this one. But, I mean, you mentioned already Carbon had a little bit of a chuckle with the Ivan being banned away. I'm pretty sure if anyone back home listens to the OPL podcast, you know that Spawn would be pretty happy with that ban coming through as well. He's not going to be lanking around on the Rift. But now, though, Carbon immediately replies with a pickup of Elise heading into the jungle.
Yeah, so Elise is such an interesting one. A couple of times we've seen it picked into Kha'Zix. Of course, hard to get the isolation in there. I'll see whether Carbon is able to do as good a job as, you know, Shelby, forcing the fires, making sure he's nailing the cocoons in the team fight. It's always been such a unique pickup there. And, you know, with the Jhin, that's not something that we're surprised before from Lost. He's been a big Jhin player in the past, and you know, Jhin Zyra is just such a potent lane when they are able to get rolling.
It certainly is, and on the flip side, you see Abyss doing exactly what you said they're going to do, Spawn. They're going to fight fire with fire. They pick up the Malzahar. They're looking to try and fight that heavy bottom lane. So both of these teams opting to pick up their bottom lane and junglers as their first pick rotations, and it's kind of exactly what we saw last few games.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, this has kind of been where it's deteriorated to on this side of Summoner's Rift. That's a Nasus ban.
Hello.
So just maybe priority dog up in the top lane, going to be banned away there from Pac-Man. I wouldn't actually be surprised if he did pick it up at some point in the OPL. The reason that Varus Malzahar is so strong is because it gives a lot of utility, but it's also a lot of raw damage. So it also means it can be supplemented with tanks quite well for the rest of the lineup. And I just think it's one of the more flexible lanes. You can go with poke, you can go with consistent damage, you can even tank bust with that lineup. So it's nice to see.
Well, speaking of tanks, Abyss don't want any of them to be hitting the top lane here because Nautilus and Poppy have been banned out against Legacy. To follow up the Nasus ban, they're going to take away Echo as well. So we'll have to see what Abyss decide to use their first pick on. Maokai's still left up, Jace is left up, and that's exactly what they're going to lock in.
Yeah, so a poke comp coming out of Abyss here. I mean, if we get Spines leveled up from Seb, he's going to be able to add to that with the W. You've already got Varus, you've got Jace. The question is it a mid lane or a top lane Jace? Probably just want to take it away from Tally and Claire, who play it phenomenally, both of those players. And Pac-Man on Jace would be something to really just buck the trend. I like Pac-Man. I think he's a great mage player. He's a great top lane tank player, but I think he has a potential to play some carries as well.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be taking that one to the top lane, or if Frey is going to further increase his diverse champion pool with a Jace in the mid lane. I mean, they've thrown 7 bans at this guy before, and it wasn't enough to shut him down. But Legacy have completed their team composition. They go for Kennen as well as Corki being picked up.
Yeah, and maybe the first real lane priority top lane Kennen that we're going to see whether he goes that AD route. Start with something like a Cull and go into some attack speed early, but it is going to be Pac-Man on a carry.
Woo! Frey's going to be picking up the Cassiopeia, heading into the mid lane to go toe-to-toe against Claire's Corki.
Yeah, so Cassiopeia is super interesting against Corki. It means the escape isn't there and can trade back nicely. However, the burst damage that comes out of Corki does give her a little bit of a headache at the start of the game. One more time, these are 2 tankless lineups that are just going to be looking to run into each other full speed. I mean, you have to say that maybe some more initiation on the side of Legacy just through, you know, the pick that's going to come out of Carbon, but Kuden, a lot of pressure on him to be able to get the right engages on Abyss Esports side.
Well, we still have the chance of the pseudo tank coming out from Tally later on if he's playing Kennen. The first time we're going to see Kennen being picked in the OPL. Has been banned out by quite a few teams. Tally has his chance to flex his muscles in the champion in the top lane later. Pac-Man, like you mentioned, is picking up Jace here. Doesn't usually play those carries. Normally a tank player, does time to time flex and pick up those mages, but now on a carry top laner. Going to really be able to see what he can do for Abyss in this game.
And I'm excited because let's not forget, Tally got solo killed by Series last week, so no reason that Pac-Man can't throw down against Legacy's great top laner, and this is going to be one of those matches that it's going to be incredibly volatile. I mean, this could be a 23-minute game either way, because as soon as the carries get rolling, there is no tank to hold up the backline. It's just going to be, you know, 5 damage threats running at each other. I mean, even the supports are going to get involved in this one, and it should be fireworks from the get-go.
Exactly that, and you know, there's a lot of poke from both of these teams. I mean, we've got Corki, Varus in the same game. Jace is throwing it down as well. So we're going to have to see how this volatile game is going to go down. But for now, we have Hinger standing by with one of the coaches.
Cool. Hi. Thank you, guys. I'm now here with Soulstrikes, and I want to start by asking you about the LeBlanc ban that you guys picked up. You allowed them to ban out Ivan. Usually we see LeBlanc ban on the red side. Why did you guys choose to ban it?
We just want to see, because Frey plays a lot of LeBlanc, and I prioritize a lot of... we play around a lot of mid and bot, so LeBlanc is one of those champs that can either snowball or get behind, so I just want to get her out of the way.
Right.
Same with Syndra.
Yeah, and what about the Nasus ban? Because we haven't seen really Nasus played at all in the OPL this year, but you've picked up that ban. Are you specifically worried about Pac-Man's Nasus?
There were a few cases that Pac-Man did get ahead with when I put James on a tank, so there's a lot of variables that could come from the Nasus pick since they had the last pick.
Yeah, and so we see now a lack of tanks in the game overall. Are you still happy with the draft? Do you feel like you got everything you wanted?
Yeah, the draft that I drafted, we obviously have 5 carries, and that means every one of our members are threats. So obviously, lack of tanks means no one's going to be able to tank Baron, but we're just going to be playing very good League of Legends and move around the map and be 3 steps ahead of our opponent.
Wow, excellent. Well, thank you for spending the time to chat to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
We had it. Hingers there with Legacy's coach, Soul Strikes there. Hingers, the gift that just keeps on giving today. But there you see, the Nasus ban, actually something they were really thinking about towards Pac-Man.
Yeah, and the reason behind it, I mean, lane priority Nasus especially, when you get a couple of points in that E, is able to shove out tanks and has a lot more sustain than they bring to the lane. So I like the fact that they're getting rid of that one, unless Tally is really happy to play something like a Singed into it. I understand the fact that they don't want to go tank off against Pac-Man, one of the better tank players in the OPL, and I'm excited to see what he can do here, because he's picked himself into a carry matchup. I mean, they threw out as many tank bans as what Legacy did.
Yep. Well, we are on Summoner's Rift now, and the game is nice and underway here, so we do get to check in with some of the lanes. In the bottom lane already, it's going to be Lost, as well as Cupcake shoving out nice and early against Raid and Kuden, making sure they're pushed on the turret as early as possible. We already saw lots of trades in the mid lane between Claire and Frey, just being as aggressive as possible. Claire already using his health potion. Frey still holding on to one, thanks to the Doran's ring pickup. And the jungle is actually going to meet here. Seb finds Carbon. He takes a lot of damage, tries to go toe-to-toe, forced to repel, but he's got absolutely nowhere to go. Forced to flash over the wall. Seb's going to hop, skip, and jump, gets that final auto attack, and picks up first blood against the captain of Legacy.
And the first time I ever saw Seb was actually in 2014, where he picked up first blood on Carbon. Reminiscence of that right now. Really nicely done out of Seb. I mean, just Kha'Zix. The burst damage, man, it's very, very real.
Just flashbacks of nightmares there for Carbon as he gets the rest of his jungle taken away here by Seb. Gonna take down the Raptor camp in the top lane. Pac-Man just gonna jump straight on top of Tally there. Shows that he is no pushover up here.
And I mean, he had double activated, a W activated. He was going for a couple of autos in there. He wanted to really tango with Tally. First blood already picked up, and then 600 gold lead for Abyss, but across the board, lanes are starting to reverse, and Legacy's starting to get pushed in without their jungler.
Yeah, Frey now pushing up the lane in the bottom lane. Raid and Kuden are trying to fight back against Lost and Cupcake. Oh, we already checked him at the top lane, but Kuden now being locked down, taking so much damage. He's forced to get the heal from Raid and flash back to safety. Cupcake catching him out there. Mid lane, Frey and Claire going toe-to-toe. A couple of Twin Fangs would be enough, but Frey just out of mana here.
Yeah, exactly right. Running a little bit low. Claire knows that, pushing him to the limits. Carbon's here also to apply some pressure, although he's been collapsed on.
Yeah, Seb looking to try and get the jump on towards the spider here. Carbon immediately runs away. He does not want to meet Seb in the jungle anymore.
Certainly doesn't. I mean, a little bit too volatile right now, this mid lane, so everyone just backs away. Looks like Claire wants to get himself a shot. I mean, that time around, Kuden did use exhaust. So, you know, Carbon throwing a little bit shade, saying he only used it once in a 36-minute game. We're 4 minutes in. He is up to his previous tally.
Oh, goodness. And we saw in the top lane, both top laners using their teleports to get into the lane. Double longsword pickup for Pac-Man, and a Doran's blade being picked up here by Tally. So still looking to just survive the laning phase for these two top lane carries, so to speak. We'll have to see if Tally goes towards an ability power route or goes for more of the on-hit cannon build that we've been seeing a little bit more popular worldwide.
I would expect him to go on-hit cannon, realistically. That's more of James's style up there in the top lane, but we'll see if that is the case, whether we're able to guess that one correctly. Meanwhile, Pac-Man doing a pretty good job. I mean, he's up in CS. Bottom lane's up in CS as well.
Yep. They're still putting down a lot of pressure towards Raid here. Cupcake keeps getting the roots down, following up with Lost. Thunderlord's proc coming out just for an added bonus there. Raid's out of mana. Kuden was forced to go back to base. Does have quite a bit of health and mana available. Gets a lot of damage down towards Cupcake and Lost. He's got to run the heck away from these Void Leagues. He even throws out a little bit of a scary route there, just making sure he doesn't get chunked down any further.
And you got to remember, this was a first pick. Oh.
Claire taking so much damage here. Tries to trade back with Claire. Frey's going to get one more Twin Fang down. He goes over the wall, flashes away. Frey still trying to follow suit. Pop the ghost for that one. He's not afraid of East Rise.
Yes, certainly is not. And that's going to be another back force out of Claire. And across the board, Abyss right now are just outlaning their opponents. 20 CS in the bottom lane. I mean, even Pac-Man's up on the top side of the map. 10 in the mid lane. Honestly, Legacy have been stunned early.
They certainly have. Abyss. There are no pushovers in this match. They've definitely done some thinking after their loss to Sin. Starting off nice and strong, almost have 1,000 gold advantage for themselves. Question is now, are they going to be able to keep this one up?
And the fact that this is through laning phase, I mean, that's just so incredibly impressive. Out of, you know, what's still a reasonably new side. See Claire now back in the mid lane, looking a little bit sheepish. He's down 14 CS. That's a couple of waves.
Tally, though, in the top lane, going toe-to-toe against Pac-Man. Doesn't get the stun down with that last auto attack. But it's still very even between these two top laners.
Yeah, I mean, no potions for Pac-Man, one for Tally. So you have to say HP pool probably still in his favor. Pac-Man maybe has the ability to push a little bit quicker with the Jace. If he's ever able to get into that hammer form.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Lost going to be able to lock down Kuden. Another grass coming out from Cupcake here. They're just relentless in the pressure down here. But it's still Raid that's ahead in CS, and by a large margin as well. 10 CS up over Lost and has a minion wave to deal with.
Yeah, Raid's an exciting prospect. I mean, everyone was talking about Raids last year, but I think it was Ejim who first really sang the praises of Abyss's AD carry. I mean, obviously Abyss picked him up, so they had good faith in him. But, you know, he's a big grinder of solo queue, likes to get in there and play a lot of hours. Young kid, super good mechanics down in the bottom lane. And, you know, looks like right now he's more than happy to go toe-to-toe with Lost and Cupcake.
Yes, he's continuing to try and get poked down onto Lost, even though he's been pushed underneath his turret constantly here. The Legacy bottom lane look like they want to go back to base. Or, if not, just giving a lot of respect towards the bottom lane of Abyss. Raid has hit level 6, Lost, as well as Cupcake still stuck on level 5, so being a little bit cautious until they get their own level up. BF Saw was the first pickup from Raid. Serrated Dirk was the pickup from Lost. So small attack damage advantage for Raid at the moment. As Raid looking to try and take down as many chickens as possible.
Yeah, exactly right. And you expect Raid to probably go towards a full AD build just because, you know, no tanks in this game means that the fights are going to be very volatile. Not going for a poke build, which is interesting. They do have the Jace, so maybe we'll see a little bit more 4-1 out of the Jace. They want Pac-Man to be able to go toe-to-toe with Tally. You can see that Tally actually, he's going towards a Sterix first item, or a Frozen Mallet. Probably Frozen Mallet, in hindsight.
So probably going to be attack on hit Cannon in the top lane, or potentially tank in the bottom lane. They're going for some reaction here. Lost looking to lock them down. The Kernicle comes out. Raid is going to take a lot of damage from this ultimate. Has to be blocked up by Kuden. Carbon tries to get the repel to go back in, but they simply disengage from Abyss's bottom lane. Raid forced to use both the summoners.
Yeah, one more time. I mean, some aggression out of Legacy. They're able to get some good damage down, but still not pick up a kill. Only summoner spells.
But they go in, Cupcake flashes forward, gets the root down as well as the ultimate. The bounce from Lost is going to be enough, and the Thunderlord's decree will strike down Kuden as well.
What great target prioritization out of Lost. Knows that the bouncing grenade's going to be enough to pick up Raid, so instead focuses Kuden. It means they get the 2-for-1 deal, and they're going to be able to shove them out of lane, equalize that CS discrepancy, as well as pick up so much. So let's take another look at it. I mean, it's the root into the double man ult. And look at that, just flashes forward, prioritizes Kuden. That should ultimately have been a double. I mean, I think a plant sneakily picked it up on the back end, but very nicely played.
We can see why Ejim speaks so highly of this support player coming in from Legacy here. Cupcake truly devastating with that flash forward to try and make sure that Raid and Kuden had no escape. That puts Legacy back on the board here. Now they're the ones that are 400 gold up over Abyss. Carbon still looking to try and spot out Seb with every single rotation he makes across the map, but still loses the Scuttle Crab there. Claire's still going to take damage, but good trades coming out from this mid laner.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, Legacy, they regain control of one lane. Now can they, you know, continue to wrestle for this mid lane control, continue to wrestle for top lane? Because even though they regain control of bottom side of the map, you know, still slight gold advantages in every other lane. And you honestly didn't expect them to be pushed this hard in the earlier stages of the game. Legacy has always been a mechanically gifted team.
Down in the mid lane, Claire trying to trade back and forth. Big ultimate going to come down from Frey. The exhaust has been used, so he dodges the ultimate coming out from the Corki, and he just simply sidesteps the man that just came back from Japan to pick up a solo kill.
And he just takes a cool sip out of the water bottle afterwards, if you don't mind, Fish. Frey, I mean, there's ice water running through those veins. He's just nonchalant as you like. Especially after Rusty talked up Claire. I chalked that one up to Rusty's fault. Cast a curse coming out there. Claire, there was absolutely nothing in his power he could have done. As now Seb looking to pay a visit into this bottom lane. He knows that summoner spells were used, and they have ultimates available as well as Kuden's flash.
Legacy playing really far back forward. Kuden, no! Oh, that's not pretty, Spawn. Close your eyes, everyone. No one look. Let's get out of this lane.
Go, take me mid.
There we go.
Take me
That's
somewhere
better.
else. Yeah, Seb picking up a Scuttle Crab. It happens. That's just the bottom line. I mean, Kuden, a little bit out of range there, not able to grab it. Is now Seb potentially looking for Claire.
Claire's got the package, going to be able to use that one to get back to safety. Lots of damage coming out from that Kha'Zix, though.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, isolated target. He's upgraded his claws, of course, first. It means he's going to get a little bit of cooldown back and some bonus damage. And, you know, Frey already dominant in this lane.
Still going toe-to-toe against Claire once again. He's popped the ghost. He wants blood here, Spawn. I mean, if there were any critics about Frey replacing Luch now, they've all been silenced because he's stepped up in back-to-back series.
He certainly has. I mean, Frey's always been a really solid player. And as Rusty said, he did prefer to play mid lane. But right now, I mean, the fact that he can play the control mages as well. Oh!
Carbon's been jumped on. Seb's going to deal a lot of damage. The Curta Call's going to come out, though. Lost. Looking to defend his jungler. Kuda's been locked down as well. He tries to exhaust Cupcake, but without his flash available, he's going down. Tally's flashing off forward. He wants Frey. He wants to avenge his mid lane, but the flash away from the Cassiopeia gets her back to safety.
Yeah, so Cassio back underneath the turret. You can see teleport was also used from Pac-Man on the back end of that. Now he's pushing bottom lane incredibly hard, and Jace shreds turret, so they need to be careful here. Make sure they pick the right play, Legacy. Looks like they want to siege up the mid lane.
They're going to send Cupcake and Lost back into the bottom lane. A Shock Blast combo will come out from Pac-Man as well as the arrow from Rain. Just not Lost down to half his health. But they will be able to defend their bot lane out of turret. Meanwhile, Legacy sieging up the mid lane. Claire and Tally are looking to get some work done on towards Frey as well as Seb.
See that Abyss not really all that scared at the moment. I mean, you would think that they would play with a little bit more respect. Top lane's pushing back into them. So that means that Tally is not really in any hurry to get back up there. Will instead just sit mid. Looks like Frey going for a handoff here. And it's been a chaotic early game, but 400-ish gold, the lead right now for Legacy.
Yep. It's been back and forth though. Abyss holding their ground and holding nice and strong against Legacy so far. After Legacy were convincingly well, seems like Abyss have been able to bounce back pretty well after the defeat to Sin as well.
And you know, lots of people have been talking about it, but the equalization that happened over the offseason, the fact that now everyone's in gaming houses, that they're getting that full-time play underneath their belt, really does seem to be doing wonders because we're seeing the quick turnarounds out of these guys. Certainly looking good.
I mean, we saw how Legacy, when they picked up their gaming house last year, you know, became minor premiers back-to-back. Went to both grand finals, still got taken out by the Chiefs who picked up their gaming house halfway through the year. Now, all the teams really stepping up to the plates. Now that everything's offline, all going to be played in the studio. Going to be training full-time with their teams and really taking the game to the next level. Abyss now also stepping up to the plate. Let's see if they can continue to hold strong here against Legacy, who are the favorites coming into this one. Most everyone gave this match to be a 2-0 for Legacy. But Abyss trying to see if they can prove everyone wrong and take down the Giants. Spectacle actually being popped here. Kuda taking a lot of damage. He's been locked down again. And one more time, he's out of position. 3 deaths for that Malzahar. Legacy are just picking on him right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. And we know that the Legacy bottom lane is a lot of the focal point. They're laning players. I mean, Lost and Cupcake have come together beautifully. You saw the synergy one more time, you know, going into that curtain call, able to pick up a couple of cheeky kills. So I like the play down there. They picked the kill lane early, and they definitely have baited Kuden into this Malzahar and repetitively taken advantage.
Carbon now making his way into the bottom lane, seeing him get behind Raid. Instead goes for a little bit of counter jungling as he knows that Seb was on the top side of the map. And was spotted out by Tally. See if Legacy can continue to siege up this turret. It's going to get incredibly low, and the first turret of the game is actually going to fall to Legacy, split between Cupcake, Lost, and Carbon.
Yeah, and 300 gold now the lead after such a 3,000 gold the lead for the Legacy after such a promising early game out of Abyss Esports. So, you know, it is starting to deteriorate a little bit. Double Cull picked up right now out of Raid. Woo! You don't get to cash it in twice, unfortunately. However, it does give you some nice on-hit health regeneration. Sells back for a fair amount. I mean, if you're going to misclick anything in the shop, Cull's one of the more harmless things too.
Let's see if he does sell that one of them back at least. He does go back to base, picks up the Brawler gloves and moves towards the top lane. Speaking of the top lane, Tally is going towards the attack on hit cannon build. We have to see how tanky he decides to go later on in the match. As Pac-Man is looking for the components of his Black Cleaver on Jace. Fairly even up in the top lane. Not too much has taken place between the two of them.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. But however, Pac-Man throwing down the gauntlet to Tally, I mean, taking the carry battle. Telly's played very reserved and within himself, had a good teleport play in rotation into mid lane, but Pac-Man's certainly showing that he is no slouch right now.
Yep.
Being pretty vocal on the comments as well. I mean, Rusty pointed out that the Abyss guys, in like personal, generally pretty softly spoken. I agree with him. Really nice team to be able to have a chat to before the game. And you can see that on comms, however, they're a little bit more uppity than you would expect.
Settling up. As Legacy look to try and take down their first dragon of the game, but Tally's been locked down. Seb's up here with Kuda. He's going to pop the ultimate, try and get the stuns, but Seb gets one final swipe through to take down Legacy's top laner.
Yeah, real nice pick. I mean, they expected that Legacy were going to go towards that dragon. Legacy will result in a mid lane turret, but that should be answered in the top side by Raid as well as Seb. So, whoa. Claire?
What? Hello?
One of the inside track on bottom lane. I mean, completely zoned Frey there. Frey looked confused.
Gives him a bit of a CM8 as he drives past the mid lane inner turret. Meanwhile, Abyss will look to try and take down the top lane outer turret as Claire is still making his long way back to his side of Summoner's Rift.
I think Lost was giving it to him a little bit there. However, you know, Legacy continuing to, you know, try and keep on top of this map. 2,000 gold right now. Have some big purchases as well. You can see that Tally now going towards looks like maybe a Runar's Hurricane. I mean, he's really got the variety bucket right now. He's got a little bit of everything.
Let's see what he decides to upgrade first. And he's kind of how Pac-Man has completed his Black Cleaver, as we mentioned earlier, so he's got that power spike that Jace needs earlier on in the game.
Interested to see where the build goes from here for Pac-Man. I mean, historically, we've seen a lot of Last Whispers second. However, you know, with the fact that there are no tanks, probably a little bit unnecessary. Double pink ward, you hate to see it, although that is 8 auto attacks right now that someone has to put into that.
Calculated smartly already. They knew they wanted to fight over this blue buff. Legacy are not giving it up without a fight. See Kuda putting down the Void Links just to try and make sure it doesn't run out of range. Seb's going to be forced to smite that away, so no blue buff for Frey or any other members of the Abyss squad.
I mean, really, Frey was over in the mid lane just farming up anyway, so he wasn't really all that worried about it. He's got his lost chapters as well as that tier stacking already, so he's pretty comfortable without blue. The CDR would have been nice, but it's definitely not the end of the world at this stage for Cassio. Good pressure being exerted right now from Legacy. This is what Coach Soulstrikes was talking about before the game. You know, he wants his team to be a couple of steps ahead. He wants them to, you know, get that macro game really rolling and not just brute force outplay, but, you know, outthink their opponent as well. And that's what we really did see out of Legacy in week 1.
Let's see if they continue to do just that. Right now, sitting on about 2,000 gold in the lead, 20 minutes into this match. It's a comfortable lead, but not a drastic one. Abyss still able to fight back here as we check in with the gold. Most of it sitting with actually Abyss's side in the jungle. The rest of the gold is just going to be distributed in the bottom lane here. Most of it towards Cupcake, as Pac-Man was able to take that blue buff away, so nicely donated by Seth.
Yeah, actually really nicely done, because they know that right now Legacy are playing the bottom lane, continuing to exert pressure onto Kuden as well as Ray. That seems to be the focal.
They're locking him down. Kuden again to be caught out. Lost gets him with the curtain call. Raid just wandering around, wondering what's happened to his support this entire game. Frey now looking for a fight as he's trying to ghost in. Sidesteps one of the grasp from Cupcake. Not going to get locked down by Lost. Pac-Man's in the back lines, but there's 3 members of Legacy there. He has to flash away immediately.
Yeah, so he gets in there, gets a big accelerated shock blast, and then just gets the heck out of dodge. I mean, they still had exhaust possible, so no available, so no assassination attempt going to be possible there. You saw a couple of summoner spells burnt, however, they do dissuade them from the turret. So a couple of members falling for Abyss, but they need to be able to keep pace with this game because they are starting to lose touch.
Kuden's really having a rough time here, Spawn, against his former team. They've been picking on him time and time again.
I mean, his positioning's been suspect. He's very confident with that shield that, of course, Malzahar has, but as soon as they break it with a plant, they're able to snare him up time and time again, and that has cost him a couple of cheap deaths. And because they haven't been able to get priority over the rest of the map, it just means that Abyss continue to fall behind.
You know, we're checking with some of the items that have been picked up. Lost, he's gone for his Yoma's Ghost Fade into Infinity Edge on the Jhin here. Claire's going to go back towards the Hextech Gunblade build on Corki, and we do have a Hurricanes being picked up by Tally. We can kind of see where the Legacy squad is going towards in their builds. On the flip side, Frey, another big item for the Cassiopeia. Merylnomicon has been picked up, and Raid opting to go for the Hurricane nice and early. Has not upgraded his BS sword just yet.
Yeah, he definitely needs a wave clear at this stage of the game because he's continually being pushed in on. And, you know, without going that tier, doesn't really have the mana to be able to continue to spam arrows out. So you can see instead just electing to use that passive to be able to clear out some waves. Nicely done there. They just need to make sure it's happening before it hits turrets, really.
Seb's actually looking for his more Mortius, has the Hextech. Trying to think of the name. Hextrigger, sorry. Being picked up already. In the bottom lane though, Cupcake. He's well and truly on his way towards Landry's Torment. A full item up ahead of Kuden. When we checked in last time, he was about 1,000 gold behind his mid laner. So he's nice and strong. As up in the top lane, Legacy looking to try and open up on towards Kuden and Raid again. The claws are not going to connect, but Kuden still taking it down way too low. Forced to back away. Throws out a Voidly in case that was going to be a Cocoon. That might be Legacy able to siege up this turret.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. I mean, time and time again, they're just targeting this Malzahar and making sure Kuden is on the back foot. Without his ultimate, they're not really able to generate any picks. So you can see that they're just having to forfeit map pressure after map pressure. Really is going to put them in a big deficit where now we're getting towards 8,000 gold, Fish.
Yeah, as Abyss actually sending...
Not 8,000, 4,000.
As Abyss...
Goodness.
As Abyss are going to be sending their top laner and mid laner into the mid lane. That gives Legacy free reign over the top lane. They take down the top lane outer turret. Claire is more than happy to just farm up this mid lane on his own.
And I feel like a big stalemate has been reached where Abyss don't really have engage to be able to generate picks unless Kuden's being aggressive, which is what we kind of identified in the draft. But at the same time, Legacy just able to generate pick after pick. Now they've maybe got their eyes set on Baron. That's enthusiastic.
Immediately a ward is going to Scrangle up. Sorry, it's going to come out from Abyss. Frey puts that one down, so they spot out Legacy looking to take that major objective. Seb uses this time wisely to take down a Dragon for his team. And a Cloud Dragon will be picked up for Abyss. Still trying to hold on in this game. 3,700 gold behind the Legacy roster. Legacy going to continue to defend mid lane as Abyss send 4 members into it to siege up the mid lane outer turret.
And this is what you expected out of Abyss. You expected early grouping with the Varus, with the Jace, and the ability to push down turrets. However, neither went tiers. It means that they're going to only have limited time to be able to make this work. And there's still good wave clear coming out of Legacy, as well as potentially a package, so they might want to fight here.
Abyss looking to still siege up this turret. Pac-Man gets some damage down. Carbon not going to connect with that Cocoon. Claire, though, does have the package, but a flash for Cocoon. Lost out Claire. He's going to be the first one of 4. But the ultimate going to come out from Lost. Picks up a double kill to return fire against Abyss.
And that's a 5v4. Still, Tally in the top lane, pushing down that turret, continuing to be a split-pushing nuisance. And you just feel like Abyss, they went for the play that they should have 10 minutes ago, and it's a little bit too little too late.
You've got a 5-0 June running across the map as well, Spawn. He's got his Zeal being picked up too. Lots of damage going to come out from Lost. Man, he's been on point with these curtain calls.
Certainly has, but it's more Cupcake that I've been impressed with. I mean, the Facilitator able to get multiple, brilliant routes coming out, and as well as the Zyra ultimate. He's been all over the map this time, and even though it's Lost picking up the kills, he really has been the beneficiary because the reflection of the score is there for Cupcake, and he's having a great game, rewarding that first pick Zyra.
He certainly is. The top side of the map for Legacy, 0-1-0, 0-1-2, 0-2-1. Bottom side is where all the action is. 5-0-2 and 2-0-5 for Legacy. Lost and Cupcake stepping up to the plate. The new additions to this roster. And they picked up Baron buff as well, Spawn off the back of those 2 picks in the mid lane, as well as the turret being taken down by Tally on the top side of the map. He's gone for a Blade of the Ruined King as his second item.
Yeah, so now he really is that duelist, that big split pushing threat. Should be able to just roam around like a vacuum, soak up all that farm, and continue to pressure the members of Abyss. You don't really feel like Pac-Man can go with him anymore. He's up 1,000 gold just because of those big objectives.
Take a look at the gold here, Spawn. Cupcake has more gold than Seb. And he's really close to what Frey as well as Pac-Man have right now, but Lost sitting on 11,000 gold.
Yeah, Lost is pretty rich at the moment. That's without saying. When you pick up 5 kills for yourself, generally are rewarded in that regard. But it really has just been about Abyss. You feel like they had a really good poke comp that was hard to engage on. However, because they waited until they fell a little bit too far behind, just has never really been a win condition for them yet.
Meanwhile, Seb will donate red buff on over towards Raid. Picks them up nice and easy. Baron buff still available for Legacy. They have Tally split pushing in the bottom lane. You'll try to go toe-to-toe against Pac-Man here, giving him a hard time. Kuden's been called down to see if he can assist this Jace. The Baron buff minions will slowly crash on towards the bottom lane inner turret. Rest of Legacy now rotating down. Going to get a lot of damage on towards this turret, and it should fall with ease, allowing Legacy to open up the map even more. 5 turrets to 1, just 26 minutes into the game.
And this has been like a comprehensive macro outplay. I mean, they've been able to isolate the lane they want to attack, which is the duo lane. Cupcake and Lost have been able to, you know, really punish Raid and Kuden down there. However, then they've been able to use vision on the side of the map that they're attacking. Look, right now it's the bottom side, although we might have to hold that thought because Ultimate's coming out.
Yeah, curtain call from Lost, looking to try and siege up the mid lane for Legacy, trying to take that final inner turret down. Kuden soaks up the last bit of damage there, and he's down to less than 200 health. Gives Legacy all the breathing room they need to take down the mid lane inner.
Exactly right. So one more time, you know, they've got all the deep vision on the bottom half of the map. They rotate bottom, pick up a turret. They know that Abyss can't cheat back through the forest. They open up with the curtain call, force them off. No threat of a counter engage out of anyone like Seb, like Pac-Man, because they have vision on them, and they set up in the mid lane. This has been really nicely played by Legacy after about the 10-minute mark.
Certainly has been. All inner turrets and outer turrets are down, 6 turrets to 1. They've opened up about 9,000 gold for themselves ahead of Abyss. Abyss struggling to find farm wherever they possibly can without the pressure of Legacy, especially when Lost and Cupcake are nearby. One small misplay is all it's going to take for them to lock them down. You can already see Cupcake has that Landry's Torment. He's looking for the Rylai's next.
He's massive. Whew. I mean, he's a legitimate carry threat in his own right. I mean, when we tweaked the numbers on Rylai's and Leandry's, made them a little bit cheaper, but took away some of the utility power on Rylai's. Certainly meant that champions like the Victor, like the Victor, why did I even say Victor? Like the Malzahar, like the Zyra, got an inherent buff fish.
Yep. And Legacy really showing why this is such a strong pick for them. They banned away Misfortune. They did not want Abyss to have that counter pick towards the Zyra, and they've been using it so potently in the bottom lane. I mean, there's a reason why this champion's been banned out in most of the matches we've seen so far. All Legacy have to do now is wait and find their opportunity to push against Abyss again. Baron buff has expired. Dragon will be back up in 45 seconds here.
When we feel that they're just really one pick away, they're continuing to push up the ward line. This time it's on the top side of the map. We need to probably establish some more vision for Tally down on the bottom side. And they're just trying to strangle Abyss into, you know, sharing farms, sharing jungle camps, be able to suffocate that gold lead even further, and be able to push their advantage.
As Legacy rotate 4 of their members towards the top side of the map, they still have Tally split pushing in the bottom lane. They're just trying to maintain vision control over the top jungle. They're looking to try and get that mini wave pushing a little bit faster there. Throws out the big one. Frey will be sent up there to deal with that. And they're just taking their time here, Legacy. They don't have to rush anything.
Well, they cut away vision on the top side of the map, and they know that Abyss had to recall, had to make sure that they were defending their base. Opens up Dragon for them. I mean, Baron's not too far away in the future either, about 3 minutes left on that respawn time. So Legacy really are in no rush. They're 10,000 gold up. It's only 30 minutes into the game, and this one's been pretty clinical.
Tally's got his Frozen Mallet picked up with the Hurricane and Blade of the Ruined King on Cannon. So he's going to be a difficult split pusher to deal with. And we see Pac-Man, he's holding his own well on this Jace, but is about 50 CS behind Tally now.
And I think that's more that Pac-Man's just been starved off farm. I mean, he's had a pretty good game, 1-0-0. Maybe he hasn't pushed for plays the way we've seen great Jace players do. However, still hasn't been completely outclassed in this carry matchup versus Tally. Tally's had a reasonably quiet game in his own right. I mean, only the Legacy bottom lane is like really popping off. The rest of it's just been good vision control maintained by Carbon and the rest of the lineup.
As now the rest of Legacy look to continue for their next objective. The only thing that's left for Abyss is their base. And Baron will be back up in a minute's time. Legacy will definitely have their eyes set towards the objective. Picked up a few big items. QSS being picked up by both Lost and Tally. They don't want to be locked down by Kuden.
And I feel like that really is the last way they win this. you know, they're going to be able to, you know, force a stick or something like that. Although Lost looking for his own.
Yeah, Claire's going to use the package here, trying to lock down Ray, but he's going to get jumped on by Cruda and Sebs there as well. They take down the mid laner for Legacy, but a big ultimate's going to come out from Cupcake. He flashes forward to get the kill to Seba, go on a killing spree as Abyss run for the hills.
And as I said, that was really the only play left for Abyss to be able to try and force a pick with that Malzahar ulti. The one member that didn't have the QSS available for him was going to be Claire, so he gets picked up, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. And right now, if that stalls out the game, if that stalls out Baron, which is up in 18 seconds, that's a win for Abyss because they just need to continue to make sure that they're getting towards that 4-5 item mark.
But Seb's still down here for another 20 seconds in the jungle. Legacy looking to maintain vision control around the Baron pit. Arbin is waiting in the wings, see if he can get a cocoon off onto anyone. Ray's going to keep sniping away with that Varus. Frey just wants to push this one back. They do find a bit of breathing room for themselves. The question is for how much longer?
And I mean, Frey is up by 50 CS at the moment. Claire hasn't had the best game. He's 0-3-2. However, Cassiopeia has been nullified because he's so short range. Baron's been started up right now by Legacy. Yep. Really no vision for the Abyss lineup.
Teleport's going to come in. That's a 3,000 health Baron that Legacy peel off of. They don't want Abyss to be able to take that one. It's going to regenerate health. Pac-Man has rejoined the Abyss squad, and Legacy just simply let Claire go down to the bottom lane and deal with that wave.
Yeah, exactly right. So Legacy just playing this one calmly, although Carbon just takes half of his health from Baron.
Woo! A bit of a misplay gives Abyss some breathing room. They're looking to try and punish by taking down a turret for themselves. Seb, they're going to jump straight into the captive audience that comes out. Pac-Man forced to block the ultimate from Jin, but is that a mistake because he gets locked down as Cupcake goes on a rampage to pick up the kill?
Yeah, and you can see the call was there for, you know, step in front of Mikuden. Pac-Man actually doesn't even flash in the end. Massive mistake coming out of Abyss, and they've been forced off another objective. They're just getting greedy. They're not letting the poke stick. And this ultimate out of Lost is just devastating.
And it's not even the top half of the map. The top half has not been doing too much for Legacy. It's just Lost and Cupcake, Lost and Cupcake, pick after pick. And Legacy, they're going to try and capitalize on this one by taking down the Baron.
Yeah, so you can see they've started it up again. The rest of Abyss is there. Can Raid and Seb get in for potentially a steal?
Seb's going to look for it. That Baron is down really low at 1,000 health. The redemption's going to come in. Seb goes in. Can he got it? He got it. Seb takes the Baron away from Legacy. Abyss, they've got some breathing room now, but Claire, he's looking to split push in this bottom lane.
Yeah, certainly is. So Claire looking to take an inhibitor in response, but that is a huge win for Abyss. They're down 11,000 gold to be able to get a Baron with a poke comp against the Tide. Potentially a way back in. I mean, this game is getting on the brink. Honestly, there's not much Abyss can do apart from do things like steal Barons, and they're able to grab one.
I mean, Legacy have not been able to push in towards the base of Abyss so far. They waited for that Baron to come back up. They got the picks they were looking for, but the good smite from Seb to save the day.
Yeah, and it was just a little bit too low. I mean, it stopped at 1,600 health, I thought, here. And then they turn around and are looking to get the rest of the damage down. As Seb flies in, Cupcake tries to blow him up, but good arrow out of Raid, good smite out of Seb means that they layered enough damage to be able to pick that one up.
And now Abyss, they're the ones that are going to look to try and push with this Baron buff. They take down the mid lane out of turret. Still 10,000 gold behind Legacy, but we are 34 minutes into this game.
I mean, if they get another couple of turrets, that will get closer towards, you know, 5,000–6,000 gold. So we'll see whether they're able to continue to push in. With a Varus, with a Jace, it shouldn't be hard. If you can get near the turrets, they should fall down. I mean, Cassio is great counter-engage, as is Kuden. They just need to find a way to control Lost's ultimate.
There's a lot of big items being picked up by the Abyss squad as well. I mean, Mormount Multius coming in for Raid. See the same thing being picked up by Seb, and Yomu's Ghostblade with the Bloodthirst with Pac-Man. Sarah's Embrace completed for Frey with the Zhonya's Hourglass, so it's deceptively tanky Cassiopeia. As they're going to move the remaining members into the bottom lane. Tally and Claire are stuck on the top side of the map. There is a teleport for the cannon, but not so much this Corki. Abyss looking to try and take some structures for themselves.
Yeah, certainly are. And the other thing is you can't really base race Abyss because Jace just does it better than anyone. I mean, they have more turrets to go through, but I feel like this is a brave call because they're in two separate lanes and Abyss is going to fly through the structure.
Let's see what Abyss can get from this one because recall's already coming out from Legacy. They want nothing to do with this. They've already taken out 2 turrets in a row. No power recalls for Legacy. They've only just got back to base. Abyss are onto an inhibitor turret. Kodakor's going to come out. Pac-Man has to stay behind his team. Kuda's getting locked down. He gets sniped off by Lost. Abyss get an inhibitor turret, but Tally He's already taken down one of his own.
Yeah, so they take down one inhibitor turret. Can they get a re-engage here, or can they get back in time to defend their own? Because as you said, Tally is there. I feel like that was risky because Pac-Man was taking up turret shots to preserve a minion wave in case it came down to a real race. However, they do get burnt slightly, Abyss, but you understand why they're willing to take the risks at this stage of the game. I mean, they are very far behind.
Well, they have sent Raid back to base to deal with Tally. Took down one inhibitor. Now Legacy starting on the Elder Dragon. Seb, he's done it once before, but he's not going to be able to do it again as Elder Dragon falls for Legacy, empowering their Mountain as well as the Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to, get a little bit more combat stats. However, they were still winning that regard. It's going to be up to Abyss to get really creative about how they're positioning around the map. Maybe it will cost them the bottom inhibitor, just because you don't really want a 5v5 team fight. Oh. You're lucky the curtain call wasn't available right then, because otherwise you would have died, right? But they still should be able to, with the wave clear, with the Baron buff, defend top lane.
Baron buff is going to expire soon for Abyss. Well, it has expired, actually.
Huh.
He's going to have to defend against the Elder Dragon alone. That buff to help him out. Legacy looking to see where their next avenue of attack's going to be. Tally is pushing on the top lane by himself. The rest of the Legacy sweeping out the bottom side of the jungle, denying vision from Abyss and waiting for that lane to be pushed up by Lost. Frey just sitting inside the base with the rest of Abyss grouped up towards the top hand side to make sure that there can't be a surprise push from Tally.
And you can see that Legacy want to play all three lanes. Mid lane just with the super creeps, they push that one up far enough. Now they rotate into the bottom lane, leave Tally by himself in the top lane to try and siege down the turret. You still don't want to fight a squad that has a two-man Elder Drake. You can see they're trying to keep it out of the base because as soon as Lost gets into that choke point, going to be able to set up, should be able to start firing those ultis out one more time.
Oh, Legacy immediately moved towards the inhibitor here. Lots of damage go down thanks to the Elder Dragon buff. As the inhibitor is going to fall. Only the top lane left standing for Abyss. Tally is still split pushing up there, doing a pretty decent job. Pac-Man trying to keep him out of the base. Shockwave combos coming out left, right, and center. He's got lifesteal on this cannon, going to be able to heal up quite nicely.
Yeah, if he can get access to a creep wave. I mean, there's still the danger of Pac-Man jumping in there and laying the hammer down, so he will back away. Inhibitor's good. It's disjointed timeline as well, so it means that, mid's going to come up pretty much a minute and a half, 2 minutes before what bottom will. So it'll be interesting to see how Legacy play around this one. I mean, Baron is about to respawn in a minute and a half, so they might be able to rush that one down. Getting towards completed item builds on everyone on Summoner's Rift, and with so much damage around and very limited defensive items. I mean, arguably Tally, but I really don't think Frozen Mallet is a defensive item.
Yeah, no resistance.
No one is attained in this whole map. They're just going to die incredibly quickly.
Let's see if Abyss are able to use their poke to their advantage here. Double Mercurial Scimitars being picked up for the side of Legacy. Tally's got one. Lost has got one now. You can even see QSS being picked up by Claire. Very few people now for Kuden to lock down. He's 0-6 in this match. Not having a great game on this Malzahar. Void Staff has been picked up by Cupcake here.
I mean, he's not having a good game on Malzahar so far, but all it takes is one ultimate onto, a Carbon, onto a Cupcake, who is so much of the damage right now for Legacy, as ridiculous as that sounds. And he could turn that game all around.
Abyss now looking to defend their final structure standing before their Nexus. Top lane inhibitor is under siege. Legacy don't have Baron buff. That's up in 30 seconds. You can already see one all attack from Claire. Is able to chunk away at these turrets. Abyss don't have much to do to try and defend against this one. Pac-Man looked like he wanted to try and push them off, but it's just going to be a matter of time before Claire gets in there and is able to take those down. Slowly weaving in those Sheen auto attacks with the rapid fire cannon. Tally look threatening to even flank here. As Abyss, they're on the ropes here, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, they've been walked completely into the base, and that means that no vision is available. Legacy will be able to finally retreat back towards the Baron. It's up in 5 seconds. And if Abyss leave the base, they're going to lose a lot. So you can see right now they're kind of conflicted. Pac-Man walking towards the bottom lane, and Legacy started up Baron.
This Baron's going to fall down so quick. Legacy just have way too much damage. Seb is not going to be able to get in there for the miracle steal. Baron falls to Legacy.
And now you see that with one auto attack worth of health on top lane, the rest of the base ripped completely open. I mean, it's do or die for Abyss. They're down by 13,000 gold, but they have to go at some point. Otherwise, they're just going to be bled out of this game.
They've got to pull the trigger somehow, but it's just almost impossible for the roster that they've, for the team composition they picked up here. Raid takes a bit of damage from Lost, still trying to poke back towards Legacy. Only the inhibitor left. There's going to be one spawning in the mid lane, but Seb looking to try and get the jumper towards Tally. Does get slowed down. Pac-Man tries to turn it around. The stuns are going to come out. They're going to be able to lock him down. Seb goes back in. Flushed on top of him, but Tally does not care right now. Pops the Scimitar. Is going to be able to run backwards. Frey now trying to kite back as well. Karma going to take quite a bit of damage, but Abyss, they're on the ropes. Kurtikor comes out. Kuda gets hit again and again and again as Seb's going to have to try and jump away. He's going to fall down again. Legacy now pushing on towards the Nexus here. There's not many members left for Abyss to defend this one, Spawn.
And you can see Abyss just can't get in. Legacy just going to be able to take it.
Frey's going to get exhausted here. Cupcake's marching on forward. GA's going to be popped there by Pac-Man. Raid's on top of his fountain. Claire's looking to try and burst in, but Legacy, they pick up game one here against Abyss.
Yeah, it took 41 minutes, and it wasn't a pretty game by any stretch of the imagination, but just with no initiation, no real tanks, they had to play it carefully because they knew if they made one slip up, a carry would be blown up, and then you're fighting a 5v4. They don't look real happy with their performance, but they have to take it at face value of what it was. They threw the gauntlet of the 5 carry comp, and they did come out ahead.
They certainly did. Seb was able to delay the game for quite some time with that Baron steal, but in the end, it just wasn't enough for Abyss there.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, when you're Abyss, you have to go at some point. And that's a couple of weeks in a row where they've been on the back foot, not being able to get in with any kind of clean team fighting. I feel like they rely on Pac-Man a lot for the initiation, especially if Kuden falls behind. So I would look for them to change up the strategy in game 2.
Well, it was a strong start for Abyss in that match, but Legacy do pick up the victory for now. Let's go back to the LSS to break down that game.
Thanks very much, guys. That Legacy lineup looks very strong. And Rusty, I want to start by talking to you about how you said it was all going to be top lane. We all said it was going to be top lane, and then we just see the Legacy bot lane popping off in this game.
Yeah, look, I will give it to Spawn. I might have had to cast a curse with Claire. He didn't have the best performance, but there's one thing that he forgot to mention, and that is we made a dream team a few months ago, and I had Lost as my AD carry. I've always had a lot of faith in this man, and an incredible performance, honestly, from the bottom lane of Legacy, holding their whole team of experienced members together.
Yeah, Mendrix, you just saw those Jin ultis just popping off throughout the game.
Absolutely popping off. That's exactly what this bot lane did, and it was absolutely huge. And really, Legacy just played around their bot lane. As soon as those kills started coming down for them, they were able to head towards the top side, take that turret, head towards the mid side, take that turret, and just continue moving them around with that carry comp. Never really engaging anything full-heartedly, just sort of saying, you know what, we've got our bot lane. I mean, before the end of that game, in the last 40 minutes, or just before that major team fight, it was 6-0-5 for Lost, and close to 5-0-5 for Cupcake. Those guys went crazy that game.
At Infinity KDA. All right, let's take a look at the pick band so we can bring up the draft on your screen right now. And I want to ask, first of all, about the LeBlanc ban from Legacy. I talked to Soulstrax about this. You usually see LeBlanc banned on red side, but the fact that Legacy banned it meant that Abyss were able to ban out Carbon's favorite jungle champion, Ivan.
Yeah, there was a lot of interesting draft decisions. Soulstrike spoke through what his decisions were for it, and I do understand that. They get rid of the risk-reward champions in that middle lane. Corky, even when he fell behind, he's still Corky, so he's going to do his job. That's get level 11 and poke at level 16 and poke a lot harder. He's always relevant. Syndra and LeBlanc behind, stay behind. Yes, they might have gotten rid of Carbon's friend in the forest, but he has an abundance of champions that he can fall back to.
Mendrix, was there anything in this draft that really stuck out to you?
Yeah, so when I was looking at these teams specifically, the big thing that ended up happening with it was, if you look on the side of Legacy, they had a more engaged, even though there wasn't really that major amount of engaged, they still had more engaged options. They had the Zyra, they had the Jhin, and it seems to be those guys that were popping off. Where if you look towards what actually Abyss had, they ended up having a more lockdown or a more pick composition available towards them. They had that with the Malzahar, they had that with the Virus, and it seemed to be they were getting all the utilities for both these teams were in the bot lane, and all the power seemed to be coming everywhere else.
So the interesting thing that I will bring this back to Soulstrax again for is he said his lack of objective control when it comes to Baron is something that Abyss actually had a lot of. With the Kha'Zix comp, one of the biggest reasons for picking Kha'Zix is the isolation on the objectives, such as the Drake, such as the Baron, and a lot of availability that comes around that. So similar drafts, but one had more objective control, one was more, I'm going to kill you with my damage.
All right, well, let's take a look at a team fight now. This is a Zyra knock-up in the mid lane, which I think Mendrix particularly impressed you.
Yeah, so as you can see here, there was a really nice engage onto Claire here where it gets immediately blown up. As you can see, it's a 4-man knock-up from Cupcake here, and that really allows Lost to pop off and get that double kill there. And it seems to be one of those cases where, looks like we're going to get the win here. We can get the turret. It's going to be great. It's like, nope, you've been shut down by Zara. Here's a rampant growth in your face.
Yeah, and also there was a Baron steal later on in the match, which is speaking of objective control and whether or not Legacy had it. This is Seb going in on that Baron and just sneaking it away with his little fingers.
And perhaps stealing the last remnants of hope. Legacy probably could have shut the door on them when they went for the Baron. So to go for this, it still makes sense on Legacy's side, and they stopped the Baron at the same time. There was a lot of coordination from the Legacy roster, but sometimes it just happens. These things always happen. Look at him slowing down, waiting.
Look at this dodging the Jin W as well. They just jump in there, take that sweet Baron. And then this kind of extended the game much longer because, like you said, if Legacy had taken that Baron then, would have shut it out, you know?
It did allow them to make that play where they decided to sort of make this Hail Mary and go straight towards the bottom lane and sort of force a trade situation, which didn't really end up working out for them. But the big thing that I want to take out, or that ended up happening from that, is although it was the right move from Legacy, they still didn't need to do it. They could have easily said, you know what, let's just leave this Baron, let's try to make something else happen. And in the end, it sort of ended up being some cake in their face.
But it's as simple as just not hitting the Baron. And they did leave the area. The problem is the Voidlings also kept aggro, things like that. But absolutely, if they just stopped doing it and let Claire sit bottom, they had a non-teleporting member there, like things could have been a lot more refined.
So before we get into game 2, is there anything that Abyss can do to get back in this? Because Legacy looked dominant, Rusty.
Pick a tank. I think it's a pretty good place to start. Pac-Man, his Jace was not bad, but definitely is better suited to tanks. I think Abyss just needs somebody in that front line to help them out because at the end of the day, they just didn't have what it takes to get past the massive damage coming out of the bottom lane.
And I would like to say that Abyss needs to try and be a little bit more proactive. They were on the map. They were actually winning lane originally. All the laners at that first back, I mean, Frey had fantastic first back, was able to get back, get the tier first, whereas if you look on the side of Clay, his back wasn't as good. In the end, if you're proactive with those sort of advantages that you pick up, you should be fine towards the end of it. So if they can be proactive, get those initial sort of kills that they had going first, and stop Legacy from using that superior team composition they have when they come together, they should be fine.
All right, well, we are perhaps one game away from Legacy 2-0, or maybe Abyss are going to fight their way back into this. That's enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. We're going to take a break and be back with game 2 right after this.
Lost out Claire, he's going to be the first one to fall, but the ultimate going to come out from Lost, picks up a double kill to return fire against Abyss. And Claire's going to use the package here, trying to lock down Ray, but it's going to get jumped off by Cruda and Sebs there as well. They take down the mid laner for Legacy, but a big ultimate's going to come out from Cupcake, who flashes forward to get the kill to Seb and go on a killing spree. Pac-Man forced to block the ultimate from Jin, but is that a mistake because he gets locked out as Cupcake goes on a rampage to pick up the kill. It's going to look for it. That Baron is down really low at 1,000 health. The redemption's going to come in. Seb goes in. Can he got it? He got it. Seb takes the Baron away from Legacy. Let's see what Abyss can get from this one because recall's already coming out from Legacy. They want nothing to do with this. They've already taken out 2 turrets in a row. No power recalls for Legacy. They've already just got back to base. Abyss are onto an inhibitor turret. Codacor's going to come out. Pac-Man has to stay behind his team. Kuda's getting locked down. He gets sniped off by Lost. Abyss, they're on the ropes. Codacor comes out. Kuda gets hit again and again and again as Seb's going to have to try and jump away. He's going to fall down again. Legacy now pushing on towards the Nexus here. There's not many members left for Abyss to defend this one, Spawn.
And you can see Abyss just can't get in. Legacy just going to be able to take it.
Frey's going to get exhausted here. Cupcake's marching on forward. GA's going to be popped there by Pac-Man. Raid's on top of his fountain. Claire's looking to try and burst in, but Legacy, they pick up game 1 here again.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthen you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. We cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Hingis-Hing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Zach Rusty Pie and Nathan Mendrix Mendez. We just saw Legacy just dominate in that first game versus Abyss. Let's get straight to it. What should Abyss be doing in this second game to get back into this?
I mean, the first thing that we can take away from the entirety of the drafting phase is I'm not sure why they banned Ivern.
Yeah.
I don't think Carbon's really a priority target in the banning phase, and especially after the performance from the bottom lane, I would say they changed their focus, changed their targets to be that direction.
So what do you want? What bans do you want to see from Abyss in this rotation?
They could stretch out and ban a Jhin if they have one spare, because that's all we've seen from Lost. They could go towards the Zyra. I 100% believe Misfortune, Zyra, and all of these carry support should be focused away from Cupcake, who has been playing out of his mind.
And Mendrix, from the pick side, what do you want to see Abyss be picking in this going into this game too?
They definitely get a tank. It sort of was one of those cases where you could see it clearly when they did manage to pick up the Baron. If they actually had a tank to soak up the initial Jhin shots that were being fired out in that bot lane, they would have been able to continue to go hard, actually take that inhibitor and actually force a decent trade there instead of losing in the end.
I think this comes back fundamentally as well to how you play Legacy against Abyss. We look at Legacy, and we already said this, 5 strong individual players making one team, but you look at Abyss, and they're meant to be a strong team, not just 5 individual players. So picking all carries leaves you open to the risk of being led into Legacy's game. Pick a tank, play a standard game of League of Legends, and trust in Seb and trust in Frey to do their job.
I mean, we kind of were talking before going into this game that Frey was the win condition for Abyss, and if Legacy could shut down Frey, that was how they were going to win. But they didn't really need to shut down Frey in that game because they were able to win through bot lane, yeah?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, Frey was strong, but it hit about 10 minutes in the game. Frey wasn't solo carrying. He wasn't moving around the map with Seb as effectively as they could have, and Legacy just kind of ran away through the bottom.
Yeah, all right, so going into this, we've talked about picks and bans. What about in terms of their attitude? Do you want to see more of an aggressive playstyle from Abyss? Because there were times there in that bot lane when they were about to get in, when they were taking that bottom inhib and turret, where they should have maybe they could have gone harder on that.
I want to see it. Because they act like I want to see it. And the reason why I want to see it is because they were winning the initial laning phase. They had the gold, they had the resources. If they were to actually make something happen, that would have easily shut Legacy down, actually meant they could get some more influence towards that bot lane and stop them from carrying through there.
Yeah, I think it's as simple as just picking something like Ashe on Raid, giving him a confidence champion. I think his Ashe arrows were good. If they were not hitting, they were still the right decision. So it'll help them be more proactive with champions that can complement it, opposed to like a disengaged comp from game 1.
All right, well, before we get into game 2, let's just get some last thoughts from you. Mendrix, is this going to be a Legacy victory? We're going to see a 2-0 here?
They've got the momentum, so I definitely see them picking that up from there. And it's one of those cases where Abyss, again, they need time to grow. They need time to ramp up. Legacy, they've already got everything, the infrastructure, the players in place. They've got the experience to get them to get these wins now. It's going to be a little bit more of a testing ground for Abyss.
And Rusty, do you think Abyss can get back into this, or it's going to be a...
I think they're going to smack him. Yeah.
All right, well, on that note, let us exit from the analyst desk and throw it over to your casters. It's Fish and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Hing. As we heard from the desk there, Rusty thinks that people are going to get smacked in this game. Spawn, what do you think?
Yeah, I just think that Abyss really need to look at their draft, because when you're playing it against such long range, I mean, when you're playing against, the continual cocoon spam, the root spam, if you can't get onto the back line, there's just no way you can set up. And you saw that how big Lost got with that long range, ultimate. As soon as they got one pick, they were just able to shove through. So I really do think that, Abyss picked themselves into a corner there. If they didn't keep snowballing, the game was going to be hard. And we saw that when they didn't keep snowballing, the game got really hard.
Yeah, it really did seem like that. So Abyss, they're going to drop game 1 against Legacy. Let's see if during picks and bans, they're going to change anything up. One thing that the desk wanted to see was Ivan to not be banned away from Carbon, but it seems like Abyss is going to ban that out straight away.
Yeah, and they just don't want to play against a controlled tempo style that Carbon can bring with that. I don't necessarily agree. I think there's more weapons, but the targeting of the bottom lane, especially if this is a Zyra ban, I can definitely get behind, because I think that if it's a standard, non-volatile map, Abyss have a better chance at being able to keep pace.
And this is the first time we haven't seen Camille being banned out straight away in the OPL. Probably going to be the final ban for Legacy, but on the side of the Abyss, they've completed all 3 of their bans. Malzahar and Jace are going to hit the bench. Finally, Camille gets taken away by Legacy, along with the Rengar as well as the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Zyra is back available. That was first picked on the side of Legacy, and it's going to be Abyss taking it this time.
Now this time around, Misfortune is not being banned away. We'll have to see if Legacy are going to try and take that away to get the small counter in that bottom lane.
It's still a volatile matchup. I mean, when you look at it, if you ever get hit by a root from the Zyra, you still die in the lane matchup, especially if you partner it with something like an Ashe. At the same time, however, because of Misfortune's range, she can really start harassing that Zyra out. She's nice and squishy herself, and I expect Cupcake to take the skill matchup.
And that's going to be the first pick coming out from Legacy here, taking Misfortune nice and early, making sure Cupcake's able to use that one against Kuden, who didn't have a great game on Malzahar last time around.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. I mean, he was picked on. They continually blew his flash and made sure that they had the aggressive invades on them. They shadowed it really well with Carbon, making sure there was no counter initiation available. And I love the fact that they've finally swapped up Lost champion pool. They're going to be locking in Ashe. That means that they can just set up the damage that comes out of Misfortune all that much more safely. And it doesn't really leave a big counter pick here to take into that bottom lane.
And to fit in with the theme for today, we're going to see Eddie carrying support being picked up first with a jungler for the blue side of Summoner's Rift. Seb's going to be taking Kha'Zix into the jungle again. Raid will be picking up the Jhin with the Zyra. This is what we saw Legacy use last time around. Wouldn't be too surprised if Legacy decide to lock in their jungler here.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Rek'Sai and Elise. I mean, they're both champions Carbon's really comfortable on. They bring in the initiation that they're looking for, although that's very aggressive.
Yep, instead they decide, let's go mid lane, boys, and Claire's going to be picking up Syndra against Frey.
And yeah, they weren't happy with last game. I mean, Claire did get kind of, solo killed a couple of times, and Frey looked pretty good. So looking to pick up a priority mid laner right now, and we'll see whether they now turn their attention towards Frey and start banning him out.
There we go. Rise being banned out here by Legacy. And we haven't seen too much Rise in the OPL. It's been left through picks and bans so far today. It's the first ban that we see for it.
We'll see if we get Frey Katarina. It's something I've been waiting for. We know he plays it in solo queue. Katarina with a Hex Drinker can go toe-to-toe with Syndra. It's not the best matchup, but you can get through it. And worldwide, we've seen a little bit of Katarina play out of Faker.
Instead, we're going to see Echo being banned out first here. So 2 mid lane bans already from Legacy. Elise was the first ban from Abyss.
They haven't banned out the Nasus this time around. Not last pick top lane. They said that's why they went towards it. We're expecting jungle to be picked up right now, I would assume, and giving the last pick towards Tally, as Legacy is wont to do.
Yep. Cannon's going to be the final ban coming out from Abyss. They don't want Tally to pick up that champion again, which means they still have to pick top lane as well as their jungler, and wouldn't be too surprised if Lost is going to be picking up the jungler for this team here.
Yeah, and that's the right thing to do right now. I mean, they have so much pick potential coming out of Legacy already with this composition. Why not just round it out with a nice 1-4? Give Tally the counter pick. Lock in Carbon's jungle.
Yep, Lee Sin's going to be picked up here for Legacy. Carbon will be taking the Blind Monk into the jungle as Abyss hover the Nasus. Lots of laughs coming out from Raid here.
I mean, there really isn't that many carry threats left unless they go with Fiora. So, I mean, why not throw the dice? They're not going to, but I would encourage Abyss to play whatever they're most comfortable on.
And instead they pick up Poppy. Pac-Man will be taking a tank into that top lane. That gives their mid lane pick for last. They know that Claire is going to be taking the Syndra, so they give Frey the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, Exhaust Corki can go Hex Drinker first as well. It's a safe pick against Syndra. They haven't really blown me away with any of their picks right now. I mean, it's a pretty standard comp out of Abyss, much more front to back, however, with, you know, the fact that you're going to have Pac-Man up in the front. You've got some good poke damage that comes out. You can see Carbon, he's not all that impressed either. Gives you a big yawn on camera.
Still waiting to see what Legacy's final pick is going to be. Tally's going to be getting his Gangplank up into the top lane again to go up against Pac-Man's Poppy.
Yeah, and last time this happened against Avant, I mean, he didn't have the best performance. However, he is a very good Gangplank player. Tally, I feel like Legacy, you know, they're just pushing their limits right now. They've got some good initiation. Ashe Gangplank's always been a great global comp to run. Excited to see whether they're going to be able to dominate laning phase, however.
Last time our Tally was against the Hitman himself, Series, who's already taken down 2 OPL top laners in his debut as a rookie. Trying to see if Tally this time round is going to be a little bit more comfortable against the Pac-Man, who he's faced off against a few times.
Yeah, I've actually seen these two play this exact matchup in solo queue many a time. So it'll be interesting to see how Pac-Man goes on stage. You know, he should be incredibly comfortable. I mean, range auto attack out of Poppy can take out barrels as well. You can live through a lot of it. The armor penetration's nice for Gangplank, and he should be able to farm safely, but if they ever bring Sev up into that lane, I mean, early on, the 2v2 should be in favor of Abyss. So one more time, a volatile top side of the map for the Legacy lineup.
And this time around, Abyss, they're going to have that frontline threat of the Poppy, so they'll have a tank going into their lineup, which they definitely lacked last game when Pac-Man decided to pick up Jace.
Yeah, 100%. It just meant that they couldn't foresee a mobile carry out of his ultimate at any stage. So, you know, there's not that luxury of setup this time for the Legacy lineup. They are easier to rush down, and they're still running a tankless lineup. I mean, Lee Sin isn't your hysterical pure tank. He only has one form of crowd control, much more known for his pick around Summoner's Rift. So we expect them to, you know, play that pick style, make sure that they can get Tally into a side lane, farming up, getting that bank set in for the GP.
And last game, we really saw Legacy were using the bottom side of the map quite effectively. It was Lost and Cupcake over and over again who were picking up pick after pick for Legacy. But Abyss were looking more towards the top side of the map where they had a slight favor and a slight advantage.
And it was kind of an old school, like, you know, Chiefs or Legacy victory where they were outclassing their opponent and brute forcing. I mean, they repeatedly went towards that bottom lane over and over again. There wasn't much finesse about it. It was really a battering ram down there. As they got the advantage, I mean, they jockeyed for position with warding very, very nicely, as Legacy is want to do. However, they would want to clean this one up, you know, close this one out a lot cleaner.
Well, we are on to Summoner's Rift, but for now, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with General, and I want to start by asking you about the jungle bans. I feel like you guys were prioritizing banning out Carbon.
Yeah, so we got the Kha'Zix picks, which we're super happy with. It's one of Seb's best champions, and the Elise pick is just because it's, in our opinion, the second best jungle matchup into Kha'Zix after, of course, the Rengar, but Rengar's a bit of an exception because he's very strong in this patch. So we just picked ban the Elise because it strengthens the pick of the Kha'Zix because Elise is probably the best matchup into Kha'Zix.
But you're also prioritizing banning Ivan out in 2 games now. Is that just because you think Carbon's a threat on that champion?
Yeah, it enables the way that Legacy like to play. In my opinion, Legacy like to pick 3 strong lanes and have Carbon picking a control-orientated jungle. So Ivan really assists with that because he just goes into the enemy jungle, places lots of wards, denies jungle camps, and just makes the enemy jungler not able to gank his pushing lanes. So yeah, Ivan bans to stop that play.
And you weren't thinking to ban out AD carries in that after the first game?
No, I think ADCs are mostly just as the big 3, Ashe, Jhin, and Varus, and they all sort of do more or less the same thing. Obviously, Lost had a very, very strong game along with Cupcake, but I feel that's just because Lost played very well, not more of the champion. So throwing bans into the ADCs just wouldn't really do much for us.
Yeah, excellent. All right, well, thank you for taking the time to chat to us. Best of luck in the game, and
Thank you.
I'll throw it back to you guys.
Well, there you have it. General defending the rationale behind banning out the junglers and trying to ban out Carbon there, and also having a lot of respect towards Lost and Cupcake in that bottom lane, saying they had a great game, which they definitely did.
I mean, there's no point beating around the bush. They had a fantastic performance on Summoner's Rift. And, you know, Lost. General's just a smart dude. I mean, he understands the style of play that Legacy wants to go towards, doesn't want to give them that control. And he said it best, when they play with 3 pushing lanes, giving Ivan just means that you're going to suffocate your jungle, and if you're playing a carry jungler like the Kazakhs, it's not going to go well for you. So his rationale is sound, and as I said last week, I mean, he's one of the smartest young men that is around in the scene, and happy to see that he's speaking well on camera and getting his brand out there.
Seb has always been a star player for Abyss for quite some time now. We saw him pick up First Blood onto Carbon last game on this Kazakhs. So no surprise that they're prioritizing the champion pick for him going into the second match. A lot of things have changed here. They have a tank in the front lane. They've taken away Legacy's bottom lane of choice, which is going to be that Zyra as well as Jhin. Frey's now up against Claire in that mid lane again. Corki going up against Syndra. You can already see Frey using his health potion nice and early. Claire this time round is the one with that extra pot to boot thanks to the Brian's ring.
Yeah, and you know, this is going to be, one more time, a really volatile matchup, because if you're able to get up against tanks, you can really beat them to item break points and start taking over the map. However, at the same time, you know, if Pac-Man ever gets rolling, he's going to be incredibly frustrating to deal with in the side lane in the team fight.
So check in with the mid lane. Claire doing a lot better this time round. Constantly pushing Frey backwards, getting a lot of poke damage on towards this Corki. Carbon has been spotted out in the jungle here. Will be taking the, will be said that takes the Scuttlecrow away, but up in the top lane, Pac-Man not having the best of times against this Gangplank.
I mean, it is pretty annoying just getting shot over and over again with the parlay. Pac-Man's got a couple of pots running, so he's a little bit healthier than you would otherwise suspect. But as long as, you know, Tally able to get towards a first item, Sheen, going to be incredibly happy up there in the top lane with how the early game has rolled.
Both top laners do have teleport as well. Only real big change in summoners is the cleanse being picked up by Claire in the mid lane. Frey's taken exhaust, and we have an ignite on Kudo.
Another trick I like to play with the mid laners, as I'm just, you know, sitting at home watching a lot of solo queue, is watching which mid laners take Biscuit and which mid laners take what I assume is going to be the buff duration. You can see that Claire right now, he's got buff duration because he's not got the Biscuit on his potion. Swift is another big proponent of that, whereas most other mid laners, to my knowledge, take the Biscuit for themselves. So not the immediate mana relief as well as the immediate health that you get out of Biscuit. It's just one of those things that, you know, the quirks of different players, Fish, that you get to see as they play more and more games. I wonder if it's a Syndra-specific thing that he wants to be able to hold on to that, be able to shove the lane out consistently, or whether that's just an overall preference.
We'll have to see which other, you know, in the future, which other mid laners decide to go towards that route. Frey instead going for the Reveal Potion nice and early here. Wants to stay in this lane. And like you mentioned in Champion Select, he's going to be picking up that Hex Drinker, so we can go toe-to-toe against Syndra and survive the lane a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's just, I mean, that's kind of the overall response against Syndra, right? You want to be able to grab a Hex Drinker, you want to be able to, yeah, that hurt a lot. You want to be able to Folk on top of it, get the exhaust out nice and early and see if you can win the 1v1, sure. A little bit of an unfortunate bounce there out of Raid.
And speaking of Raid and Kuden, they've been sitting back and trying to farm wherever they can here. The poke coming out from Cupcake is a little bit too much for them to handle right now. Mid lane though, Frey and Claire going toe-to-toe. Good sidesteps coming out from Claire this time round. Constantly poking out Frey, forced him to use the Valkyrie to get away. Claire's going to flash in, throws down the ultimate. Flash being used in return by Frey.
Yeah, there was one sphere that just missed. You saw right there. He tried to get a cheeky Q in at the same time. Real nice flash there, but Claire putting on the pressure on Frey this time. We said had a disappointing game 1. Game 2 looking to heat up, and Legacy active early.
Yep, they jet pressure in the mid lane. Lost and Cupcake have control over the bottom lane. This gives Carbon free reign to do what he wants. It seems like the Infernal Dragon is what they decide to take down first. Carbon takes it with ease. Next Dragon spawn is going to be a Mountain Drake, but Legacy already off to a good start.
Yeah, exactly right. They get the RNG on their side. They have a much better early game. You can see that they're already up 500 gold. No one's really died. It's just laning phase. And looking very comfortable right now. Good heads-up map play, being able to pick up an uncontested dragon. They knew that Frey had just been forced back. Although now Seb wants in on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he's got the wraparound on towards Tally, who is level 6. Pac-Man is fairly low. Tally wants it, puts the ultimate down to pick up first blood. Now Seb's trying to go toe-to-toe, but can he do it? He eats an orange, and Tally is K's. He gets the double kill.
Yeah, really nicely played out of Tally. You can see Pac-Man scratches his head. He said, why was there a barrel in there? But the prepped barrel comes out king. I mean, you see it right there in the brush. Tally baits towards it, able to get the reset. I mean, throws down the ult for the Thunderlord's proc. That's just beautiful GP play. And that's why you don't give him carry top lane champions generally.
This is why Tally's an absolute beast and a force to be reckoned with. A 2-on-1 outplay. Seb was just left wandering around Carbon's jungle after the Infernal Dragon was taken down. The top side of the map doing incredibly well for Legacy. Bottom side of the map have great control. Claire constantly pushing out. Legacy starting off a lot better in Game 2 here.
I mean, this is what you expect to see out of Legacy. And now, you know, not only is he 20 CS up, and that's parlayed CS most of it, he's got a couple of kills. He has to be up at least 1,000 gold. He's up 1,300 gold. There's only 3,500 gold to his name. So really, right now, Tally is a rich, rich man.
He's already got 2 components towards his Trinity Force completed. Once that's picked up, that gameplay is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the top lane. He already is. I mean, Pac-Man's not having a good time so far. That double kill is not going to help him out in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, it was just that they felt like they had to force a play somewhere. Bottom side, they'd already given away the Infernal Drake. The pushing lanes weren't there this time around. So, you know, they go towards top side. They try and get Pac-Man rolling, but Tally just had the play scoped. Pac-Man, unfortunately, had to run through creeps, and that's something that you don't want to do at this stage of the game. Those guys hurt.
That's forcing Pac-Man now to farm with the wave closer towards his turret. They're going to be spotting out Seb, who's making his way down towards the bottom side of the map. Claire is going to be following Carbon to make sure they can get the counter gank going if they run into any trouble. Carbon will take down the Scuttle Crab. Claire makes his way on down. Arrow's not going to connect coming out from Lost there as it narrowly whiffs towards Raid and Kuden.
Yeah, and that just means, you know, they pull out of the play. Now all of a sudden Kuden looking to go aggressive. Loses half his health for that, if you don't mind.
Poke coming out from Ash as well as Misfortune is a little bit devastating here. We can see Frey trying to cheat his way down towards the bottom lane in case anything happens. Seb had snuck his way into the second brush, but is being pinged out by Legacy, so we're spotted out. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see Carbon going in. He's going to be able to kick Frey back, or does he? As he uses the package and gets a kill towards Claire. Frey, he's done it again. He's got the second solo kill against Claire.
Yeah, and that one was a 2v1, so that's really nicely played. I mean, you have to be careful at that stage of the game just because of the fact that the package's burn damage is no joke and still had the exhaust available. So, nicely played, but it's still a kill in the mid lane and a big CS loss coming across for Frey. He's going to lose out on, what, 6 creeps, a wave?
Yeah, avoids the ultimate coming out from Carbon thanks to the package there. Frey's, he's been stepping up, Spawn. I mean, we've sung so many praises for this guy since his debut on the Abyss lineup.
Yeah, he's certainly having a field day. I mean, he's a really solid player. I just wonder if, you know, the mid game is going to be there right now for Abyss because they've already fallen so far behind, 2,300 gold, and the scaling definitely isn't there, so they need to get involved now.
Teleport coming into the bottom lane though. Spawn Cupcake's going to get a lockdown here. Tries to throw the ultimate back down to the Kuden. The ultimate will come out from the gangplank to pick up a return kill. Lost will be able to get out of there alive, and Pac-Man is just caught wandering across the river.
And this is the difference between the two squads. They didn't have to throw that much at Cupcake. In the end, they probably should have gone towards Lost with everyone but the Poppy, because the Poppy was behind the Misfortune, was definitely going to be able to pick that one up. At the same time, they don't burn anything in the bottom lane. They just let themselves die. Tally continues to push top lane with an extra kill, 30 CS, and potentially, you know, a turret going to be picked up right now.
He's got his Trinity Force Spawn. He's going to be speeding through the health of that turret in the top lane. Pac-Man's got his work cut out for him if he wants to defend this one. Just getting those little bit of Trinity Force procs there to try and take it down. We'll get knocked out of there. See you, mate, says Pac-Man, but that turret is still going to fall eventually. Tally has been out of control in this
Denies the local goals, though, so that's kind of important with the knockaway. Tally, though, is still pretty rich. I mean, yeah, he's still up a couple of thousand gold. Is now maybe Kuden in trouble.
Yeah, forced to use the ultimate nice and early. Kuden's going to try and walk away from the Syndra Spheres. It still gets locked down. Claire throws another one. The ultimate comes out, and Kuden is just stuck in the Raptor can. Has no idea where he belongs.
Yeah, exactly right. So you can just see how calm Claire is at this stage. And this is the worry when you give Legacy a lead. They're just so overwhelming as individual players. They get their map movements online, just continue to punish, continue to push in. And Abyss starting to fall critically far behind.
And they bring Cupcake immediately in towards the mid lane. Gets the hail of bullets down on towards Frey. Carbon's down here as well. Claire will continually poke towards this turret, which will take a ton of damage here. And Legacy will take down the second turret of this game.
Yeah, so just really nicely done. I mean, getting Cupcake out of that lane down bottom. They recognize that they've already got that one won. So looking forward to, just pressuring the rest of the map. I mean, Lost is completely fine. He's 20 CS up, even though he's at a kill disadvantage. So really nicely done out of Legacy again. And this is 12 minutes in a 5,000 gold lead. This is what we expect out of Legacy.
This is what we thought we'd see in game one, but it was actually Abyss that led that early game until about 20 minutes in that match. Legacy have control over towards the bottom side of the map, especially with taking down the mid lane outer turret. They've got their eyes set towards this Mountain Dragon. Lost, and Cupcake will assist Carbon to take this down. Raid and Kuda nowhere to be found to try and defend against this major objective. Claire will do what he can. We'll help him out. Mountain as well as Infernal being picked up by Legacy.
Yeah, exactly right. Unfortunately, so far, Carbon's just been, dictating the pace of this game with early dragons, the ability to turret dive. Seb, unfortunately, hasn't been able to get it rolling. I mean, after a mishap in the top lane with Pac-Man, just fell a little bit too far behind. But as you can see, looking to potentially have something to do.
Arrow comes down, forces Kuden to flash away there. Not want to be caught out now. Legacy looking to try and take down the final outer turret of this game.
And once again, like a 1-0-0 scoreline isn't all that pretty, but when you have a look at how much Carbon's been able to do is Seb. Ooh.
Fancies his chances against Tally. Tally did not connect with that barrel, so smartly decides to back away.
Drops the ultimate on top lane turret, scouts out the dive that may be coming.
Legacy might be able to continue pushing his spawn because Pac-Man Seb in the top lane. Frey was not really spotted out, but he was on the top side of the map as well. This should be a free turret for Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. And Claire's just roaming around mid lane, looking to pick up, even more CS off that jungle camp. And this is a comprehensive shellacking so far. I mean, 7,000 gold at 14 minutes. Must be the largest gold lead at this stage of the season.
It just simply seems like Abyss have nowhere to go against Legacy. Carbon's going to be taking red buff away from those balls. Frey does have the package available, but just seems like there's nowhere for this Corki to go. Sitting on his Sheen. He's got the Hex Drinker available for himself, but still, Legacy just looks so strong. And this time around, it's the top side of the map that has really been shining for them.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, their bottom lane's still doing fine. There was just one kill onto Cupcake after a teleport play was used. You can't really do all that much when you get teleported on, as a poor misfortune. But apart from that, you're right, top lane of the map, the top side of the map, definitely doing work at the moment for Legacy. Carbon's been so active this time around.
Frey has nowhere to go with that package, so he's just going to use it to get over towards the blue buff. Pick that up for himself. Desperately looking to see if he can defend against the push after push that's coming out from Legacy. Gangplank now has grouped up with his team. There are lots of pings going down towards the bottom side of the map. Abyss is going to have to be a little bit careful.
They're looking for a pick. They throw an arrow.
It's going to go out. Hits Raid square in the face. The arrow to the knee is going to come out. Karma's going to get right behind him. You've got nowhere to run, cowboy, because Lisa is here to kick you straight in the face, and that's going to be a pickup for Claire.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, they made sure they fired the arrow off a control ward. There was no way that Raid was going to be able to see that one coming. You just see how smart the jungler of Legacy is. I mean, that's a really nice setup. Pretty easy kill to be picked up there. Only uses his ultimate, so... Legacy look like they're firmly in control of this one. Maybe some hiccups for game one, but back to the drawing board. I mean, this is just good League of Legends, honestly. He's recalling on a ward. They're able to pick it up. I mean, he misses the E, but E's a... Actually, you know what? I'm going to call him out on that. I made a lot of fun of Spooks for missing Qs. Missing E's is inexcusable.
Oh my goodness. Carver makes the play. Still can play flag. It's Kuda just going to get deleted by Claire here. He'll pay for that with his life, as you can see in the meanwhile. It's going to be Misfortune raining bullets on towards Seb. As Lost going to pop the ultimate as well, trying to collapse on towards the rest of Abyss. The critical came out from Ray, looking to try and make the run back, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, really nicely done. They dropped the ult on Seb as well, nearly pick him up. Has to flash away from it.
Yeah, flash.
All right.
He doesn't need it, Smon. He's all right.
Playing the game on hard mode right now. Honestly, not much to say about that. A little bit of back and forth in the mid lane and 1-for-1.
A little bit of hiccups here for Legacy as they do lose Claire in that engage, but he's able to just destroy Kuden, who, again, has the most deaths in his team here, Spawn, not having a great time against his former team.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. I mean, this is the problem with playing the majors. You have to really check your positioning. Kuden, a lot more, I guess, renowned for his defensive supports like Soraka, where he can very much just be a backliner for his team. And now that he's expected to put out some damage, you know, expected to start off some of the fights. Has struggled in the first couple of games here, but, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, Legacy's always going to be a hard team to pick up a victory against. So if he's able to get any level of comfort on the pickups, should hold them in good stead for the rest of the season.
Asho is going to come out, lands on top of Seb. Carbon's going to get behind him. Safeguards towards Cupcake, who will be able to pick up the kill. Bullet time is going to be cancelled here as Tali's going to join the fight. Throws down the barrels, doesn't connect with anyone, takes a bit of damage in return. But Legacy, they get a pick for that.
Oh, so optimistic out of Talia there. I mean, he had the whole string of barrels going then. Not able to find anything. However, it will start the siege in the mid lane.
So they're going to look to try and siege up against Abyss. Mid lane inner turret under siege as Legacy waiting for their top lane minion wave to push up there.
It's actually going to push against them. So top wave, if they're waiting for that one to hit the turret, it's going to be waiting a very long time.
But Kuda, no! Oh, that was nice and swift, though. Karma's going to be able to take him down.
I mean, that barrel did so much damage out of Tally. He is 2.5 items against what is maybe 1 on the side of Pac-Man. They're able to take down the turret with ease.
Right, here comes Pac-Man looking to lock down Tally. Doesn't have his oranges just yet, but he's still K. As Pac-Man's going to head backwards, Carbon's going to force him to retreat. Legacy get out of there alive and take a turret for it.
Yeah, and it's 10,000 gold now. You can see that Legacy, they don't necessarily have a big tank still, but they're willing to play the tempo game this time around because they know that as far as damage goes, they're just way too far ahead.
Pac-Man's got to be careful. He's going to take a lot of damage here. Carbon does not follow up with the Q, but it doesn't matter because Claire just throws down the Dark Spheres everywhere to get the kill.
Yeah, and I mean, you really don't need to follow that one up. That's just good understanding of Carbon, the fact that Claire's got that one covered. Having a much better game this time around, 4-2-1 on a big comfort pick in the Syndra. I mean, we talked about the fact that with the bottom lane performing so well, with the fear of Carbon's champion pool, that they're probably not going to be able to target Claire. And on his best champion, certainly showing us that he's still a mid laner to be reckoned with.
He's already gone back to base and picked up a Landry's Torment to go with the Morello Nomicon. Blasting one being picked up in addition to that. Cross from him. Frey still struggling with his items here. Hex Drink as well as Trinity Force. Just the brown shoes to boot. They are now 10,000 gold behind Legacy 20 minutes into this match.
And this is one of those games as Abyss that you have to be like, refocus. What is our actual goal? What are we trying to get out of this game right now? What does our composition do? If it is a poke comp, see if you can, you know, get a lane pushed up, see if you can set up properly. You're probably still going to lose just because of raw power right now out of Legacy. But I feel like a couple of games in a row now, they've kind of lost sight of their draft a little bit and been made pay.
Legacy are definitely making them pay with the gold disadvantage right now. They already took down a few turrets here. Mid lane and bottom inner are gone. So 5 turrets to none for Legacy. They've got 2 Infernal Drakes and a Mountain Dragon picked up already. So stacking those up nice and easy so far.
Yeah, certainly have lucked out with the Drake selection right now. That's pretty much the ideal when you're running the damage threats, being able to grab double Infernal. I mean, Tally's a big benefactor of that. He's having the time of his life right now, going towards an Infinity Edge. He's bought the Sork boots as well.
He's ready. This is something you were talking about last week, Spawn.
Everyone thought I was a liar. I'm not a liar. He buys Sork boots on Gangplank more often than not, people. And for the ultimate, of course. Likes to be able to get that maximum damage out of the big cannonballs.
He's 3-0-1. Almost Flame Horizon Pac-Man here. 90 CS up ahead of this Poppy.
Yeah, but once again, I feel like this is one of those games where Abyss, it's not really an individual at fault. They went for one bad gank in the top lane, and then the game just snowballed out of control from there. Legacy is just so strong as a unit that when you make a bad play, a bad call, and Legacy forced them into it, I mean. Teleport coming into the top lane. Let's hold that thought while Pac-Man tries to set up.
You can see Yoma's being popped by Tally to get the heck out of there. The rest of Abyss looking like they want to try and pincer here. Tally's going to get the nice setup. Stun's even going to come out from Claire, looking to try and find someone chasing on towards Legacy. Tally, that didn't connect, but he still explodes. It doesn't get anything out of it as Pac-Man going to be able to sidestep the arrow coming out from Lost. Will get slowed down and shot here by Tally, but he's okay.
Yeah, it still took a little bit of damage. I mean, that's a good attempt out of Abyss, but once again, the whole combo wasn't there. They need to be able to open up with Raid and then, you know, get the teleport rolling through at the same time. So you can still see aspects of the composition coming together. But yeah, Carbon forced a lot of that play by taking an early Infernal Dragon. It felt like Abyss thought that they were being out-tempoed and needed to push the pace of the game. When really, when you're running a tank composition, you can afford to fall, you know, slightly behind.
Pac-Man's got to be careful though. There's so many members of Legacy here. He's going to get knocked back, but doesn't get stunned up.
He missed another E.
Forced to flash away, but still gets jumped on here by Carbon. He says, see you, mate. But Tally still goes on a rampage by being able to take him down. There's just bullets everywhere here, Spawn, as Cupcake is going to force Kuden to back away.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, you know, they've got complete control over this Baron pit. Carbon missed another E during that team fight. That's what I was yelling like a hooligan about. And you can see that they just don't want to face check right now. You can't go into Claire. You can't go into Tally at all. So they're going to instead have to be very careful with how they check for vision.
Very patient from Legacy, though. They've been sweeping this river so much. Just making sure they buy time here against Abyss. Force them to face check in an unfavorable situation.
Yeah, Abyss shouldn't be really all that worried. I mean, there's no tank on their lineup. Carbon's got a chain mail. I mean, they're going to have to really burn this one quickly if they're not going to take too much damage.
They're looking to try and start up the Baron buff here. It's down to half health. Tally trying to zone out the rest of Abyss. But here comes Seb looking to jump in. Make It Rain's going to come out from Misfortune. Carbon's incredibly low, but will still get the smite down. Tally now low as well. Seb already got one kill. The rest of Legacy's been locked up. Big ultimate coming out from Kuden. And now Raid's looking to try and clean this one up. Seb's in the backlines, tries to jump, but he can't get it down. A double flash over the wall from the carries. But Tally, my goodness, the double kill's going to come out. Raid's going to try to go toe-to-toe. Can he get it? Yes, he can with the shutdown. And Abyss somehow come back into this game.
And this is what I said. I mean, that's a really risky Baron coming out of Legacy's lineup because they have no genuine tank. I mean, they do lose 4 members. They're going to lose a turret in the mid lane for it. They still have Carbon surviving, so I guess they have that for them. However, plays like that can come back and bite you in the end, Fish, and it bit them quite hard then.
It certainly did. Seb can't get the steal, but gets the hero kill on towards Claire before getting taken down by that Syndrome. We can take a look at that again.
And look, it's just Carbon. He's the only one in the pit. He's trying to do the damage. I mean, Claire gets flashed on and taken down. And from here, just a big Stranglethorns out of Kuden, gets 4 members, and Raid's able to clean up the back end. Another miscue, but Tally with the silencer, able to pick that one up. And just look how much damage he's doing at the moment. Maybe over-enthusiastic here, because he runs back in and gets destroyed. But you can understand his enthusiasm for gangplank at this stage of the game.
He's got his Infinity Edge with the Yoma's Ghostblade and Trinity Force. That's a big gangplank right now.
And they're still 10,000 gold up.
Yep.
I mean, they have the luxury of making probably 4 more bad plays before this game really does come back.
They lost the mid lane outer turret, but Legacy still have Baron on Carbon, so as long as he's around, the mini waves are still going to be pushing nicely. This time round, though, top lane is pushing in Legacy's favor. Dragon's going to be coming up now.
I mean, the only thing that really did was catch Raid back up to loss. Every other member is still so far ahead in gold. Tally's 5,000 gold ahead of Pac-Man at this stage of the game.
Arrow's going to come out, lands on top of Seb. Kuda's going to get locked down, and Cupcake gets the double kill with the bullet time. Pac-Man's going to fall next as well. Guardian Angel's being popped. Legacy going to be able to take him down. Loss is going to take that kill.
That was a big setup, and you can just see how much damage Carbon and the rest of his squad do right now. I mean, really nicely played. Looking for potentially a pick here.
Ooh. Can't grab the bullet.
Claire threatened, and you saw that straight away. Raid fired the last shot and ran very quickly.
And with that, Tally's able to take down the 3rd Infernal Dragon of the game. Now Legacy with the Baron buff from Carbon, looking to push in through the mid lane. Mid lane inhibitor turret is going to fall now onto the inhibitor. Legacy have broken the base of Abyss, but can't quite take the inhibitor just yet.
Yeah, so they're just going to back away. I mean, this is still smart play out of Legacy. They know they're ahead, but they don't want to force it too hard. Potential teleport play could have been there. They're pinging it out, actually, right now on the side of Abyss.
Rest of Legacy are going to head back to base and pick up a few more items for themselves. Essence Reaver into Hurricane has been picked up by Lost. Black Cleaver already complete by Cupcake, as well as the components for his Mortal Reminder.
Yeah, and Lost going with a Hex Drinker against only a Corki. That's a little bit interesting. I mean, not all that much magic damage on the side of Abyss right now, but the general idea behind the build I appreciate. As an Ashe, you don't really need big damage items. You need to stay alive. You need to be able to, continue to output damage. So too often do we see them go for an incredibly greedy build. I like the fact that, he understands that right now the Gangplank with 14,000 gold, like literally double that of the other top laner, is probably going to be the main damage source.
Legacy now moving towards the top side of Summoner's Rift, looking to push back this wave that was set up by Abyss. Player's going to be on that pushing duty. Just chucks minions around, gives them a headache. The rest of the team will be waiting inside of the jungle as they sweep out all the wards that were previously placed down by Abyss.
And you can see that they're still playing this one nice and calm. I mean, Claire checking the brushes with his abilities, making sure that they're not overextending. They've got Tally in the other lane, although now Lost being open up on.
Tentacle comes up, and Chanakusao not going to connect. Kuden flashes in aggressively. Pac-Man's in the back lines. That's a lot of damage coming out from Abyss. Seb's going to fall, though. Pac-Man's still looking to try and lock them down. Tally's only now going to join the fight as Raid and Frey try to run the heck away. Barrel's going to come out, does not connect. It's still a 3-for-1 trade.
Yeah, so out of nowhere, Kuden flashes forward looking for the engage, and that's the kind of desperation play they needed. Unfortunately, GA had been picked up for Carbon. Members still fell down because Claire is massive on the back end, and they're going to be able to continue to push in. That was the right call out of Abyss. It's good to see them making the proactive play, but unfortunately just not able to come up with the goods.
And it almost looked like it was going to be successful for them as well. Kuden with a big play, Pac-Man with a great flank as well, but they only took down the support. Not the target you want to be picking off right at the start of the fight.
Seems to be the trend, though, when Legacy win, pretty one-sided affairs. Cupcake dies towards the end of it, so two for two. We'll take that one.
He's gone back to base and picked up the Mortal Reminder, so this one's just going to hurt quite a bit now with those two items being picked up.
Yeah, well and truly online. Definitely fair to say there, Fish. I like to see the Misfortunes. One of my favorite supports at the moment, actually.
The flip side, though, Kuden 07 at the moment.
I mean, but that was a good play out of Kuden.
It was.
I mean, flashing forward, you're going to die on that play 10 out of 10 times. But he flashed in, got the snare, got a 3-man ulti at the same time. I mean, that's a play that you need to make as a support. If your team doesn't have initiation and Pac-Man's always going to be flanking, I mean, someone has to get in there and do it. It's better than him than Raid.
Had a good Tentacle coming out from Raid as well. Was able to chunk down Lost. Extra guy actually survives in keeping him alive. Kuden's damage in that fight.
They're big crits, 1,260 damage.
It's a monster of Pirate. He's gone and picked up his Phantom Dancer as well. One item away from complete, just sitting on that pot there.
See whether they go back towards Baron here. I mean, they still don't have all that much armor picked up on the side of Legacy. There's still a lot of damage that comes out of the Abyss Esports lineup. I mean, Trinity Force, nearly more picked up right now for Frey, as well as the Rapid Fire Cannon. They still do some damage, and I feel like if Carbon takes himself out of the fight, by tanking up Baron a little bit too long as he did last time, it's still a touch-and-go fight if they can get onto Claire.
Question is, can they get onto Claire, that back line? Right now, Abyss.
Look, I'm being optimistic. I'm just going to say it. Like, yes, I understand they're 14,000 gold up, and that this probably should be a free Baron right now, but I just like armor when I'm taking Baron.
Well, Tally's popped his pot, which means he means business now, Spawn, as they wait for Abyss to collapse. They've got no vision.
Pac-Man saw his life flash before his eyes.
Did not want to get taken down there. It's now Legacy looking to see if they can engage. Arrow comes out, whiffs, so does the stun, and there goes the package on top of Lost. He's been exhausted and deleted.
Three members gone.
Yeah, Pac-Man's going to boot them away. Seb tries to jump in amongst it as well. The ultimate's going to come out from Tally, but they've already lost their AD carry.
And one more time, I mean, they're such a squishy comp that if anyone gets caught out and isolated, they died. And right there, they were able to cut off Carbon and Lost. They got the exhaust down, and the fourth bullet came through and cleaned him up. Meanwhile, Pac-Man just gave him the, see you later, and kicked three people out of the team fight.
Just like that, Abyss get a pick for themselves, but Legacy just going to wait for Lost to respawn before pushing on forward again. Ultimate from Lost did not connect, neither did the stun from Claire.
I mean, I don't care how much gold you have, Tally. If you don't hit anyone during the team fight, you still do no damage. So that was, the stars aligned. and they finally got a pretty okay team fight there for Abyss. I mean, this still didn't get them much. Got them a kill and a little bit of farm.
He's got 15,000 gold, Spawn. He is Legacy's
He's
lead.
nearly got 16,000 gold at the moment. He is 7,000 gold ahead of Pac-Man.
Who's sitting on a Sunfire Cape as well as a Guardian Angel. Not quite the items he needs to be that beefy frontline tank, but at least he'll be able to live twice.
I mean, honestly, the fact that, you know, Lost hasn't got the Last Whisper, neither does Tally, he still tanks up fairly well against anyone but Claire. Claire's probably going to delete him very quickly. And you see that they've actually gone for this Baron play one more time, and this is risky.
Seb's been able to take down Lost, so this is a 4-on-5 if Legacy to try to go for it.
And Tally's got no health. I mean, if only they could see Tally's health right now, they would know that they can take this fight.
And they've gone back to base. The rest of Legacy are stuck now watching as their mid lane inner turret is going to fall. And Lost been caught out again.
I mean, the shortest way down the map is just straight up mid lane. Honestly, the turrets in the side lanes, they're there for aesthetics purposes only. Like, they do nothing. If you can just march it up mid and take down that Nexus, you still win the game, Fish. And against the flow completely, I have no idea how this is happening.
Well, Abyss are going to use their time wisely and take down a turret, a pick, and also take down the mountain dragon that spawned here. 5th dragon of this game.
Back within 12,000 gold.
No, yeah, just a small margin.
I mean, they started up Baron again. It does die very quickly.
And it's dead. I mean, they might not have armor, but they've got enough damage to do it this time around, Spawn. Lost is able to revive in time to pick it up for himself too. As Tally's now being able to pick up his last Whisper, the final item he needs.
I mean, I feel like there's some genuinely good scaling. I don't know how to say it. Like, if the game goes for another 10 minutes, I mean, the Poppy is just going to be right back into it. I mean, Tally's already got 6 items. He has no more slots. I mean, you can get an upgraded Last Whisper and maybe sell his boots. But really, Legacy need to look for that final pick, dive a turret and try and win this game.
And Lost seems to be a little bit scared of Seb now picking up the Chain Vest. Let's go with his 3 items already. Just wants to live Spawn. He's tired of being picked off before everything happens. He's in the bottom lane. Pac-Man's been found. He's dead.
Yeah.
Like, that's Guardian Angel. Here comes Carbon. Got the timing wrong, but still gets the kill in the end.
That's all right. Still able to pick up the kill. That's exactly what they were looking for. I mean, with Baron buff, didn't have to expend anything. No flash, no ultimate. That means they can just drop the ulti on this turret, look to go for another engage.
Let's see if they do just that. Tally now gets a big barrel offer towards Raid. There's the ultimate coming down. He has to force the Curtain Call to stop. Tally has taken quite a bit of damage though from the poke that came out from Seb and Prey. Still looking to siege up the turrets here.
Great barrel out of Tally to be able to clip Raid on the back there. You saw it did 3/4 of his health. The ultimate looked to finish him off as now the arrow comes out.
Lands on towards Kud and bullet time's going to come out from Cupcake. Oh, single-handedly takes down the support from Abyss. Legacy now pushing on towards the bottom lane inhibitor turret. That's a big amount of damage coming out, but they've broken the next turret here. Bottom lane's going to fall. Legacy have 2 inhibitors. Now they're going to start to retreat.
Yeah, so they grab 2 inhibitors. That's a great play. Looks like now with the package, actually Frey wants in.
Teleport's going to come in here. Pac-Man wants to get this one going. Frey looking to try and dive in, but that's a lot of damage onto Raid. He's forced to heal off of that barrel, and immediately Abyss saying, nah, we're done. We're out of here. Let's go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shoot, don't hurt me anymore. I mean, Tally is an absolute monster at the moment. That damage is, need I quote Atlas, disgusting. That was, yeah, that's a lot of damage. I don't know what else to say.
Didn't die, but he was almost super dead, Spawn. As Pac-Man now is going to continue to just soak up as many minions as possible in this mid lane. Kuda's going to be helping him out, but it's just a matter of time before Legacy make their way towards the top side of the map and look to take down that final inhibitor turret.
And you know, this one's taken 36 minutes again for Legacy. They kind of lost their way, I feel like, a little bit in the mid game when they were trying to pressure Baron so much, even though they had mid inhibitor under fire. But this one's never really been in doubt. And you can see that, you know, Legacy from start to finish, willing to dominate. Sure, Lost got picked off a couple of times, but this is still a pretty clean victory. But Abyss have to just be thinking, like, if we can actually pull the trigger on some plays earlier, not in this set, I mean in general, we're going to stop falling into these big gold deficits, and then maybe we'll really see what this team is capable of.
Now though, this seems like they're still trying to hold on to this game, or whatever's left of it here. Legacy looks to try and make their final push in towards the base. Barrel's being put down over the wall by Tally as he continues to push in the mid lane with his super minions.
And I mean, Abyss should still be looking for what they can get out of this game, because realistically, if you take any game to 45 minutes, it just becomes a coin flip at that stage and up to composition. And Claire just took a lot of damage again.
Yep, Codacole's going to come out. Seb looking for the engage with Pac-Man, who flashes in for this one, gets the knock up only on towards Cupcake. He gets obliterated, so does Seb here, and now Kuda's the one that's in trouble. Legacy get 3 kills off of the back of that counter engage.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to kite back nicely. They're able to use that big gold advantage and do some work on the back line, and that will probably be game. Legacy, it took 38 minutes, but never really in doubt.
Certainly was not. Tally has to eat an orange to stay alive here, taking a lot of damage. Gets the heal coming out from Lost as well. But Legacy waltz in towards the base. Another barrel comes out. They won the ace, but they couldn't get it. But they still get all 3 points in the game, in the end, as they take down Abyss.
Yeah, exactly right. 2 rounds, 2 3-point victories. You can see Carbon getting around his team. Couple of rubs on the head. Not a big smile on his face. I mean, he would have liked that to be cleaner, I'm sure. Tally's checking out his damage. You saw that, you know, maybe not happy he is with himself from that look that he just gave the camera. However, that wasn't clinical, wasn't surgical. It was just one-sided in the end. I mean, that was a pretty one-sided affair.
A little bit of a frown coming out from Carmen at the end of that one as well. It was still Legacy picking up all 3 points, but there were points in the game where Abyss definitely looked promising. It looked like they were going to be able to bounce back a little bit from their loss last week.
I tell you what, if they actually are able to pull the trigger on some of the team fights that they had when they're not 12,000 gold down, Abyss will be a good team fighting squad. I mean, they had the right idea. Flanks, flashing in, get onto the back line. It's just when you're doing it from a 12,000 gold deficit, it's going to be much more difficult than it should be.
Well, that was the 4th and final game of the day, but before we go, let's throw it back to the analyst desk one more time.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, Abyss showing some late spirit there, despite going down 2-0 to Legacy, and no shame in going down to Legacy, because that was a monstrous performance there, Rusty.
Yeah, and I do want to echo Spawn as well. We saw even in their set against Sin, when Abyss actually make a team play, they structure themselves as a unit. They do look fantastic, but at this point in the game, honestly, Gangplank got a Flame Horizon in CS, had 3 Infernal Drakes. Like, there is absolutely nothing that Abyss could have done besides hit perfect team fights.
Yeah, and Mendrix will see the guys there doing the handshakes. But Legacy showing they could win through bot lane in the first game, then second game just win through Gangplank ultis all over the shop, right?
It was just a bit ridiculous. I mean, once Tally got going, he was really just sort of this force that could not be messed with. And throughout the entire game, it just sort of dictated every single objective that happened afterwards. Every single time Abyss thought they might have had some form of fun team fight or something that might work for them, those ultimates coming through from Gangplank just absolutely nullified them.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's take a look at the draft as you bring up the picks and bans on your screen. Still, Abyss really targeting out Carbon there, banning out the Ivan, banning out the Elise. I mean, like we said, though, Carbon isn't necessarily the biggest threat on that team, Rusty.
Yeah, he's not the biggest threat, and we heard from the coach as well, the reasoning is they want the Kazakhs, they want to get rid of the bad matchups, and I think this is more of it's a matter of priority in where Abyss want to win the game, not where they want to stop Legacy from winning the game themselves. So banning out the jungle gives Seb the opportunities and the abilities to be aggressive, go forward and try and win 1v1s, like what we saw from him in game 1, and that was actually one of the big tipping points that got Abyss an early lead in the first game. Didn't exist in the second, though, even with all of those bans.
Yeah, and Mendrix, we see in the Legacy picks, we've got carries all across the board. We've got Gangplank, we got the Misfortune. I mean, they've really given themselves a lot of opportunities to win.
Oh, definitely. And one of the big things about it as well is it makes it hard with the with having those carries to close out the game. We saw it actually happening there. But when you're just so confident with your plays, so making sure you jump in and get those answers every single time, it's able for Legacy to actually just outplay and play and win from there. And what I really like actually about the Gangplank pick that I want to point out there, every single time that Jin wanted to use his ultimate, he wasn't able to actually make it work. We saw it at the very end there. He popped his code and call, was ready to start hitting, and immediately just gets hit by a cannon barrage. And it's like, oh wait, I need to get out of this right now.
Yeah, well, Tally had a monstrous game, so let's bring up some stats so we can see how much damage he was able to do. What's that? 8 kills, 1 death, 6 assists. That's a lot of gold. Like we say, he was basically Legacy's entire gold lead for the last third of that game.
Yeah, he was majority of Legacy's strengths. And I mean, there's only really one thing I can say here, and it's to quote one of the best Gangplank players that we all know. Get shit on.
That's the last time you're on the desk. That's the last time you're on the desk, Rusty. No swearing. Let's look at
Well, I
look.
mean, it was just crazy, though. The amount that he was able to do. He had a Trinity Force at 12 minutes. He had 200 CS at 18 minutes. So he was ahead of the clock the entire time.
Well, let's go to the early game now because that Tally Gangplank play, there's an ult in the top bush I want to see because it results in a double kill. Let's bring that up, shall we?
Yeah, so this is one of the more impressive things. Firstly, Pac-Man's baiting, and he actually uses the ultimate expecting Tally to flash auto to last hit, but by just using the ultimate, getting the Thunderlord's proc off, Tally's able to outplay in a 1v2, where Abyss overexerted themselves in an attempt to bait to bring Seb in. Tally just did more damage before they could react.
And it's really just knowing the limitations of those champions. He was basically fearless. Most Gangplanks would be like, oh, what? I need to watch out. I need to be careful. I need to use that flash. And Tyler's like, no, I can probably still get this kill. Oh, would you look at that? You know, here comes Kha'Zix. No, that's fine. I can kill him as well.
And for people who don't play a lot of Gangplank, I mean, you think of that ulti as just doing damage, but actually in that you saw it was being used to zone out people as well because you can't go through that damage zone. Let's look at that second replay then. It's a Baron fight. There's a double kill in there. And yeah, Mendrix, why don't you take us through this one?
Okay, so here Legacy is sort of continuing their dominance throughout the entire game. They play this really well in terms of just getting to the Baron, but look at Claire. He's completely nowhere near the team fight, and Seb is just able to isolate and kill him. And I think the reason behind that is they thought Seb was actually going to jump into there and actually try to go for the steal, but in the end he decides to go for the kill, and that just allows the rest of Abyss to collapse, and they do a great job doing the chase and getting the kills afterwards.
And they're 11k ahead at this point in the game. Legacy had the free Baron again, similar to game 1. They don't have to just do the Baron. They can look for a fight. But small mistakes such as Claire expecting Seb to go in when Seb's going for him can you know, change the pace of a fight.
Well, standing by with Spawn right now is Claire. So let's throw it over to Spawn to see the interview.
You guys really got to give the guy a break. I mean, he does pick up another 3-point victory, of course. I am Spawn standing alongside Legacy mid laner Claire. You know, new team joining Legacy, I've been hearing for a while, you know, after Immunity, you went missing from the Oceanic professional scene. What's it like to be back? What's it like to be playing with Carbon and the boys?
You know, I was really excited to come back and play on, like, a top 3 team, right? So I think it's been a really good experience. It's a lot different from when I was playing amateur in Japan, and I actually really enjoy it.
All right, cool. And, you know, you're playing with Tally, you're playing with Carbon, you're arguably the strongest top half of the map. However, in game 1 today, the young kids on the block, I mean, Lost and Cupcake stepped up. How good is this bottom lane?
I actually think the top 2 bottom lane, we've tested them against the Chiefs bottom lane, who I think is also like a contender for top 1 bot lane. So I don't know. At times they like play really well and they outperform them, and other times not so much. But I think they're definitely top 2.
Yeah, I think they're a really good bottom lane as well. You talked about the Chiefs again. This is the second interview I've done with Legacy members. I mean, I know that you were close with the Chiefs squad in the past. What is it with Legacy and Chiefs getting on at the moment? I mean, you're obviously good friends with Swiffle. What's going on there? Where's the rivalry?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, maybe we're kind of scared of Direwolves, maybe? That could be a good reason. Like, we see them with the new sponsor, new lineup, Shonefire, so we're kind of getting along. And I think it's also good that the top teams in the region, like, kind of get together and make each other stronger, because, like, historically, Chiefs and Legacy, they don't really play against each other much. So, like, it's not as good when the top teams aren't playing against each other. So when it goes international, like, we don't have, we're not at our ceiling, I guess.
I completely agree. I've been trying to say that for so many years now. Thank you for backing me up with that. I've been excited for you for years. I mean, Pastry Time's a huge fan. I know Rusty is on the desk as well. I'm a huge fan of you. You know, as far as the OPL mid laners go, I mean, there's still you, Perfection, Fantic, Swiffer, you know, now Frey stepping up into there. Like, are you still the best mid laner in OS? Like, how are you feeling that you've come back into the lineup?
I wouldn't say I'm the best. I think I'm up there, but I have a lot of consistency issues, I guess, because I'm really disappointed in my last 2 weeks of OPLs, so I'm going to go home and work hard. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I can get up there, but maybe I'm just washed up because I've been playing for like 6 years now.
I don't think you're washed up. And I keep asking everyone, but, you know, let's take it back to a whole. I mean, Legacy as a whole, Tally told me you were top 3 last week. You're now sitting top of the ladder by yourself. Surely this is the time that Legacy can peak out, get that first place.
It's really hard to say, like, because Direwolves and Chiefs played each other in the first week, so, like, we don't know how good they are compared to us yet. Like, in scrims, like, it goes either way, so we're not sure.
What did you make of that Direwolves Chiefs game? Because I know Carbon was on the desk. He said it was the best game he ever saw played domestically. What were your thoughts on it?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I thought, like, both teams were playing really messy. Like, we played against both teams in scrims before, and usually they're a lot cleaner, so, like, that was the first game of the season, so it's understandable that it was really messy, but yeah, I think they can play a lot better on stage than that. That's why I'm still like, I wouldn't say straight away that we're like a top 1 team or anything.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on your win and your
Thank
couple
you.
of 2-0s. However, that is all from us here at the caster station. We'll throw you back to the analyst desk to close out the night.
There we are, Spawn with a washed-up Claire, frankly. 2 games in to split one of us.
Self-proclaimed.
Self-claimed washed up. He's come back in. OPL. Spent, look, a year in Japan. That's what's going to do it to. It's going to wash you up, right, Hendrix?
Mind games. He's saying that to everyone now, and then next week he's just going to absolutely blow us all out of the water.
I mean, in all seriousness, it's great to hear from Claire as well, because he said it himself, 6 years he's been around, but he hasn't actually competed in the OPL. This is the first time we've seen him. So fantastic to see him firstly performing, and maybe is not being honest enough to himself, because he is a top mid.
Absolutely, and maybe consistency issues will come with more confidence. Who knows, right? I'm not a personal coach. I wouldn't know. All right, let's take a look at the Radiant Medal for best player of this series, and it goes to Lost after that massive game in Game 1 on Jin with all of those Jin ultis popping off, getting kills. Mendrix, very deserving.
Oh, definitely very deserving. And it's not just even Game 1. I mean, if you looked at him in Game 2 as well, yes, he didn't exactly have the most amount of kills coming through that game. He had the most amount of assists. All those arrows just seemed to be hitting every single time. It was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I mean, caught out of position a couple of times, but an end result is strong mechanical performance from Lost, and that's all you can really expect to see from him, and it only gets better from here.
Yeah, so we get to Legacy now on top of the table with 2 3-point victories with that bonus point. And I want to take an opportunity to plug a podcast which we've just released. It's hosted by myself and Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're going to release it on Fridays. We're going to be going through all the games we saw last week and previewing games coming up, as well as just mouthing off about various things. So if you want to find that, it's on SoundCloud. It's probably on iTunes. You can find it via the Oce.lol Esports website. And let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, shall we? As we bring that up on your screen. Tomorrow's games include Exile 5, still looking for that first win with the Direwolves, so that will be our first match. Our second match is our match of the week. It is Tainted Minds versus Chiefs, that top of the table clash. I mean, Rusty, you're going to be here tomorrow, but do you want to let us in on your picks? What was your pick of that final match, Tainted Minds versus Chiefs?
I mean, it's a really hard one to pick,
coin
right?
flip, right?
Yeah, but I've gone for Chiefs, I believe, in that one. I actually put them 2-0, and it's not because I think it will be clean by any means. I just think they'll manage to find the first 2 wins.
Oh, a very strong prediction there by Rusty. All right, that is enough from us here. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll be back tomorrow, so we'll see you then.
Tally wants it, puts the ultimate down to pick up first blood. Now Seb's trying to go toe-to-toe, but can he do it? He eats an orange, and Tally is K's. He gets the double kill.
Yeah, looking for a pick. They throw an arrow.
Throw out, hits Raid square in the face. The arrow to the knee's going to come out. Karma's going to get right behind him. You've got nowhere to run, Cowboy, because Lisa is here to kick you straight in the face, and that's going to be a pickup for Claire. Make Rain's going to come out from Misfortune. Karma's incredibly low, but will still get the smite down. Tally now low as well. Seb already got 1 kill. The rest of Legacy's been locked up. Big ultimate coming out from Kunin, and now Raid's looking to try and clean this one up. Seb's in the backline, tries to jump, but he can't get it down. A double flash over the wall from the carries, but Tally, my goodness, the double kill's going to come out. Raid's going to try to go toe-to-toe. Can he get it? Yes, he can with the shutdown, and Abyss somehow come back into this game. Arrow's going to come out, lands on top of Seb. Kunin's going to get locked down, and Cupcake gets the double kill with the bullet time. Pac-Man's going to fall next as well. Guardian Angel's being popped. Legacy going to be able to take him down. Loss is going to take that kill. Seb looking for the engagement. Pac-Man who flashes in for this one. Gets the knock up only on towards Cupcake. He gets obliterated. So does Seb here. And now Kunin's the one that's in trouble. Legacy get 3 kills off of the back of that counter engage.